Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 11, Ash vs Misty. Waterflowers in Bloom. It was the day after Leaf rejoined the group. During breakfast Leaf was excited about getting to see Ash's gym battle. Some might think it was her doing the battle with how hyperactive she was. Leaf kept asking him which Pokémon he was using or what sort of strategy he had planned. He happily shared that it would be Pikachu and Pidgeotto battling, though he didn't really have a particular battle plan in mind. Brock revealed it was a water-type gym and that it would be a 2-on-2 like his first gym battle, but that was all Ash did know. Ash was sure the battlefield would be something which would give the gym leader the edge, maybe because it's water-type, it will be a giant shower constantly falling, although that could be problematic as none of them have any experience of battling in the rain. Ash did remember watching an Indigo League match, which took place on a water field, which was a big pool, that the same layout since it's a water gym, and Brock's field matched the rock field he's seen used in the Indigo League before. Serena was happily listening to Ash as they talked about his upcoming battle while her new Abra slept in her arms. When the Pokédex said he was relaxed and slept 18 hours a day, it wasn't exaggerating. Sure, she has her Battle Chateau challenge, but right now, she can focus on supporting Ash. It's not that she isn't excited for her challenge, she is, but she is also incredibly nervous. If her hesitation to confess to Ash is any indication, Serena is still a very shy person. That was one reason she was attracted to the Battle Chateau in the first place. Other than getting to dress up, she would get to meet a lot of other people and that could be a really confidence booster. Like stated before, she is ready for the Chateau challenge, but she just needs the little push. Maybe Ash's enthusiasm will rub off on her, he just seems to have that effect on people. After they finished eating, the group returned their Pokémon, save for Pikachu, and headed into the city. Whilst stood in the center, Brock gave them clear-cut instructions of how to get to the gym, but also parted ways. Hey guys. Sorry about these, but I have something I need to do, whilst you're having your gym battle. Brock broke the news. Don't worry, all you have to do is follow this road and take first right, then continue along the path until you're at the gym. You can't miss it. Thanks Brock. Ash mumbled. Brock was like a big bro, but he wouldn't watch his gym battle. Cheer up Ash. Brock encouraged. I promise I'll watch the next one, it's just. This thing is urgent. What would this thing be, Brock? Leaf asked, putting quotation marks with her fingers around the word thing. Would it be a date? Leaf's mischievous smile gave Brock a cold sweat. Leaf tried teasing the breeder that he had a date, if only. The truth was, after the last gym leader conference held by the PLA, Brock made a big fool of himself whilst wooing the sensational sisters, and he didn't fancy a trip down memory lane, so it was best if he just parted away for a bit. Unlike Misty, who seemed to have something against the whole city, Brock just doesn't want the embarrassment. No. It's just stuff. Brock clarified, it certainly wasn't a date. Well, he would probably try to fix one whilst separated. Gotta go, bye. With that, Brock zoomed off, leaving everyone else with a sweat drop. With it down to just Ash, Pikachu, Serena and Leaf. The pallet party made their way through the city, following Brock's instructions. After about a 20-minute walk, the pallet party stood outside of building. It was a white dome shape, kind of like an aquarium, but that wasn't the half of it as the roof had pink and yellow stripes for colors. Above the automatic doors stood a large dugong model with model water around it, and a sign which read, Cerulean Gym. Honesty, without the sign, none of them would have guessed this was the gym. Ash. I think our gym battle will be in a circus. Pikachu snickered. Yeah. Are the gym leaders clowns or something? Ash responded, but clearly not focused as his mind was blown. This was a gym. Wow. Ash's absent-mindedness caused Serena to giggle, she just found it cute, and so Ash. Leaf could only roll her eyes, as like always, Ash could do no wrong in Serena's eyes. Come on Ash. Not getting scared are you? Leaf asked in a teasing tone. No way. Clowns or not, we're winning the. Ash had to stop as he forgot the name of the badge for this gym. Cascade badge. It's the Cascade badge you get here. Leaf giggled, as she informed Ash about what he was going for. Thanks, Leaf. Ash shot her a grateful smile. Now. We're winning the Cascade badge. With Ash's declaration, Leaf smiled and rolled her eyes. This was definitely her surrogate brother. While Serena smiled and blushed, she loved Ash's determination. Come on, bro. We've had enough chit-chat. I want to see you battle. Leaf pleaded as she grabbed his hand, dragging him into the building. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm just saying, with all my Pokémon and you guys cheering us on. There's no way we'll lose. Ash replied as he got out of Leaf's grip and walking in with her and Pikachu. Serena stood still for a moment. She was still staring adoringly at her crush, and blushed when he declared he would win because she was cheering him on. Well, her and Leaf. But that didn't matter. Hey Serena. You coming? Ash waved his hand in front of her face. After seeing she was still with a weird look on her face. Serena blinked a few times before realizing she was caught staring. Again. But unlike yesterday, Ash actually spotted it. Her blush turned from one on the cheek created by her crush, to a full face one of embarrassment. Leaf struggled to keep the laughs in and looked like she was about to burst. Serena also saw this and decided before the situation can go from bad to worse. Coming. Serena smiled as she tried and failed to get rid of the blush. She then leaped forward, which would make Pikachu's quick attack jealous, and grabbed Leaf, dragging her into the female toilets near the entrance of the gym. Ash stood outside waiting for them, at a complete loss at what just happened. Girls. Ash muttered as he rolled his eyes. Pikachu snickered. He was right, traveling with them was worth it just for moments like this. It was nearly 10 minutes later when Serena and Leaf had rejoined the group. For some reason, Serena's face looked like it had been splashed with water, although she didn't have the weird look on her face, and Leaf had gotten over what she thought was so funny. Ash, being impatient as he is, decided he didn't have the time or the longing to know what that was all about, besides he wanted his gym battle. Butterfree was also out. Since Pikachu got to watch the pewter gym battle despite not competing, Butterfree wanted to watch this one. Ash agreed and the two girls promised to look after the hasty bug type. With everything set, they found a pair of double doors which had a sign above them, Lab Lead, Battlefield. Taking the hint, the group made their way into a surprising scene. As they entered, the group couldn't see anything as all the lights were off. Ash was eager to get battling. Ash couldn't contain his excitement. He would have ran straight in, but a spotlight caught him and he decided to stand in it, but he could show his excitement in another way. Leaf, Serena and Butterfree all stood back, out of the spotlight, as this was technically Ash's spotlight. I'm Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town. Ash shouted at the top of his voice. And I came for a gym battle. Silence fell for about half a minute, until 3 more spotlight appeared, lighting up 3 females from the top of the dive board. Greetings, Challenger. Violet spoke first. Welcome to the Cerulean Gym. Lily spoke next. We're the Sensational Sisters. Daisy declared, and the 3 of them all dived into the pool. The entire group had sweat drops. This was nothing like the pewter gym. You know. Ash's clown theory might have just been proven right. Leaf whispered. Aha. Serena nodded, not quite recovered from the Sensational Sisters. Suddenly, what looked like a tornado of water appeared in where the Sensational Sister dived into and is arched over just in front of Ash. After a few seconds the water tornado disappeared, revealing the Sensational Sisters just in front of Ash. Surprisingly, they were completely dry. Somehow. Ash was nervous, as he feels he's made a wrong turn. Sorry, I think we might be in the wrong place. Ash explained, and the trio leaned forward, as if they are studying him. You did come for a gym battle, right? Violet asked. Ash could only respond with a nod. Then you're in luck. Lily replied, while everyone's sweat drop just got bigger. 'Cause we're the Cerulean gym leader. Daisy finished. Alright then. I challenge you to a gym battle. Ash quite responded, before the sensational sisters stood up straight, which eased Ash's tension. But wait. How will the battle work if all three of you are the gym leaders? Serena asked, as the main lights turned on, revealing the battlefield as a pool, with solid platforms floating within it. Around the battlefield is a giant seating area which could hold hundreds of spectators. Yeah, does he battle each of you, or does he choose or? Leaf started listing of the possibilities, until she was cut off. Actually, today it will be done a little different. A new voice appeared from behind Serena and Leaf. Everyone turned to face the new person to reveal it's Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy? Ash, Serena and Leaf questioned. Yes. But I'm not just your friendly Pokémon Center nurse. Nurse Joy giggled before her expression turned serious. I'm an official inspector for the Pokémon League Association. Ash stared in awe as Nurse Joy showed her badge, and struck a dramatic pose. She is the first PLA member he has ever met. Serena pouted. Ash is looking at a badge with more affection than he has ever done to her. Leaf sighed, but also smiled. Leave it to Ash to get overexcited. So how will Ash have his gym battle? Leaf asked, as Ash and Serena returned to normal. Well, I was sent here because of reports about an out-of-control Pokémon. Yesterday the matter was resolved when the youngest of the sisters returned and calmed the Pokémon. Nurse Joy explained. The only matter is, she is currently too young to hold the gym leader position. I need to decide if I'll leave the sensational sisters as the gym leaders, or replace them. The three 10-year-olds nodded in understanding. This encouraged Nurse Joy to continue. Their sister plead to them the gym, so she can take over when old enough. Nurse Joy continued. So I decided, I'd allow her, one gym battle with the next challenger, to prove herself. Provide said challenger is happy with this. Now all eyes were on Ash. Oh. Who is the sister? Ash asked as the A voice appeared from the top of the stands. That would be me. The familiar voice declared. Every turned to face. Misty. Ash and Serena exclaimed in shock as the orange-haired girl made their way down and leaped over the railing next to Daisy. So I guess this is the Misty you talked about yesterday? Leaf rhetorically asked. Ash and Serena could only nod, with their jaws open. Right. I'm the fourth sensational sister. Misty declared happily. There are only 3 sensational sisters, and 1 runt. Violet corrected, as Misty hung her head in disappointment. Guess saving the gym isn't good enough for them. So. This is the boyfriend you said was coming to challenge the gym. Lily added, teasing Misty. Serena gave the 4 sisters a death glare, if looks could kill. Good looks, confident. Not bad missed. Daisy teased. He is not my boyfriend. Misty shouted. The 3 sensational sisters all smiled knowing they were teasing her. Anyway, Ash. Are you happy to face Misty for your Cascade badge? Nurse Joy asked. Sure. I'll happily beat Misty for our second badge. Ash declared as he and Pikachu threw their fist in the air. Very well. I shall act as ref, while your friends can watch from the stands. Nurse Joy explained. Misty walked up to her trainer's box, which is under the dive board. While her 3 sisters sat on the 3rd row in the stands, secretly eager to see their little sister in an actual battle. Nurse Joy also took her place on the ref podium. Ash, Serena and Leaf were looking at each other. Until Leaf tackled Ash into a hug. Serena let out a sad sigh. She could only build up the courage to hug Ash when she had a huge rush of affection. Curse her shyness. Good luck bro, I can't wait to see what you can do. Leaf told him, as Ash returned the brotherly hug. Thanks Leaf. My Pokémon are ready, I know it. Ash declared as they ended the friendly hug. Good luck Ash, I know you'll win. Serena stated as she held her hand over her heart. We will. With all of you cheering me on, how could we lose? Ash replied with his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. Serena blushed. Leaf saw this and giggled, seriously, anything Ash does would make her blush. With that Leaf dragged Serena away. Come on Serena, I want to see this battle right away. Leaf excitedly declared as she grabbed Serena and dragged her up to the stands. They sat on the front row in front of the sensational sisters. Ash saw this with a confused expression and sweat drop. What just happened? He can't think about that now, he has a gym badge to win. Ash and Pikachu made their way over to their trainer's box. The gym battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Misty Waterflower of the Cerulean Gym is about to begin. Nurse Joy announced. It will be a 2-on-2 battle where only the challenger can substitute their Pokémon as he pleases. There is no time limit and a Cerulean Gym, Cascade badge is on the line. Nurse Joy continued. As gym leader, Misty, please reveal your first choice. Misty nodded with a look of determination as she gripped her first Pokeball. Misty calls. Stereo. Misty shouted as she released her first Pokémon. Leaf quickly scanned Stereo with her Pokédex. This shocked Ash at first, as Misty was her strongest Pokémon, then he remembered that it was Misty who calmed the other Pokémon, so that will probably be her ace. With that Ash gained a look of determination and gripped his Pokeball. Pidgeotto. I choose you. Ash shouted as he released his female bird Pokémon. Let the battle begin. Nurse Joy declared. Ash vs Misty, P.I. Stereo. Start off, by hiding in the water. Misty shouted as soon as the match had officially begun. Stereo followed her orders and jumped in the water. Careful Pidgeotto. Ash warned. Stereo could come up anywhere. Pidgeotto nodded and began using her keen eyes to try and spot the water type. But found nothing. Ash. I've got nothing. Pidgeotto warned. But. How, with your eyes you should. Ash panicked before his Pokédex spoke up. Camouflage, this move will change the user's type to its surrounds. It can also be used to hid in the environments as a stealth tactic. Ash face paled when he heard that. All he could do was wait for Stereo to attack. Misty clearly has the advantage. Alright Stereo. Now attack with rapid spin. Misty smirked. After a couple of seconds, a red dot appeared in a part of the water behind Pidgeotto. Ash looked closer before Stereo sprang out from it and struck Pidgeotto in the back. Pidgeotto was able to stay airborne, although before a counter-attack could be launched, Stereo dived back into the water. Alright Stereo, keep this up. Misty commanded. Unlike a regular battle where you battle to win, Misty is trying it like a gym leader, and hoping Ash will find a counter-attack. It is the job of a gym leader to teach her the challenger, after all. After about 15 seconds, Ash saw another red dot, followed by Stereo jumping out, although Ash was half expecting it. Up! Ash shouted. Just in time, Pidgeotto gained a little altitude, causing Stereo to miss, but the water type just dived back in the water. Alright Pidgeotto. I'll call a direction. When I do, launch a wing attack that way. Pidgeotto nodded in reply and her face grew serious. Ash waited patiently. Nearly a minute passed and there was no sight of any red dot. It was a stalemate. Ash was tempted to give up, but one look at Misty smirking told him, that is what she wanted. So he waited. Then an idea popped in his mind. Wow, Misty is actual pretty good. Lily commented on the battle. Since when can she battle? Violet asked to no one in particular. I don't know, but I kind of feel bad about putting her down now. Lily answered. Daisy smiled proudly, both that her little sister is leading the battle, but also that her other sisters are seeing the error of their ways. Ash vs Misty, P2. Alright Pidgeotto. Ash sighed. Misty's smirk grew and Ash saw a red dot. Behind you on the left. Pidgeotto flung her wing around as Stereo jumped out the water and the two connected. Although Pidgeotto overpowered the water type and sent it crashing onto one of the platforms. Misty was shocked and Ash grew a smirk of his own. Alright Pidgeotto. Time to see if all that training has paid off. Ash declared as he tightened his fist. Use Aerial Ace. As Ash threw his fist in the air, Pidgeotto did a loop in the air before seeming to disappear. Misty was shocked when she left. Pidgeotto was struggling with this attack. Pidgeotto appeared in front of Stereo who was struggling to stand up after the crash. Pidgeotto slammed her back right into Stereo's center and the water type went flying. Misty had to think fast. Stereo, control your flight with rapid spin. Misty shouted. Stereo let out a battle cry and turned the momentum into another rapid spin. Now dive under the water and use recover. Instead of attacking with this rapid spin, Stereo dived under the water again, and glue multicolored. After the multicolors stopped, Stereo jumped back onto the platform, completely healed. Ash groaned. Come on Ash. Misty shouted. I can't just give the Cascade badge away. Ash smirked. Right. And that will make our victory so much sweeter. Ash replied, and Pidgeotto let out a cry of agreement. Stereo, use rapid spin again. Misty commanded, and Stereo nodded at top point in agreement before jumping and spinning towards Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, up and use Feather Dance. Ash shouted. Pidgeotto again gained altitude and as Stereo flew underneath the bird Pokémon, Pidgeotto dropped a series of feathers, sharply lowering Stereo's attack. Stereo's rapid spin became much weaker and the water type landed on the platform a little dazed as to why he feels physically weaker. Aerial Ace. Pidgeotto did another loop before disappearing. Misty remembered what happened last time, and knows Aerial Ace can't miss. But she has a plan. Stereo, prepare a water pulse in front of you. Misty ordered. Stereo began forming water in a sphere shape in front of its jewel. Pidgeotto struck the same place like last time, but the water pulse seemed to protect Stereo. In return, the water type fired the attack at point-blank range and it took its full effect. Pidgeotto became confused. Pidgeotto was blown backwards by the blow. Although something was off. Her body felt right although her vision was off. The pool that is the battlefield is currently on the left and the dive board which was above Misty is now underneath her. She panics and tries to fly so her vision will return to normal. But it is constantly changing, and none of it is working. What can she do? Pidgeotto. She can hear Ash shout to her. She tries to reply but her voice is gone. What's happening? Close your eyes Pidgeotto and listen to my voice. Pidgeotto tries to nod, but it doesn't feel like she did. Although she forces her eyes shut. Suddenly her body feels like it is at an angle, although her vision previous told her otherwise and she corrects it to a proper stance. Now Pidgeotto, drop from the sky and aim wing attack right underneath yourself. Ash shouted. With her eyes closed, her vision wasn't playing tricks and she successfully fell to the ground. As soon as her talons got wet, she hit the ground with a powerful wing attack, which sprayed her face with water. From the shock, her eyes popped open and she shook her head dry. Surprisingly her vision was back to normal, she snapped out of confusion. With the obstacle now taken care of, Pidgeotto returned to the sky, let out a battle cry. Impressive Ash. Most trainers would panic when hit with confusion. Misty praised. Now Stereo, back into the water. Stereo did a jump from its platform and dived back into the water. Pidgeotto. Don't let it hit, use Gust on top of the water. With Ash's instructions, Pidgeotto let out another battle cry before flapping her wings and creating a powerful gust. The strong winds blew the water around, turning the pool into a damaging current for any Pokémon in there. Staryu cried out in pain as it was swept along with the current. Misty looked shocked. The crowd were getting soaking wet as they were part of the splash zone. Except Nurse Joy, who pulled an umbrella out from thin air and used it to protect herself. Just where did that umbrella come from? Staryu. Get out of there and use recovery. Misty shouted. Staryu used all its strength and jumped out of the water and started glowing multicolored. Ash saw his chance. No way. Ash declared with a tightened fist. Use quick attack into wing attack Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto stopped flapping her wings and with her keen eyes she could see the multicolor Staryu through the chaos. Tucking her wings in, Pidgeotto made a quick beeline for Staryu and struck it in the direct center, causing its recover to stop and cry out in pain. From there, Pidgeotto sent the momentum gained in the quick attack and slammed her wing into the water type. Staryu went flying, shot past Misty and landed in a mini crater in the wall. Its jewel beeped a few times before completely powering down. Staryu is unable to battle. Nurse Joy declared. Oh wow. Leaf ummed as she squeezed her hat free of water from Pidgeotto's gust on the pool. Ashton Ketchum, you're gonna pay for that. Ash as well as everyone else sweat dropped at Leaf's anger. Butterfree was zooming around the stands ecstatic at the first victory. Someone might think he learned extreme speed. Sorry sis. Ash apologized, hoping to get off the hook. Serena couldn't help but giggle. Ash was cute when he was scared, and nothing could scare him like a woman's wrath. Namely, Delia and Leaf. Leaf's glare at the giggling girl which caused Serena to stop and gulp. Serena then looked back at the field to see Ash had removed his hat and jacket as they were also soaking wet. Serena couldn't help stare in awe at Ash. Serena. Leaf sighed, with a deadpan expression. You're drooling. Like, I can't believe Misty lost. Violet disappointingly spoke. Right, she was doing so well, as well. Lily added in a disappointed tone also. Cheer up, she still has her second Pokémon left, and you both know how strong she is. Daisy reassured. Great job Pidgeotto. Ash praised as Pidgeotto returned to his side. Take a good rest now. I promised Pikachu he would get a battle after all. Pidgeotto nodded. Although she is more than ready to battle again, she has proven herself and is happy for Pikachu to do the same. Misty also returned Staryu. She gave a quick glance at Nurse Joy. This isn't good, she is supposed to show she is a capable gym leader and she just lost the first round. Although Nurse Joy's face didn't show any clue to her current thought process. Pikachu, you're up buddy. Ash told his started as Pikachu jumped onto one of the soaking wet platforms, ready to start his battle. Thank you Staryu. Misty smiled sadly at the Pokeball. I could have asked more from you. Misty placed her Pokeball back on her belt before looking at the battlefield to see Pikachu had taken the place of Pidgeotto. Misty let out a breath of relief, she can still win this. Misty. Please select your next Pokemon. Nurse Joy requested. Misty nodded, and eyes seemed to have a new fire behind them. Misty calls. Tentacruel. Misty shouted and released her old friend. Ash, Pikachu, Serena and Butterfree were all surprised to see Misty's choice. That must be the problemed Pokemon she helped. Ash smiled. This Pokemon looked tough, meaning his victory would be that much sweeter. Then he took out his Pokédex. Tentacruel, the jellyfish Pokemon. The tentacles are normally kept short. On hunts, they are extended to ensnare and immobilize prey. It is capable of attacking with its internal toxins through those tentacles. Pikachu, careful of its tentacles. Ash warned, and Pikachu responded with a thumbs up. Let the battle. Resume. Nurse Joy declared. Ash vs Misty, P3. Okay Tentacruel, start strong with Bubble Beam. Misty declared. Tentacruel nodded with a serious expression, before lifting the blue beak-like appendages, revealing its mouth. It continued to shoot a fast and powerful stream of bubbles at Pikachu. Just like we practiced with Rock Throw Pikachu. Use Quick Attack and close in. Ash instructed. Like a bullet, Pikachu shot of and jumped on top of one of those bubbles. Although it popped, Pikachu wasn't deterred and continued to jump from bubble to bubble until he was in the air directly above Tentacruel, who narrowed her eyes on her prey. Let it rip with Shock Wave Pikachu. Pikachu clenched his entire body before firing a strong wave of electricity at Tentacruel. The jellyfish Pokémon grunted at the shock, pun intended. Knock it away with Poison Jab. Misty shouted. Despite the electricity running through her body, Tentacruel lifted one of her tentacles, with the tip glowing bright purple, then jabbed it into Pikachu's stomach. The force stopped Pikachu's shock wave and sent Pikachu flying, landing on a platform. Tentacruel looked fresh, like she hasn't even battled. You good buddy? Ash asked worried, until Pikachu stood up and glared at Tentacruel. Yeah. I've had a harder time trying to get you out of bed. Pikachu snickered. Gee. Thanks. Ash replied with a sweat drop. Which caused all who don't know his secret, to look confused. Then Ash remembered he had a plan. Those tentacles can only reach so far, so stay put and use Shock Wave again. Pikachu nodded and clenched his body again and fired another Shock Wave. Misty wasn't dumb and knows Shock Wave can't be dodged. Tentacruel was struck with another load of electricity. But Misty had a plan. Fire acid at Pikachu. Misty shouted. Tentacruel nodded like the electricity wasn't touching it, then lifted her appendage again but this time, fired a blob of purple acid onto Pikachu's platform. Dodge it. Ash shouted. Pikachu stopped his electric attack, and jumped to another platform successfully dodging the acid, although now he's in Tentacruel's range. Don't let up. Use Poison Jab into Constrict. Misty instructed. Tentacruel nodded and flung her tentacle at Pikachu, with the purple tip. It struck Pikachu in the stomach, and before he could be sent flying, the same tentacle lost its purple tip then wrapped around Pikachu, lifting him into the air. Ash couldn't help but smile. You know, this reminds me of our pewter gym battle. Ash laughed. That's all fine and dandy, but could you save the trip down memory lane for later? Pikachu requested, until Tentacruel tightened her grip. It seems Misty forgot how we countered it last time. Ash smirked. Pikachu, use Thunder Wave. A small static shock left Pikachu's cheeks and traveled down Tentacruel's tentacle, paralyzing the jellyfish Pokémon. This caused her to retract the tentacle, and let Pikachu go. Misty looked in horror. Pikachu has the advantage as she needs to cover Tentacruel, now. Use acid and cover the ground near you. Misty panics. Tentacruel again lifts her appendage and fired several more blobs of acid, one at a time. Despite being tired, Pikachu was able to dodge until he was on the last platform and a blob was falling towards him. Into the water Pikachu. Ash panicked. Pikachu reluctantly jumped into the water. He does trust Ash, but Tentacruel will have the advantage in the water and his tone didn't inspire hope. Misty smirked. After them Tentacruel. Show them who's the queen of these waters. Misty smirked, and Tentacruel, for the first time since appearing, left that spot and crawled into the water. With both of them in the water, Tentacruel seemed to pick up speed. Use Quick Attack across the water and don't let up. Ash shouted. Pikachu nodded and again shot off like a bullet, running. Jumping across the water like he did with the Bubble Beam. You know, Ash. This isn't winning us the battle. Pikachu remarked as he continued running. I know, just give me time. Ash irritably responded. Got it. Use Quick Attack straight down, then turn it into a dig. Pikachu realized Ash's plan and smirked evilly. He then, with great speed, he jumped in the air before using all that momentum and shot into the water. Once he hit the ground, he began his dig attack. That resulted in the pool being drained. After about 20 seconds Pikachu dug up from a new hole, desperate for air. Need air. Pikachu breathed as he regained his breath, hoping for a little rest. Poison jab. Misty's voice echoed and Tentacruel launched another poison jab at Pikachu, sending him flying across the now waterless pool, landing with swirls in his eyes. Pikachu is unable to battle, Nurse Joy declared. Ash was about to jump into the field to grab Pikachu but Butterfree beat him. The hasty bug shot to Pikachu's side before gently lifting it with a confusion attack and the two went hovering over by Ash's side. Sorry Pikachu. I shouldn't have asked so much. Ash apologized. As he looked at Pikachu who had opened one eye. Don't. Apologies. I could have refused. Pikachu weakly replied. But if you want to, then go out there and win. Then buy me a big bottle of ketchup. Sure buddy. You were awesome out there. Ash promised. Then. Butterfree reactivated his confusion and took Pikachu with it. Don't worry Ash, we'll take good care of him. Butterfree reassured, and then flew Pikachu over to Serena and Leaf. Oh no. Pikachu lost. Leaf whispered disappointed, as Serena took Pikachu and cradled him in her arms. Don't worry. He still has Pidgeotto. Serena reassured. Besides, Pikachu paralysis Tentacruel and got rid of the water. Leaf got a mischievous smile. You're right. Besides, how can he lose with you cheering him on? Leaf teased putting emphasis on the word you. Serena turned bright red. Leaf! She angrily exclaimed, causing everyone to sweat drop. Wow, Misty and Tentacruel are like, working perfectly together. Violet commented. Like, in total sync. I know. She could actually win this. Lily added. Daisy's smile grew and grew until she couldn't contain her pride for her little sister. Come on Misty. Show em what a sensational sister can do. Daisy shouted encouragement. Lily and Daisy soon joined in with other cheers. Misty was touched. Her sisters considered her a sensational sister. And was cheering her on. She even had a small tear in her eye, which she quickly whipped away, then looked back to the battlefield, ready to win this. Pidgeotto. I choose you. Ash shouted as he released his bird Pokémon. Upon appearing, Pidgeotto let out another battle cry, like she had even battled before this. The final battle. Begin. Nurse Joy declared. Ash vs Misty, P4. With the start of the battle, Ash and Misty seemed in some sort of staring contest, waiting for the other to move first. Pidgeotto and Tentacruel were in the same state. None of the Pokémon are in top form, as this both of their second battles, so taking the lead isn't ideal. Eventually Misty grew restless and broke first. Poison jab Tentacruel. With a command spoken, Tentacruel launched another poison jab at Pidgeotto. Dodge with agility, Pidgeotto. Ash instructed and Pidgeotto seemed to glow a faint red before speeding off, a lot faster than before. Misty grew irritated, her sisters were finally supporting her, and now she can't land a hit. Bubble beam and hit it. Misty shouted. Tentacruel complied and lifted its appendage and fired out another bubble beam. Although it was hard to lock on to the speedy bird. Now attack with aerial ace. Ash instructed. Just as the bubble was about to make contact as Pidgeotto finished its loop, she disappeared, completely dodged it. She then reappeared and struck Tentacruel from the bottom lift side. Use wing attack and send it flying. Using all her strength, Pidgeotto whacked Tentacruel into the air. Misty looked in horror as the jellyfish Pokémon came close to the ceiling. Luckily, Tentacruel was able to turn her body around and her tentacles allowed her to stick to the ceiling, which caused Misty to grin happily. "Good job, Tentacruel," Misty praised. "Now rain acid down on them." With her instructions, Tentacruel spat out several blobs of acid towards Pidgeotto. "Protect yourself with Steel Wing, Pidgeotto," Ash instructed. Pidgeotto coated her wings in metal, as the first acid blob closed in, but using her wings Pidgeotto knocked it away, completely harmless. "Now add in a quick attack and get Tentacruel down from there." Pidgeotto let out a battle cry as she shot off with impressive speed. With each blob of acid which she encountered, Pidgeotto used her steel wings to knock it away harmless. When her beak hit Tentacruel's appendage, she swiped her steel wings under Tentacruel's tentacles, causing the jellyfish Pokémon to lose her grip and begin to fall. "Now end this, Pidgeotto. Follow and use Aerial Ace," Ash shouted as he threw his fist in the air. "Pikachu will be avenged." Pidgeotto did a loop in the air and followed Tentacruel as she fell back to the floor, helpless. All Misty could do was watch in horror. Pidgeotto connected before Tentacruel hit the ground and a cloud of dust appeared. Pidgeotto flew out showing she could still battle. Everyone waited for the dust cloud to settle. After about a minute, the cloud was no more. Nurse Joy got a clear look at Tentacruel. Tentacruel is unable to battle. That means the winner of this battle is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, Nurse Joy declared. Misty jumped down from her trainer's box and kneeled down by Tentacruel's side. She had tears in her eyes, they fought so hard together, but she might have just lost the family gym. Tentacruel's eyes slowly lost the swirls and looked at Misty. "Good job, Tentacruel." Misty sadly smiled. "I couldn't have asked more from you." Tentacruel muttered sadly. Misty shook her head. "No. You were great," she reassured, as she pulled out her Pokeball. "Now take a good rest." With Tentacruel returned, Misty looked up to see Ash celebrating with all three of his Pokémon, Serena and Leaf. She made her way over to the stairs on the side and climbed them to leave the pool area. As she reached the top, all her sisters were waiting. "Well done, Mist." Violet congratulated her. "You did a great job." He. "Well, it wasn't all that great." Misty nervously laughed, and scratched the back of her head. "She did lose after." "Nonsense." Lily butted in. "You and Tentacruel were battling like old-time partners. You were amazing." "They're right, Mist. But don't you have one more job? Gym leader?" Daisy asked with a knowing smile and handed Misty a raindrop-shaped badge. "Right." Misty smiled happily. She might have lost the battle, and possibly the gym, but she earned her sister's respect. She clenched the badge in her hand and turned around. With that she marched proudly over to Ash and the group. Nurse Joy was also there. "Ash." Misty spoke. This caused the celebration to stop and them all looked towards her. "As proof of your victory here, I present you with the Cascade Badge." Ash stared at the new badge in Misty's hand before his face broke out into a wide grin and he grabbed it. "All right," Ash shouted as he struck his pose. "We just won the Cascade Badge." All of Ash's Pokémon joined in the victory pose. Serena blushed and lightly giggled at the cute scene. Leaf also smiled, trust Ash to have a victory pose. While everyone else had sweat drops. It was just one victory. "Misty." Nurse Joy drew all their attention. "From your battle, I can see you still have a long way to go before becoming a gym leader." This caused Misty to look down disappointed. "Here it comes. A gym leader has to provide a challenge and keep pressure on the challenger. There were times you didn't do this. Like when Pidgeotto was confused. You allowed Ash the chance to recover, whereas you could have kept up the attacks." Nurse Joy explained. "That stung. Obviously, a gym leader should keep the pressure up." Although for your first battle as a gym leader, you did incredibly well. Whilst you can't take over for a number of years, I recommend you use that time wisely. Visit other gyms. Compete in tournaments and go on a journey. Build and bond with your own team and don't just rely on the current Pokémon here. This caused Misty to look up in shock. Wait. Does that mean? Misty asked. Yes. I am happy for your sisters to run the gym. Nurse Joy smiled as she revealed the news. Provided when you come of age, you take over and you work on your battle style beforehand. With that, Ash, who had since returned all his Pokémon, save for Pikachu, Serena, Leaf, and Nurse Joy, all returned to the Pokémon Center, where they left the Pikachu and Pidgeotto to get healed up. Misty decided to stay with her sisters to celebrate the good news, but promised to support Serena at the Battle Chateau tomorrow. Ash, Serena and Leaf were all stood outside the Pokémon Center. What do you guys want to do? Ash asked, then became nervous when he saw Leaf's sinister grin. To anyone else, it would look sweet, but Ash knows the history of when she uses that grin. You still owe me for ruining my hat with that gust on the water trick. Leaf spoke in a threatening tone, causing Ash to break out into a cold sweat. Again, to anyone else, the tone would sound sweet. Sorry. Again. What do you want me to do? Ash stuttered, scared of what evil is cooking up in her mind. You have to agree to the first activity that I suggest for the rest of the day. Leaf declared. Ash sighed, that isn't too bad, what's the worst that could happen? Fine. Ash replied and Leaf's grin grew. Then we're going shopping. Leaf cheerfully replied, followed by dragging Ash off to the shops, with Serena skipping behind. She loved shopping. Chapter 12, Love Rival. After the success at Cerulean Gym, where Ash won his second badge and Misty was able to save her family's gym, not to mention the fact that she was given the role of gym leader, when she comes of age. Ash, Leaf and Serena left while Misty builds her proper relationship with her sisters. The trio left Pikachu and Pidgeotto at the Pokémon Center to be healed. Although the celebrations didn't last long, for Ash at least, as Leaf made sure to make him pay for water she was drenched in during the battle. She dragged Ash off to a man's worst nightmare. Shopping. They spent the rest of the day going around at least 35 different clothes stores, and almost buying something in most of them. Well, Serena and Leaf at least, as Ash was forced to carry the bags, comment on how great they look in whatever they tried on, and if they didn't have enough money near the end, the girls would ask if Ash would lend them the money, which he had an obvious choice in. By the time they were back at the Pokémon Center, and Ash dropped the bags at their room, his hands were red raw. He kind of wished he was in Pikachu's place, who was bragging about a massage Chansey gave him to relieve the stress from the battle, although he shut up when Ash teased him about the same thing. After reuniting with Pidgeotto as well, the group found Brock, who returned to the Pokémon Center. Whilst they all enjoyed a victory fest for Ash, Pokémon included, they explained to Brock what went down at the gym, including how the battle turned out and the Misty business. Brock was shocked, but deduced it was her sister that put Misty of coming to Cerulean City. Once they finished eating, Ash decided to help train Serena for her Chateau challenge. He honestly felt a little guilty. For about a week, he hasn't spent much time helping her train as he was focused on his gym battle, and they could have trained together. After all, Ash did have some battle knowledge prior to the start of the journey, as he would watch the Indigo League each year, so the least he could do is help Serena. Whilst training, Serena realized she had 3 Pokémon in 4 rounds. She was trying to think of a good way to split it up. She decided to start with Kakuna and end with Fennekin, if she made it that far, but was unsure about Abra. He's only been with her a couple of days and only for one serious training session. What should she do? As the night rolled around, the whole group went to their room, and since Misty was staying with her sisters, Leaf, again joined the group's room. It was the next morning. Everyone took it in turns to shower and get dressed in the bathroom, then went and grabbed a quick breakfast. Well, quick for most of them, as Ash, as usual, had 5 plates worth. Once done, Serena gave all her Pokémon a last-minute checkup and they were fine. With everyone set, the group walked off towards Cerulean's battle chateau. At the chateau, the group found Misty waiting outside like she promised, and with the group of 5 plus Pikachu, they made their way to the front doors. The exterior looked like an exact copy of the Viridian City battle chateau, with a butler stood straight outside, who looked just like Hennessy. Hennessy? Serena questioned, since Misty already knows how it works and Ash never met him in the Viridian chateau. Why are you here and not at Viridian's chateau? The man who Serena identified as Hennessy raised an eyebrow. Sorry, young lass. But I am Meadows, the butler of Cerulean's chateau. Meadows corrected. Although, since you know of my elder cousin, I assume you are a competitor? Why yes. Serena stuttered, slightly blushing. She fell for the same mistake as she did with Nurse Joy. And the rest of your party? Meadows asked, not noticing the stutter. Serena turned to everyone else. After a moment's silence, Ash decided to speak up. No. We're just here to cheer her on. Ash enthusiastically, as he threw his fist in the air. Some might say the chateau would be good for Ash, as a form of training between gym battles, but the dressing up is clearly Serena's thing, so he is happy to cheer her on like she did in the gym battles. Very good. Meadows addressed Ash before focusing back on Serena. So lass, if I could see your member's card, you may enter. Right. Serena cheerfully replied as she pulled out her chateau card she received at Viridian's chateau, and handed it to Meadows. Meadows scanned it, then smiled and handed it back. Very good, Baroness Serena, you are eligible to compete today. Meadows informed her. Would you please follow me? Meadows requested as he turned around and walked into the castle-like building. The group followed behind, and were led to a group of maids. MDM, could one of you be so kind to escort Baroness Serena to the changing room? Meadows requested. Certainly, Meadows. One of the maids smiled with a light curtsy, before turning to Serena. Would you please follow me? With that the maid walked off and Serena followed shortly behind. In the changing rooms, instead of looking at the clothes available to borrow, Serena pulled out a dress she brought yesterday. The main reason she brought it was because when she showed it to Ash, he seemed to react positively to it, so that pretty much guaranteed a buy. Now is for the really test, to see if his reaction was a fluke or just because he was under pressure trying to get out of Leaf's bad book. Serena quickly got into her new dress. Her hair was split into 2 ponytails, one to each side, which had blue bows to hold them like that. She had a white button shirts, with built-up shoulders, although sleeveless, with a deep sea blue ribbon across her torso, centered, another ribbon in the same color as a belt, and the bow is behind her. Finally, her dress is multi-layered. The top layer is jet black from her waist to just above her knees. The black lay also has a baby blue piece of fabric going around, thin and about 1/5 of the way from her waist. The next layer goes down further from the black layer, and is also deep sea blue, covering down halfway between her feet and knees. It also has a baby blue line sewed in near the bottom, and the very bottom of her dress has white thrills in the shape of triangles going all the way around. With her dress set, Serena left the changing rooms, to revisit the gang. They were stood in a circle chatting, and Brock was the first to notice her reappearance. Hey Serena. You look great. Brock addressed, with a friendly smile. Serena gave a grateful smile in return. As the rest of the group turned. Yeah, Serena. Blue is your color. Misty smiled. They're right. Then again, you always was great with fashion. Leaf chimed in. Ash seemed to be staring. Brock saw this and inwardly smiled, before nudging the raven-haired boy so things didn't get awkward. Yeah, Serena. You fit right in. Ash smiled with his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. Turns out only Brock and Pikachu noticed what Ash was doing. Pikachu let out snicker while went over a plan where he could help Ash out. Aw. Thank you guys. Serena cheerfully replied. Could Baroness Serena and Baron Nicholas please report to Battle Room 1, for their first match? A voice requested. With that, Serena and the rest of the group made their way over to the battlefield. Ash was a little behind. What? What is wrong with me? Ash thought as he took his own temperature. Why did he just zone out when Serena arrived? What happened? Did he have a heart attack? His chest fell a little tight. No, it would have been more serious. So what's going on? In the crowd of people, a blue-haired girl with a Wigglytuff by her side was watching. So that's his cousin. Let's see what she's got. The girl thought to herself as she also made her way to the battlefield. In the room where Serena would have her first battle, she was stood in one of the trainer's boxes, with a smartly dressed male in the other. Ash and the group were watching from the stands, with a few other people. There was also a referee stood on the ref's box. This is a first-round match of an official Battle Chateau tournament, between Baroness Serena and Baron Nicholas. May both participants exchange pleasantry? The ref request. Both Serena and Nicholas faced each other and smiled. Serena did a curtsy while Nicholas bowed. Now both participants may choose their Pokémon. Both Serena and Nicholas gripped their Pokeballs. Mankey, battle dance. Nicholas called as he released his Pokémon. Kakuna, it's your time to shine. Serena called as she released her bug type. Both Pokémon were released at the same time. Leaf and Serena each scanned Nicholas' Pokémon. Mankey, the pig-monkey Pokémon. Extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment then thrashing away the next instant. Known to have superior footwork, this fighting type packs a powerful punch. Begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena vs. Baron Nicholas. Karate chop, Mankey. Nicholas shouted. The fighting type stamped its feet a little before preparing his hand and launching at Kakuna. Harden. Serena shouted. Kakuna shut his eyes and concentrated. Before Mankey could make contact, Kakuna had hardened. The karate chop hit Kakuna but it looked like it did nothing. Fall back. Nicholas instructed. This was not good. Mankey only knows physical attacks and poison type resists most of his attacks. Mankey jumped back ready for the next command. Slow him down with string shot, Kakuna. Serena instructs as she gains confidence as the battle is currently in her favor. Kakuna shot a load of sting at Mankey and because Nicholas was panicking, Mankey was hit and stuck in place. Now poison sting. Kakuna finished the string shot and fired a barrage of poison stings. Since he was stuck in place, Mankey couldn't dodge, and was struck by the poison sting. Sending the fighting type, flying backwards. Awesome Kakuna. Serena cheered, then Kakuna began glowing white. After a few seconds, the glowing stopped and Kakuna had evolved. Leaf, Ash and Serena took out their Pokédexes to scan the evolution. Beedrill, the poison bee Pokémon. Flies at high speed and attacks using its large venomous stingers on its forelegs and tail. Beedrills are known for having great aggravation and being very violent. Type, bug poison. Ability, swarm. Hidden ability, sniper. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, male. Nature, rash. Note, the nature is unlikely to change since this Pokémon can't evolve again. Moves, poison sting, string shot, harden, poison jab, twin needle, furry attack, rage. As the Pokédex finished, Serena looked back at the field to see Mankey was standing back up, ready to battle, although clearly exhausted. Alright Beedrill, show us some of your new strength. With his orders, Beedrill rushes at his target. But something is wrong. Unlike before, he's angry. As he closes in, he unleashes a fury attack on Mankey. The assault lasted for around 30 seconds. Beedrill didn't want to do that, he wanted to try poison jab or twin needle, but as he flew, a rush of adrenaline took over and he could only focus on his target. His new pincers went in, jab after jab. He kept saying it was the last one, but the anger inside forced another jab. "Alright Beedrill, you can stop now." Serena spoke, successfully stopping Beedrill's assault. He only stopped when heard his trainer, Serena, shout out to stop. What happened? Why was he so angry? Why couldn't he control his attack? What's going on? Mankey is unable to battle. Baroness Serena will advance to the next round. The ref declared. Serena watched in shock as her newly evolved Beedrill slowly flew back to her side. She quick had a smile grow on her face. She just won her first Chateau challenge and Kakuna evolved. Plus it seems like he has a new battle spirit. This couldn't be better. Except, Beedrill wasn't that excited. He lost control. Why? What happened when he evolved? He still loved Serena, the one who took him in and pushed him to get here. But once the battle started, he couldn't hear her voice. What is causing this? Beedrill slowly flew back to Serena's side, sad. With his head and stingers down. "Hey Beedrill. What's the matter?" Serena asked, confused. "We won and you evolved." Beedrill stared at his trainer. How can he explain it? While in battle, he lost control. What is happening to him? Seeing as she wasn't getting a response, just a depressed sigh, Serena throned, "What's up with Beedrill?" "Hey Serena, that was a great battle, and congratulations on Beedrill evolving." Ash shouted as the group walked towards her. Seeing her group of friends, Serena returned Beedrill. She may not know what the matter was, but now is not the time or the place. With that she turned and ran to her friends. They all left back to the waiting room for Serena's next battle. Well, that was interesting. Guess I should go and introduce myself. The blue-haired girl smirked as she skipped after the group. While waiting for her second battle, Serena was talking to the group, and explained Beedrill's weird behavior. So Beedrill wasn't happy with his victory? Leaf clarified. Right. If I didn't know any better, he looked sad. Serena replied, concern evident in her voice. Don't worry about Serena, if you want I could translate and Beedrill could just straight up tell ya. Ash suggested. Why don't you let everyone out? Fennekin and Abra should know about Beedrill's evolution. Misty added. Serena thought it over and agreed, so she let her 3 Pokémon out. Fennekin, Abra. Kakuna evolved in our last battle. Serena cheerfully addressed her 2 Pokémon. Say hi. With that, Fennekin, who was on the floor, walked up to Beedrill and happily barked, hello. Beedrill was lying on the floor, and after hearing the happy greeting, Beedrill just got angry. Why can't he be happy? Why does he feel angry? He was able to calm himself down slightly and simply turned his head. Hopefully by ignoring the happy Pokémon, he can keep this new anger at bay. Abra saw this was his cuddle with Serena and got angry. Hey may still be new here, but he knows. Serena is really nice, and snuggly too. Abra is a little mad that this overgrown bee would shrug his 2 friends off, like that. With his mind made up, Abra teleported down to Beedrill's side. He yelled something at Beedrill. The poison bee Pokémon hovered in the air, and was staring at his stingers for what seemed like forever. After a decision was made, Beedrill just flew slowly away and face a corner. Abra was angry. He just left without an apology, and got ready to fire a hidden power at the Pokémon. No Abra. Serena called as she saw the whole event and didn't want Abra to start a fight. Abra powered down his hidden power, then teleported back into another hug with Serena. He would like nothing more than to teach that bug a manner or two, but Serena didn't want him to, so he won't. Instead, he will only comfort her. Brock saw the whole thing and thinks he knows what's happening. When his Onyx learned the move Rage, he would lose control. He didn't want to, but the anger was too strong. He remembered a breeder's book mentioned that when certain Pokémon evolve, they also gain a lot of anger. Oh Beedrill. What has gotten into you? Serena sadly asked as she stared at her sad bug Pokémon. Serena. I've got a theory about Beedrill. Do you mind if have a go? Brock requested. Serena thought it over. She still has to focus on the Chateau Challenge, and Brock is very knowledgeable. It couldn't hurt. Sure, Brock. Be my guest. Serena replied, with a happier tone. If anyone could find the problem, Brock can. Brock flashed her a reassuring smile in return. Don't worry, Serena. If my theory is correct, then there's nothing to be scared of. Brock told her before turning to Ash. Ash, can you come too? I might need a translator. Ash sighed. This isn't the first time he's been a translator, and it probably won't be the last time. What is he complaining about? This is for his friend after all. Sure, Brock, let's go. Ash smiled and the two walked off in Beedrill's direction. As Serena watched the two go, she thought it was sweet that Ash was so willing to help her out. He really does care about her. Maybe he cares in the same way that she cares for him. Serena blushed lightly as she started to have an Ashantisy about him confessing to her and carrying her bridal style as the walk into the sunset. Leaf and Misty saw this and couldn't help but laugh at Serena's less than subtle crush on the raven-haired boy. All the girls' attention was drawn by a new voice. Ah, that's sweet. The new voice spoke, causing Leaf, Misty and Serena to turn to the source. It was the blue-haired girl from the crowd. Abra seems like a little baby being carried and cuddling you. Although it was a happy tone, Serena couldn't help but think it was criticism. Yeah. Abra is my lastest catch, and likes to cuddle. Serena put on a friendly smile. Maybe the negative thought was just in her mind. Well, I'm Miette, and I am aiming to become a Grand Duchess. The girl announced. Nice to meet you, Miette. I'm Leaf, and I want to complete the Pokédex. Leaf cheerfully introduced herself. Miette happily accepted her hand. And I'm Misty, future gym leader of the Cerulean Gym. Misty declared triumphantly. He, nice to meet you both. Miette giggled. Serena realized she may have judged too quickly and decided to leave those thoughts at the back of her mind. I'm Serena. And like you, I want to become a Grand Duchess. Serena introduced. Miette accepted her hand before moving close enough to whisper something to Serena. Are you sure that is possible? Miette asked in a snotty tone. Serena jerked back, offended by what this relative stranger was suggesting. What? Serena exclaimed in shock, grabbing both Misty's and Leaf's attention. Just what I said. Your Abra is too clingy and your Beedrill. Well, your other two friends are helping him right now. Miette explained. Tell me, did you win that last battle or did Beedrill? Misty and Leaf wanted to interject it, but the more they think back, Beedrill did kind of go off on his own, and just attacked. Serena wasn't happy, but... Well. Abra is my newest Pokémon, so you have no right to judge him. Serena defended. And Beedrill. I may not know what got into him, but once we're done here, we will figure things out. Just because your Abra is new doesn't mean anything. Miette retorted as she released her Pokémon. Leaf immediately scanned it with her Pokédex. Drowsy, the Hypnosis Pokémon. This Pokémon puts its enemies to sleep then eats their dreams. It can get sick if it eats nightmares. Drowsy tend to prefer the taste of the young's dreams. Drowsy here has been with me for less than a week. Miette declared. Meadows walked up. Excuse me, Baroness Miette, you're needed in Battle Room 5, for your first round. Meadows informed her. Miette smiled before turning back to Serena. Well. You'll see what I mean. Miette finished with a friendly smile. Come on, Drowsy. With that, Miette and Drowsy ran off to the battle room. As she ran off, Serena couldn't help but clench her fist. Who did that girl think she was? Judging her Pokémon like that. Leaf and Miette were also angry, but every point she brought up did make a lot of sense. Hell, forget about using new Pokémon since Misty used her new Tentacruel in a gym battle the day after she caught it. Granted, it isn't the same situation, but the logic is there. Hey guys! What's up? Ash shouted as the two males and Beedrill approached. Everyone turned back to see the trio approached. Serena brushed off her encounter with the blue-haired girl, secretly hoping to face her and win. Of course she mentioned meeting her, but nothing about their chat. Ash happily accepted it, but Brock guessed there was more to it. Brock got Serena to return Beedrill to relax, and told her he would explain the situation after the tournament, which Serena was happy to do. With that, they turned to the screen which showed Miette in battle. Her opponent was using an Arcanine. Her Drowzee had already put the fire type to sleep and using Dream Eater. The battle was over in under 2 minutes. With Miette victorious. Leaf was sure to scan Arcanine to her Pokédex. That was really impressive. Maybe I should catch a Drowzee. Ash commented as he watched the battle. As much as Serena hated to admit it, that was an impressive win. Abra Abra. Abra spoke up from Serena's arms. What is it, Abra? Serena asked, as she looked down to the normally relaxed psychic type in her arms. He said he wants to battle. Ash translated. Really? You want to battle, Abra? Serena asked. Abra answered with a look of determination and a nod. Serena smiled, with that kind of determination she can't turn him down. Okay, Abra. You've got a deal. Baroness Serena, you're needed in Battle Room 3, for your next match. Meadows informed her. Right. Serena replied before returning Fennekin, and the whole group left to go and see her second battle. Serena's second battle was a massive shock. Like she promised, she used Abra, and it was a massive upset. Her opponent used a Graveler. At first Abra looked in trouble as the Graveler started off with Rollout. But he easily dodged with Teleport, then 3 direct hidden powers were enough to win Serena the match. Serena was so impressed with Abra that she used him in the third match as well, and she won, making it to the finals. Unfortunately, Miette also won, using only her Drowzee for all 3 rounds. With the two girls facing each other, Serena was nervous, but also excited. Now she can prove herself. All Serena knows is that Miette has a Drowzee. None of Serena's Pokémon are technically suited to deal with it. A fire type is neutral against Psychic, and Abra as a Psychic himself doesn't have the advantage. She could use Beedrill, but Brock suggested against it until she knows what's gotten into him. So her choice is between Fennekin and Abra. While stood in the waiting room, Serena has finally made her decision. She was just waiting for the call for the battle. You know. Your Abra wasn't half bad. Miette whispered as she appeared behind Serena. Her sudden appearance caused Serena to yelp in Serena, catching the others' attention. Seeing the new person, being polite as always, Ash introduced himself. Nice to meet ya. Miette, right. Ash spoke as he stepped forward and offered a handshake. I'm Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu. Miette gladly accepted the handshake, and noticed Serena glare at her with slightly red cheeks. Why does Ash have to be so friendly? Noticing Miette smirking at the clearly upset girl, Brock decided to step forward, unsure if Serena was going to rip her head off or run and cry. I'm Brock Harrison. Brock introduced, putting his hand up. Since the handshake finished, Miette turned to Brock. Nice to meet you too, Brock. Miette cheerfully replied. Serena mumbled something before turning away from her. Brock noticed something in her voice. Hey Miette. You're not from Kanto, are you? Brock asked. Secret's out. Miette laughed. I'm actually from Kalos. Cool. You must have some rare Kalos native Pokémon I could add to my Pokédex. Leaf jumped forward, Pokédex at the ready. Sorry, but all my Pokémon are Kanto natives. Miette apologized. But. Leaf sadly replied. What about your starter? Ash asked, just as disappointed since he would have loved to see a new Pokémon. Actually, I did receive a Froakie from Professor Sycamore. He warned me that the Froakie had a habit of abandoning his trainer, but I took him anyway. It wasn't long until I discovered Froakie had abandoned me. I had to return his Pokeball to the professor, but by that time, I had already caught a Pokémon, so I didn't get a replacement. Miette explained. A small part of Serena, one she was very ashamed of, was actually smiling. None of her Pokémon abandoned her. So now who's the better trainer? That's so sad. Why would any Pokémon just abandon their trainer? Leaf spoke to no one in particular. Ash stayed silent. He wanted to meet this Froakie. There must be a reason for his actions, and being the Pokémon MSTR in training that he is, would be more than happy to take on the challenge. Maybe someday he will. Someday. Young Baroness. You're needed in Battle Room 1 for your final match. Meadows told the two girls. With that, everyone set off for the final battle. This is a final round match of an official Battle Chateau tournament, between Baroness Serena and Baroness Miette. May both participants exchange pleasantry. The ref request. Both Serena and Miette faced each other and smiled, curtsying to each other, although Serena's seemed forced, and Miette ended with a smirk unseen to everyone other than Serena. Now both participants may choose their Pokémon. Both Serena and Miette gripped their Pokeballs. Serena was expecting her Drowsy, since she used it in the other 3 rounds, and she was choosing Fennekin, Flame On. Serena shouted, why can't she just decide on a single call like Ash and Misty have, as she released her starter? Fennekin instantly took a battle stance ready to show this girl who insulted her trainer. Miette raised an eyebrow. She clearly wasn't expecting a Fennekin, especially here in Kanto. Go Wigglytuff. Miette shouted and her Pokémon popped out. Both Leaf and Serena scanned it with their Pokédexes. Wigglytuff, the balloon Pokémon. The body is soft and rubbery. When angered, it will SCK in air and inflate itself to an enormous size. Let the battle begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena versus Baroness Miette. Fennekin, Ember Attack. Serena shouted. Fennekin opened her mouth and shot several tiny embers at Wigglytuff. Dodge and to the sky. Miette retorted. Wigglytuff took a deep breath and to many surprise, actually took flight. What? It's not called the balloon Pokémon for nothing, you know. Serena grunted. While Miette smirked. Now go close and use double slap. Miette ordered, and Wigglytuff let its deep breath go and fell just in front of Fennekin. With one hand she picked Fennekin up and with the other prepared to hit the Firefox. But Serena saw her chance. Flash Fennekin. Serena exclaimed. Fennekin was able to make her body shine bright, and due to the close range Wigglytuff didn't have time to react. The balloon Pokémon dropped Fennekin and used its hands to cover its eyes. Now knock it away with Scratch. Fennekin extended her claws and scratched Wigglytuff back to back, until the balloon Pokémon jumped back across the field. Not bad, Serena. Miette commented. Serena was scared. She may have landed an attack, but it didn't do much, and Wigglytuff can easily dodge her long-range attacks, which are Fennekin's best. Double Edge. Wigglytuff charged at Fennekin, with a sort of power barrier surrounding it. Great, that barrier will make Flash useless. But could she match that power? Fennekin, counter with Flame Charge. Serena retorted. Fennekin started stamping her feet, then shot at Wigglytuff, surrounded by flames. The two collided, but to Serena's disappointment, Fennekin was knocked back. Although it hurt, Fennekin jumped back to her feet, and barked with determination. Serena smiled. Fennekin wanted to win, like she did. Then she got another idea. Fennekin used Flame Charge again, but don't hit Wigglytuff. Fennekin nodded and followed Serena's orders. What is she doing? Wigglytuff won't take damage without attacking. Leaf exclaimed. I think she has a plan. Look in her eyes. Ash commented as they saw Serena was smirking with a look of determination. You know, I think you're right, Ash. Brock commented, before he noticed something else. Hey. Anyone else getting hot in here? Before anyone could answer, their attention was drawn back to the battle. Now use that extra speed and flame charge at Wigglytuff. Serena shouted. Fennekin, whilst still covered in flames, shot at Wigglytuff at a much faster speed. Fly Wigglytuff. Miette panicked. Wigglytuff tried to take a deep breath, but it was humid. She struggled. Fennekin hit Wigglytuff and the impressive speed added to the power and knocked Wigglytuff back. Miette frowned, she wasn't happy. Double edge. Wigglytuff pushes itself up, and charges at Fennekin again. Serena knows Fennekin can't overpower Wigglytuff, but she can now outspeed it. Jump over, Fennekin. Serena instructed with a smile. Fennekin waited until Wigglytuff was close, then she jumped and went directly above the balloon Pokémon. Serena saw her chance. Ember. Whilst in the air, Fennekin turned to face Wigglytuff and shot multiple embers at the balloon Pokémon. Wigglytuff cried out in pain, and Fennekin only stopped to make a graceful landing. Ken. Fennekin declared proudly. Followed by Wigglytuff bursting into flames, she had been burnt. Once the flames again disappeared, Wigglytuff fell on her back with swirls in her eyes. Wigglytuff is unable to battle. Baroness Serena is the winner, and has increased her rank to a Viscountess. The ref declared. Miette ran onto the field and comforted her fallen Wigglytuff. You were great out there. Miette praised with a friendly smile. Now get a good rest. You'll be better in no time. Miette looked over to see Serena celebrating with Fennekin and her friends. Miette smiled. Serena really is a sweet girl, just like her cousin. Apart from the girl part. She should help her out with that crush she clearly has. In her own, special, way. With that, Miette cheerfully thanked Serena for a good match before rushing to get changed and headed back to the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, Serena and the gang had returned and healed their Pokémon. Whilst that happened, they grabbed a light lunch, then made their way off to the south of Cerulean. Leaf parted ways, as she called Professor Oak, who suggested she headed north to find an old acquaintance of his, a Pokémon maniac called Bill, to help her with completing the Pokédex. After the sad goodbye, everyone was thinking about what had happened in Cerulean. For Ash, he was able to win his second badge, plus he proved to Misty just how good at battling he is, since she was who he battled for his badge. For Brock, he was able to get through the city without embarrassing himself. If you forget when Misty dragged him away after proposing to Nurse Joy. For Misty, it was great. She was able to reunite with Tentacruel and she even joined her team. She was practically offered the gym leader role. When she's old enough, and she was able to get on half-decent terms with her sisters. Not too bad, considering she didn't want to visit in the first place. And finally Serena, she was able to make a friend with Abra, who turns out is a powerful battler. When awake, Kakuna was able to evolve, although she would need to talk with Brock about what he discovered. And finally, there was. Wait up! Miette shouted as she ran up behind the group. This caused everyone to stop and turn to face the blue-haired girl. Miette? Serena questioned, what did she want? They parted on half-decent terms at the chateau. I would like a word. With Serena. Miette requested, catching her breath. It's nothing bad. Honest. Accepting what she said, Ash, Misty and Brock walked away to give the privacy. So. What do you want to talk about? Serena asked, cutting straight to the point. I wanted to apologize. Miette replied in an honest tone. I judged both you and your Pokémon so. Sorry. Apology accepted. Serena smiled, now on friendly terms. Guess this is goodbye, for now. Serena had turned around and was about to walk back to the group, until Miette's mouth was next to Serena's ear. One more thing. Miette slyly whispered, causing Serena to stop and look back at her. You may have won this time, but don't get used to it. After all, we do have other competition. Miette directed a glance at Ash, to make sure Serena get. Serena saw this and blushed heavily. Miette! Serena exclaimed, which caused the trio to walk over again. Miette smiled sweetly looking at the group of 4. Plus Pikachu. Well, guess this bye. See you later, Ash. Miette smiled as she turned and ran away. Serena let out a loud yelp, in response, which was enough to stop anyone from waving goodbye in response. And finally, there was Miette. Poor Serena. Chapter 13, Bulbasaur, and the Hidden Village. It has been a week since leaving Cerulean City. Unfortunately, Serena refused to talk about what Miette mentioned, so everyone agreed to drop it. That night Brock had a talk with Serena, explaining how Beedrill, upon his evolution, gained an uncontrollable rage within him. That caused him to lose control on the battlefield, which resulted in him not really listening to her. Serena was saddened by this. After everything her and Beedrill went through, he wasn't listening to her. Brock was able to lift her spirits again, when he mentioned Beedrill was so sad because he wanted to be able to listen to Serena, and it was this new rage which meant he couldn't. That did help, but what helped even more was when Brock explained that he had a similar problem when his Onix learned the move Rage, and they solved the problem with more battles, as the more Beedrill gets used to his anger, the better he'll control it. With that, Serena made sure she set up special training sessions every day and had Beedrill battle any of the group's Pokémon who were up for it. Pidgeotto, Tentacruel and Onix were the main participants, and although the progress is slow, it was helping. We now join the group as they start cleaning up after another fantastic lunch courtesy of Brock. Brock was working with Butterfree, who was using confusion to lift all the dirty cooking utensils. Hey guys, there was a stream about 5 minutes back. Brock explained. Butterfree and me are going to do the cleaning up. Okay Brocco, we'll wait here for ya. Ash smiled. With that, the breeder and bug Pokémon set off. Ash, Serena and Misty got to work and cleaned up the rest of the camp, but by the time they were done, Brock still hasn't returned. With all the work done, the 3 trainers sat down and looked at what the Pokémon were doing. Pikachu had found a nice branch and was taking a post-lunch nap. Pidgeotto was practicing maintaining her speed when switching between descending and exceeding. Fennekin was trying to speak with Abra, who was either doing some sort of psychic meditation while levitating, or was sleeping. Beedrill was at tree, jabbing his stinger into a tree. The anger control training with Serena was helping, and he could last a little bit, but he always lost control when he got hit with an attack. GRWW, it's so frustrating. Stereo was stood tall by Misty's side, like the brave and protective Pokémon it is. It was also watching Pidgeotto. It will have its revenge for what went down in the Cerulean gym. The always serious Tentacruel was on her own, watching over everyone, especially that violent bug with anger issues. He needs DSPLN. Unfortunately, Goldeen is still in her Pokeball since there isn't a body of water for her. Zubat was hanging from a tree trying to hide from the sun, and get some shut-eye. Finally, both Geodude and Onix were sunbathing and just lying down enjoying the nice weather. Serena was going to ask Ash and Pidgeotto if they're up for another training battle with Beedrill, but something caught her eye. A new Pokémon was hiding behind a tree, watching them all. It was kind of hard to make out, but it was like a ball of blue vines with red shoes and 2 eyes hidden within the vines. Serena would have normally scanned it with her Pokédex, but the Pokémon looked scared. So, she went and introduced herself. Hello there. What ya doing? Serena asked as she kneeled down next to the Pokémon, with a friendly smile. The Pokémon in question looked terrified and took a step back. No need to be scared, I'm not going to hurt you. Serena slowly reached out and picked the shaking Pokémon up. Tang, tang. It whimpered. Serena saw the fear, and decided to give it a hug to comfort it. The little Pokémon had to admit, this girl did seem pretty nice, and she is definitely not a threat. The little mon stopped shaking and looked up at the girl who was holding it. There you go. We're all friends, right? Serena smiled. The little mon definitely liked this girl, but claiming they were friends already, Bulbasaur always said humans couldn't be friends. But she seems so nice. Serena didn't take notice of the little mon's current thought, and stood up, walking back to the group. Oh cool, a new Pokémon. Ash smiled as he took out his Pokédex. That Tangela is so cute. Misty praised. If it was a water type, I'd be tempted to catch it. The caused everyone to give her a deadpan expression, even Stereo and Tentacruel. Serena decided to leave that there and just move on. So, you're a Tangela. Serena smiled as she addressed the grass type in her arms. Look out! Misty shouted, causing Ash and Serena to look at her. Unknown to them, another Pokémon was charging from behind Serena. Hit the back of Serena's leg with a powerful tackle, and knocked her to the floor. The Pokémon didn't stop there, and continued to tackle Ash, hitting his leg, also knocking him down. The outburst caught the Pokémon's attention and they came over to investigate. By the time they arrived, the Pokémon who attacked them, had the Tangela up in its vines. Cool, a Bulbasaur. Ash exclaimed as he jumped forward. I'm gonna catch it. Ash got in a battle position and was about to make his mind up about which Pokémon he would use. Not gonna happen. Bulbasaur angrily replied, then released some sort of green powder at the whole group. Blow it back with gust, Pidgeotto. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto got straight to work and flapped her wings, getting rid of the powder before it could hit anyone. But that was enough of a distraction and Bulbasaur ran away with Tangela in tow. Aw man. I would have loved a Bulbasaur. Ash mumbled in disappointment. Cheer up, Ash. Serena comforted her crush. Yeah, wild Bulbasaur are rare, it probably already has a trainer. Misty commented. Ash sighed in disappointment. Guess you're right. Ash agreed, still disappointed. But what kind of trainer lets their Pokémon roam wild? At that point, Ash's Butterfree flew back, completely unsupervised, from roaming free. You were saying. Misty smirked. Shut up. Ash narrowed his eyes, of course he would eat his own words. Ash. 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 Butterfree frantically cried as he flew past the raven-haired boy and tried pushing Ash in the direction he flew from. Whoa, Butterfree. Where's the fire? Ash asked. As he stopped himself from falling over after Butterfree's tackle. Brock. Fell. Bridge. Stream. Help. Butterfree explained. What? Ash asked. Brock, he crossed a bridge after this Pokémon stole one of his cooking things. He chased it across the bridge, but it gave way and he fell into the lake below. Butterfree explained as he finally calmed down. That is not good. Ash replied, stating the obvious. Pidgeotto return. Ash returned his female bird and Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder. Ash. What's going on? Serena asked, since she can't understand Butterfree. Brock chased a Pokémon who stole from him. He chased the Pokémon across a bridge, but the bridge collapsed and Brock fell into the lake below. Ash explained. Serena heard that and knew it was urgent, so they returned all their Pokémon. Although they didn't have the Pokeballs for Brock's Pokémon. Alright Butterfree, lead the way. Ash declared and Butterfree zoomed off, with the group of Pokémon and trainers shortly behind. How could this happen? Butterfree was with him. Misty commented, which caused Butterfree to hang his head in shame. Brock told me to fly ahead and cut it off. Butterfree replied, shamefully. Which I did and was on the other side of the bridge when Brock crossed it. I tried to save him, but I was too far away. I'm sorry. Don't worry Butterfree, you did all you could. Ash replied, trying to make his first catch feel better. And we will save Brock and everything will be fine. Butterfree perked up with that and zoomed off towards the collapsed bridge. It wasn't long until the group arrived. They realized that the side they were on, just left to a steep cliff, but the other side was almost like a ramp. We need to get over there, then we can follow stream down and hopefully Brock got onto the land a little be back. Ash exclaimed. And how do you suppose we do that? Misty asked. The answer came in the form of Onyx. He pushed everyone out of the way and stretched his body over the gap which the bridge once occupied. His trainer was in danger and he was going to save him. That's how. Ash answered simply. Ash, are you sure this is a good idea? Serena asked nervously. Come on Serena. Ash encouraged as he held out his hand, which was his way of saying, trust me. We have to save Brock. And I'll be with you all the way. Serena gladly accepted Ash's hand and blushed immensely, although it also filled her with confidence. She can do this. Okay Ash. Serena smiled, ready to cross the rock snake Pokémon. Ash climbed up onto Onyx's tail and pulled Serena up. Once both found their balance, they walked slowly across the rock snake Pokémon. When about halfway across a stray gust of wind blew and knocked Serena off balance. Ash! Serena cried as she felt her foot slip. Misty gasped in fear. Ash used all his strength and pulled Serena up, and held her in a tight hug. It's okay. You're safe. Ash whispered as he tried to calm her down. After a solid minute, Serena finally calmed down, although she held Ash in tight embrace. She almost fell and he just saved her. She was having a huge rush of affection towards Ash, and she didn't want to fall again. Ash didn't mind Serena hugging him as they continued to cross the Onyx Bridge. His mind was focused on making sure everyone was safe, Serena and Brock included. Due to Serena not letting go of Ash, it did take longer to get to the other side. Although they safely made it across. Okay Serena. We made it. You can let go now. Ash told Serena and he could have sworn she let out a disappointed sigh before actually ending the hug. Pikachu quick attack over Onyx and got over with no problem. Butterfree and Zubat could fly over easily. Butterfree was even able to use confusion to get Geodude across. Misty reluctantly walked across Onyx and made it as well. Onyx stood up again, on the opposite side of the stream. How was he going to get across? Simple. Onyx dug into the ground, then near to a minute later, popped up just in front of the group. He literally dug under the lake. With everyone across, the search for Brock continued. As they walked along the ground, near the stream, Butterfree and Zubat were flying high as scouts to see if Brock wandered onto land. Onyx was in the back, using his height to also scout. While Ash, Serena and Misty were walking along with Geodude and Zubat as they stick close to the stream. Brock! Serena shouted. Hey Brock, where are ya? Misty shouted. Brocco, come on man. Ash shouted. The three trainers stopped by a tree. Do you think? Misty decided to be asked, bring up the unhappy possibility. No way Misty. This is Brock we're talking about. Ash cut her off, refusing to believe Brock didn't make it out of the stream. At that point Geodude hopped next to them, although his body went through a piece of string. Obviously Geodude wasn't stopped by it and the string broke. This was surprising as it caused a net to appear underneath the group. Ash, Serena, Misty, Pikachu and Geodude were all caught up in the net and were left hanging from a tree. Come on, who put a trap here? Ash asked as he struggled to get out. Ow! Ash, you just elbowed my face. Misty groaned. Guys, just calm down. Serena tried to be the voice of reason. Ow. Okay, who just kicked my? Having fun. Hanging out? Bulbasaur asked, cutting Serena off. The seed Pokémon just walked out from behind a tree. Bulbasaur. Ash happily exclaimed. You couldn't give us a hand, could ya? Bulbasaur laughed. And why would I do that? Human scum. Bulbasaur asked in his laugh. 'Cause we're stuck. Ash replied, clearly. Missing the point. Very clever. Look who gets a gold star. Bulbasaur mocked. Ow. Serena shouted in pain. Onyx. Help us. Onyx looked down to see the group in a net and the Bulbasaur there. None of them may be his trainer, but they are his traveling companions, and if Brock has taught the rock snake Pokémon anything, it's that if he can help out, then he should. With that, Onyx lowered his head, to try and talk with Bulbasaur. The seed Pokémon saw this and tensed up. No you don't, Rocky. Bulbasaur fired 2 vines which wrapped around the horn of Onyx's head and forced him down, catching the rock type by surprise. Then Bulbasaur opened up his bulb and fired a cloud of green powder at Onyx. The powder also caught everyone in the net, and soon they were all asleep. Bulbasaur looked at his job well done, before smirking and walking off. That will teach those trespassers. Ash. Ash. Come on, wake up. A voice spoke as Ash was coming back around. You are. Brock, is that? You? Ash asked groggy. Yeah buddy, it's me. Brock replied. Ash had to blink a few times to get his vision back. Serena let out a sigh of relief. Even though Brock assured her Ash was only hit with sleep powder, Serena couldn't help but worry about Ash, and couldn't rest until he woke up. Ash yawned. What happened? Yeah, Brock. You did say you'll explain when we were all awake. Misty chimed in. Okay guys. Brock reassured. After I fell in the stream, I started to tread water. I have no idea how long I was in the water, but an angel saw me and used a piece of rope to pull me in. An angel? Ash questioned. Brock, are you sure you didn't drink too much of the stream? Or hit your head? Yeah. Aren't angels supposed to show when you die? Serena thoughtfully added. I remember Mum would read me a bedtime story about how Arceus would send his angels down to purify Earth and allow Pokémon to grow. I didn't hit my head or anything of the sort. Brock snapped. Her name is Melanie, and she is the most appealing, kind, sweet, nice, friendly, appealing women on the planet. So, a appealing girl rescued you? Misty asked, seeing as Brock replied with a dreamy expression and a nod. Misty decided to continue. Are you sure you didn't hit your head? Of course, I'm sure. Brock snapped, before going back to his dream expression. From the trip in the stream I had a bunch of cuts and bruises. Melanie took me back to her cabin and nursed me, back to health. Oh. So, she's an angel and nurse, Brock? Ash asked, in a teasing tone. Oh yes, she is just perfect. Brock replied dreamily, like he didn't catch Ash's tone. I remember you saying something similar about Nurse Joy. Misty mumbled, although no one really heard her. Well, we're just glad you're okay. Serena smiled gratefully at the Pokémon breeder. Thanks guys. Brock returned the grateful smile. So how did you find us, anyway? Ash asked the obvious question. Oh, I was walking around, collecting plant herbs to use in Melanie's lessons. Brock replied. Whilst walking I heard you talking to that Bulbasaur and came to investigate. You were out for about half an hour. Brock's face grew serious. Now. I need you to promise me something. Brock demanded. Sure, anything. Serena smiled sweetly. You can't try to catch any Pokémon that are here. Brock replied. Okay. But why? Ash replied, a little confused. This whole area is a hidden village, Melanie uses it to nurse wild or abandoned Pokémon back to health. Brock explained. So. It's like a camp? Misty suggested. No. Melanie is so much more than some sort of camp leader. Brock corrected. She finds and nurses Pokémon back to health, she uses the plants that grow naturally in the wild to create all her medicine, and she does it all, without being asked and with an appealing smile on her face. Wow, Brock, you really like her. Don't you? Serena replied, kind of happy. Brock turned completely red. He jumped to Serena's side and covered her mouth. Quiet, she might hear you. Brock whispered in a harsh shushed voice. Misty inwardly smirked, this is going to be fun. Butterfree and Zubat return, and everyone returned their Pokémon, save for Pikachu. Well, come on. I can show you guys the hidden village as long as you don't try to catch any Pokémon. Brock explained as he started walking deeper into the forest. Ash, Serena, and Misty all looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders and following Brock. It would be great to do this. After a short walk, the group came into a reserve. It was actually quite simple. The main thing was a wooden cabin off to the right. It wasn't damaged or run down, but it certainly wasn't high-tech. It was all based on a grass plain, and to the left was a decent-sized pond. All around were Pokémon, grass, bug, water, flying. All different types. They weren't hostile, they were just relaxing and enjoying themselves. In the background, was a tall, thin woman. With long blue hair, and a red headband. Her hair at the bottom was plaited into a ponytail. She is wearing red overall, with a pink t-shirt underneath. Her eyes were the same color as her hair. She was holding a Pokémon in her arms. Ash and Serena pulled out their Pokédexes. Parasect, the mushroom Pokémon. A host-parasite pair in which the parasite mushroom has taken over the host bug. Prefers damp places. Oh, Brock. You're back. The women smiled as she approached them. I can't seem to figure out what's wrong with this Parasect. Let me take a look. Brock replied as he took the grass and bug type. Weird, it's showing all the signs of a burn but not an actual burn. That's because the Charmander lit my stun spore up, and it burned under my mushroom, where the spores are released. Parasect explained, in agony. The burn is under its mushroom. Where the spores are released. Ash explained. Melanie cheeked where Ash said, and it was true. She pulled out a bottle of cream from her pocket and started rubbing it into the burn. Wow. How did you figure that out without even looking at Parasect? Melanie asked, then realized they didn't do introductions. Sorry, your name is? Oh, I'm Ash and this is Pikachu. Ash introduced. Hiya. Pikachu chimed in from Ash's shoulder. That's, Serena, Misty, and you already know Brock. Ash concluded. The two girls waved hello. And I knew because Parasect told me. Seeing Melanie's confused expression, Ash thought it is best to explain further. I can understand what Pokémon say. Oh wow, I bet that is useful to have. Melanie replied, a little in awe. Understanding Pokémon would make her job so much easier. He, I guess. Ash sheepishly replied as he scratched the back of his head. Brock sulked as he stood next to Misty. It's not fair. Brock mumbled. Wow, Brock, you like her, don't you? Misty asked with a mischievous smile. Brock turned bright red and covered Misty's mouth. Quiet, she might hear you. Brock whispered in a harsh tone. So, Melanie. It seems like you like to take care of Pokémon like Brock does. Serena commented as she ignored the Brock and Misty interaction. Oh yeah, Melanie uses all the herbs and plants that grow here to make her own medicine. Brock jumped in. This place is like a Pokémon center then. Misty commented. Oh no, I'm not qualified enough to become a Pokémon doctor. Melanie corrected. I just take care of the Pokémon that come here. Ash realized something. Wait. So, was the trap we were pick up in, was set by you? Ash asked. Yes, sorry. Melanie apologized before explaining. You. See, I put up multiple traps to stop poachers from getting close. It's okay. Ash smiled, accepting her apology. Since you know so much, Melanie, could you teach us about making our own medicine whilst on the road? Sure, I'd be happy to. Just let me do my rounds first, okay? Melanie replied, and everyone agreed. Whilst Melanie went around cheeking on all the wild Pokémon, the group just relaxed waiting for their lesson to begin. It wasn't long until Melanie had started and finished her lesson. The group learned what plants can heal what status conditions, what soil the different berries grow in, and how to mix together different herbs to make certain medicines. Afterwards, they were all outside. Serena was sat on a rock when she noticed a familiar grass type approach her. Hey Tangela. Serena greeted as she approached the shy grass type. Sorry if I scared you earlier, I didn't mean any harm. Tangela stared at this girl. She seemed nice, and she didn't attack her. Hell, she was only scared when Bulbasaur jumped in and rescued her. Plus, Melanie seems to trust her, maybe Tangela could also trust this girl. Tangela. Tangela happily exclaimed, and jumped into Serena's arms. Thanks, Tangela, I would hate for you to think bad of. Serena was cut off when she was tackled to the ground, with a lot of force. It was Bulbasaur. You're that same Bulbasaur. Looks like you want a battle. Ash declared as he grabbed Pidgeotto's Pokeball. Tang. Tangela exclaimed as she tried to tread water. Turns out, after Bulbasaur's tackle, she went flying and landed in the pond. Oh no, Tangela. Ash turned his attention to the drowning grass Pokémon. In the blink of an eye, Ash ran and jumped into the pond. He swam out to Tangela and placed her on his head. Ash was able to stand up, but the water went up to his chest. So more than deep enough for Tangela to drown in. Slowly, Ash walked back to land, and when he was out of the pond, he lay down, and Tangela lay next to him. Serena saw the whole thing and had a massive rush of affection at Ash's heroics. But now is not the time, and she got to work getting both parties comfy, using what Melanie taught them. After a while, both were fine. Ash got up and changed out of his wet cloths, while Tangela slept it off, and Serena watched over the grass type. Melanie, Brock and Misty all returned to see the end result, and a very guilty-looking Bulbasaur. What happened? Melanie asked as she kneeled down to Tangela's side. Tangela was in my arms, and Bulbasaur tackled me, making Tangela fly into the pond. Ash jumped in and saved her, then I set her in the recovery position. Serena explained. Melanie checked over Tangela. Good, Tangela will make a full recovery. Melanie let out a breath of relief. Her face then looked apologetic. Sorry about Bulbasaur. He was abandoned by his trainer, meaning he isn't very trusting. He found his way here and I nursed him back to health. He is a very strong and caring Pokémon, and has took it upon himself to protect the village. Ash looked at the sad seed Pokémon, and frowned. How could someone do that to any Pokémon? Just get rid of them. Bulbasaur was devastated. In his attempts to protect the village, he nearly caused Tangela to drown. If it wasn't for that boy, the one he's been so hard on, then Tangela wouldn't be here. What has he done? Hey Bulbasaur. Ash called out as he approached the seed Pokémon. Bulbasaur turned to face him. Sorry. Bulbasaur sadly mumbled as he looked down. To his great surprise, Ash rubbed his head with affection. You don't need to be sorry. You've been doing a great job. So, you made one mistake. Everyone does. All that matters are that you don't give up, and fight a good fight. Ash explained. Bulbasaur stared at Ash, half with amusement and half in awe. He believes all people, other than Melanie, were just like his old trainer. But Ash has shown more than enough kindness to him, even when he attacks him, and called him human scum. Bulbasaur made a surprise move, and nuzzled his head into Ash's hand. Hey Ash. Will you take Bulbasaur with you? Melanie asked as she approached them. I would love to, Melanie. But doesn't he need to protect the village? Ash replied with a hint of confusion. Melanie shook her head. Bulbasaur isn't sick or injured, and being here isn't helping his growth. Look at his bulb, it is quite big and it shouldn't be long until he is ready to evolve. But staying here isn't the lifestyle suited to get Bulbasaur to reach his full potential. Melanie explained. You are the first person other than me to gain Bulbasaur's trust. He needs a good trainer to help him achieve greatness, and I think that is you. Don't you want me? Melanie? Bulbasaur asked as his heart broke, with tears in his eyes. Ash translated. No, Bulbasaur. You do a fantastic job here, but it's too good. All the Pokémon that visit feel too safe and don't want to leave. This isn't a permeate home and all the Pokémon should move on, when ready. That includes you. Melanie explained. Bulbasaur dried his eyes, she really cares for him. What do you say, Bulbasaur? Wanna join the team? Ash asked. Bulbasaur stared back with determination. Maybe. If you can best me in battle. Bulbasaur replied as he ran a little away and took a battle stance. Wouldn't have it any other way. Ash declared as he gripped his Pokeball. Pikachu is at a disadvantage, so he's a no-go. Both Butterfree and Pidgeotto are a good matchup, and Pidgeotto got to shine in the Cerulean Gym. With that, Ash made his decision. Ash vs Bulbasaur. Okay, Butterfree, I choose you. Ash shouted as he released his bug type. Bulbasaur looked at Butterfree and smirked. He fired multiple Razor Leafs at Butterfree. Iron defense to protect yourself. Ash shouted. Butterfree coated itself in a metal coating and the Razor Leaves made contact. Once done, Butterfree didn't even have a scratch. Bulbasaur grunted, before firing 2 vines at Butterfree and wrapped around the bug type. Before Ash could respond, Bulbasaur sent him flying into a rock. Butterfree. You good? Ash asked in a panicked tone. Butterfree got back into a battle stance, it would take more than that to take him down. Great, now pick up that rock with confusion. Butterfree's eyes grew blue and so did the rock. With one big push, it hit Bulbasaur on the head. You're pretty good. Bulbasaur complimented. But let's see how you like this. Bulbasaur aimed his bulb and released a cloud of yellow powder at Butterfree. That's Stun Spore. Blow it back with gust. Ash instructed. Butterfree nodded and flapped his wings, the gust blew the Stun Spore back in Bulbasaur's face, paralyzing him. Now ended with Bug Buzz. Butterfree raised his antennas and a loud buzzing noise was released. Bulbasaur cried out in pain. Alright, go Pokeball. Ash shouted as he turned his hat backwards and launched a Pokeball at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was SCKED in and the Pokeball fell on the ground. It began wiggling back and forth. Violent shaking. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the end result. Come on, Bulba. Ash thought desperately. After about 2 minutes, the shaking stopped and the Pokeball dinged. Bulbasaur had been caught. Alright, I just caught a Bulbasaur. Ash and Butterfree struck their pose, before Ash ran at the Pokeball. He scanned it with his Pokédex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. This Pokémon feeds on sunlight through the bulb on its back. The size of the bulb shows its health. If in danger, then the bulb will open and release spores as a defense. Type, Grass Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Hidden ability, Chlorophyll. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, Male. Nature, Brave. Note, the nature could change when this Pokémon evolves. Moves, Vine WHP, Razor Leaf, Leech Seed, Poison Powder, Stun Spore Sleep Powder, Tackle, Growl. Note, Stun Spore is a rare move for Bulbasaur, and is believed to be an egg move. Oh Melanie. Since Bulbasaur is now a part of Ash's team, why don't I stay here and be the protector of the village in Yumai? Yo. Brock offered, but stopped when Misty dragged him away by the ear. The only protecting she needs, is from you. Misty mumbled as she dragged him off. It's okay Brock, I'll be fine by myself. Melanie replied sweetly. Besides, I wouldn't want to stop your journey with your friends. Brock sulked. Ash, Serena and Pikachu all had sweat drops. Anyway, we should probably get going. Ash told Melanie. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Bulbasaur. After Bulbasaur joined the team, everyone set off again. It was near sunset, so they let all their Pokémon out. Ash went to collect firewood, and Bulbasaur decided to join him. Bulbasaur decided to be very protective of his new trainer. He has misjudged humans his whole life, and he doesn't want the human to teach him otherwise to get hurt. Brock got to work preparing the ingredient and cooking utensils for when the firewood arrives. Misty was setting up the sleeping arrangements. It's supposed to be a nice night so they won't need their tents. While Serena was setting out the Pokémon food bowls, she made sure to take an extra one and write Bulbasaur on it. She had just placed it on the floor, when she spotted very familiar red shoe-like objects, sticking out of a brush. She went to investigate. Hey Tangela. What you doing? Serena asked as she sat down next to Bush. The timid grass type popped her head out of the bush and looked at Serena. She wants to go with this girl, be her Pokémon and her friend. But she's too shy to say anything. After a couple moments' silence, Serena frowned. What is the matter that Tangela can't come out and say it? Serena was about to ask again, when the grass type jumped in her arms, and snuggled into her stomach. Suddenly a vine popped out of Tangela and pointed to a pokeball on Serena's belt. Are you saying you want to come with me? Tangela. Tangela happily nodded. Serena smiled. Looks like Ash isn't the only one to catch a new Pokémon. Okay Tangela. Serena replied with a wide smile as she pulled out a Pokeball. Welcome to the team. Tangela hit the center of the Pokeball with its vine and was sked in. It imitatively dinged to show there was no resistance. Serena smiled at the Pokeball before pulling out her Pokédex and scanning it. Tangela, the vine Pokémon. The whole body is swathed with wide vines that are similar to seaweed. Its vines shake as it walks. No one has seen what it looks like underneath its vines. Type, Grass. Ability, Leaf Guard. Hidden ability, Regenerate. Note, the hidden ability is unlocked. SEC, Female. Nature, Timid. Note, the nature could change when this Pokémon evolves. Moves, Vine WHP, Ingrain, Constrict, Absorb, Bind, Growth. Alright. I caught Tangela. Serena chimed as she did a mini jump on the spot. Congrats Serena, guess we both got new grass types. Ash congratulated as he was training. He set Pikachu on practicing Dig. After all, the fast he can do it, the better. Pidgeotto and Butterfree were practicing aerial maneuvers. While Ash and Bulbasaur were training together, Ash was doing push-ups, whilst Bulbasaur was doing Vine UPS. Basically his own push-ups but with his vines. Ash. You're training at this time of night? Serena asked as she stood in front of the trainer and Pokémon. Of course. Ash replied with his typical toothy grin. Grass types have an advantage over electric, so Bulbasaur needs to be ready for the Vermilion Gym. Serena sighed happily. Ash will be Ash. Her Ash. Chapter 14, Charmander, the abandoned Pokémon. It has been about a week and a half since Ash caught Bulbasaur. The seed Pokémon has really blended well with the team. Like Pidgeotto, he always gives 110% in every training session. He has even stopped Beedrill a few times when the bug lost control. He has took a very protective stance, and whenever needed protected anyone in the group. Tangela has also fitted in well. She is still quiet, shy, and has only really socialized with Serena, Fennekin, and Bulbasaur. But she is slowly opening up, and has even requested Bulbasaur help train her, as a fellow grass type, although she may have some interior motives. Fennekin was happy her new friend has a crush, but only wishes she could also find a boyfriend, a nice strong fire type, to sweep her off her feet. Maybe one is right around the corner. Brock. How much longer until we reach the Pokémon Center? Misty ummed, her feet were killing her. Brock looked at the map again. Once we reach the top of this mountain, we turn right, then it's a downhill trek, about 10 minutes. Brock explained and Misty groaned. Ash was having an argument with Pikachu, and not really paying attention. Serena decided to stay quiet until HHHG guy. A scared Serena pulled everyone's attention. They all turned to face a giant shadow. What is that? A scared Misty asked as she clutched onto Brock's arm. Serena also clutched onto Ash's arms. Brock stared intensely at the shadow in front of them. Maybe, it's a super creepy ghost Pokémon. Looking G for RC Childer.nt2, take A away. Serena claimed, before covering her own mouth. Why did I say that? That freaked out Misty, Ash and Pikachu as well. I don't think so. The only wild ghost family native to Kanto is the Ghastly line. And they are normally found by Lavender Town. Brock reasoned. Well, whatever it is. I'm gonna find out. Ash declared with determination as he stepped forward. Serena was still nervous but didn't want to leave his side, and reluctantly followed. Brock and Misty also followed behind. Once over the hill, they saw the source of the scary shadow. It was a Charmander lying on the rock. Cool. A Charmander. Ash exclaimed as he ran forward, and Serena was forced to let go. Misty also let go of Brock since there was no need to be scared anymore. Ash skidded down to Charmander's side and was about to bring out his Pokédex, although something seemed wrong. Hey Brock. Come look at Charmander, he doesn't look too good. Brock walked over to Ash's and Charmander's side and started to examine the lizard Pokémon. Weirdly enough, Fennekin let herself out and stared at Charmander for a little bit. Then her tongue fell out of her mouth and she had hearts in her eyes. Fennekin, what's the matter? Serena asked as she picked up her starter. You know Serena. Maybe Fennekin has a thing for the Charmander. Misty commented. Why makes you say that? Serena asked. Because she is looking at Charmander, like how you look at Ash. Misty whispered in a teasing voice. Shut up Misty. Serena whispered loudly, whilst blushing. What if he hears you? Misty couldn't help but giggle at her friend. Serena sighed as her blush vanished, then looked down to Fennekin. She remembered Professor Oak saying that Pokémon take after their trainers. She already knows her Tangela likes Ash's Bulbasaur, so if Ash catches Charmander as well, then they are destined to be together. It's perfect. With her new plan, Serena went to check on the boys. So Ash, are you gonna catch that Charmander? Serena asked sweetly. I can't. He already has a trainer. Ash explained. Serena fell over anime style, so much for that idea. Then why is Charmander here, on his own? Misty jumped in. He said his trainer told him to wait here, and he'd come back. Ash explained. And done. Brock spoke, as he stood up. I've used what we had left from the hidden village, and Charmander should be fine for some time. But it was nothing compared to what the Pokémon Center has. So why don't we take him to the Pokémon Center? Serena asked. He won't leave. Ash answered. His trainer told him to stay here. Oh, I hope he'll be okay. Serena pouted as she looked at the lizard Pokémon. So do I. Ash replied, as he looked back at Charmander. Well. We better get a move. The Pokémon Center isn't that far away. Brock announced. With that, everyone reluctantly agreed and set off, leaving Charmander on the rock. It was late evening. After arriving at the Pokémon Center and all the Pokémon got a checkup, everyone tried their own thing to distract their mind. Ash and Misty were having a tough battle, although Ash continually zoned out thinking about the Charmander on the rock. Which gave Misty an easy win, although she couldn't celebrate as she knows she wasn't fighting Ash at his best. Brock was busy with a new recipe he's been wanting to try, and Serena decided to help, as a way to learn to cook, which Brock was more than happy to be her teacher. Now, they are all sat around the table and see a light rain. As they stare out of the window. I hope Charmander's trainer returned. Ash commented mindlessly. I'm sure he has. Brock replied. What kind of trainer would leave their Pokémon out in the rain? Wow, Damien. You've got so many Pokémon. A random boy commented in awe. Yeah. Another boy added. Hey, whatever happened to that Charmander you had? That weak thing. A snide voice laughed. I told the runt to wait on a rock somewhere. The idiot is probably still there. This got Ash's and Brock's blood boiling. How could he just leave Charmander, in the rain as well, that could kill the lizard Pokémon? The two boys marched over to Damien, whilst Serena and Misty followed shortly behind. Brock grabbed Damien by the collar and lifted him up to his eye level. Go and get Charmander now. Brock shouted. You're pretty stupid to mess with Damien, kid. A child who looks too young to be an actual trainer arrogantly declared. But the group ignored him. How could you just leave Charmander? We actually met him on the way here, and he is still waiting for you. You don't deserve such a loyal Pokémon. He could die whilst in this weather. Ash shouted, full of rage. He clenched his fist, as a light blue glow radiated out of his fist, unnoticed by all. Mind your own business. Damien shouted as he spat in Brock's face. This caused Brock to let go, and Damien fell on his behind. Why should I care if that worthless brat croaks? That's horrible. Serena stated with disgust. You should care because you're a trainer, another living being. Ash explained, just as disgusted. But looking into Damien's arrogant face, with his evil laugh just gave him his answer. No. You're just a monster. The blue waves emitting from Ash's hands grew, it wanted to pound this creep into dust. He is a danger to all living things. That's enough. Nurse Joy shouted as she split the two groups up. Break it up, this is a peace place of medicine, not a boxing ring. He, if you want to save that CRP so badly, why not go out there? Damien egged on as he turned around. That's if it's still alive. Ash was about to hit Damien, until a hand on his shoulder stopped him. It was Serena. He isn't worth it, Ash. Serena told her crush. Right now, Charmander needs you. Ash nodded in agreement and the group rushed to get their rain gear on. After the raincoats were on, Ash and the gang went rushing out into the now heavy rain, hoping to reach the little lizard Pokémon before. It was too late. As the rock came into sight, what they saw was a horror. Charmander had a small leaf over his tail, trying and failing to keep it strong. Whilst a group of 4 Spearow were clawing at the defenseless little mon. Shockwave Pikachu. Ash shouted, and Pikachu jumped in the air, striking all the Spearow, causing them to fly off. Pikachu landed on the ground, whilst Ash pulled his raincoat off. As soon as they arrived, Ash covered Charmander with his raincoat. Brock picked Charmander up, whilst Ash stayed by his tail. Serena and Misty ran ahead to keep the coast clear. Brock ran with Ash, whilst Ash was making sure to keep the tail flame going. After their sprint, the group made it back to the Pokémon Center. They ran into the center to discover Damien and his gang weren't there. That didn't matter, what did was Charmander's safety. Oh my! What's the matter? Nurse Joy asked, shocked. Nurse Joy, it's a Charmander. Brock replied in a panic. His flame is small, and was left out in the rain. Nurse Joy came over and took one look at the lizard Pokémon. This isn't good. Nurse Joy exclaimed. Please, follow me. Nurse Joy ran through a pair of emergency doors and the boys followed with Charmander in tow. They made it to the emergency room and as soon as they lay Charmander down on the bed, a Chansey kicked them out. Although, they didn't leave. Ash sat down on the corridor bench, just staring as Nurse Joy and Chansey work. Brock remained stood, leaning against a wall, unable to watch, scared that they were too late. Serena sat next to Ash, rubbing his back to try and comfort him. Misty was pacing back and forth, every once in a while, glancing at Nurse Joy at work. It would be a long night. It has been hours since the group returned. Nurse Joy and her army of Chansey have been hard at work on nothing but helping Charmander. Don't worry, Ash. Serena comforted. I'm sure Nurse Joy is doing everything she can. But what if it's not enough? Ash asked as he turned to stare her straight in the eye. Serena couldn't answer. When we first met him, I should have caught him. Brought him to the Pokémon Center. If I did. At this point Ash looked back into the emergency room. You can't blame yourself, Ash. Misty came up. Can't I? Ash asked, not deterring his sight again. No. Charmander never wanted to leave the rock. Misty replied. The only person to blame is. Misty was cut off by the emergency sign turning off. Finally at 2:15 in the morning, Nurse Joy stepped out and the group crowded around her. How's Charmander? Ash asked, desperately. He's stable. But only time will tell. Nurse Joy answered with a stern glare. But how could any of you let your Charmander get? Hang on a minute. Misty cut her off, as tears began running down Ash's cheeks. That is Damien's Charmander. He abandoned him on a rock, and that is what our previous argument was about. Oh. Nurse Joy exclaimed in shock. Sorry, I didn't realize. Excuse me, I have a phone call to make. With that Nurse Joy bowed and walked away. Silently Ash walked in and stood over Charman. The little fire type was lying on the bed. Most of his body was wrapped in layers of warm blanket. He was out could. His tail was in traction with his flame hardly the size of an ember. 3 small heaters were surrounding him. Charmander has multiple wires attaching his body to different pieces of machinery. A state machine, which showed his very weak heart rate, was just in Ash's eyesight. Unable to take the pain anymore, Ash fell to his knees, his head pushed into the bed with floods of tears running out. I am sorry. Charmander. Unable to tell how long they were there, slowly, everyone left Charmander to rest. Everyone except Ash. Looking out the window, it is still night time, and it feels like hours have passed since entering Charmander's room. Serena did try to convince Ash to leave as well, although he declined. Claiming he would only leave, with Charmander by his side. Looking around the room, Ash could only feel guilt. Why didn't he catch Charmander when they first met? Why did he waste time with Damien when he learned the truth? Why did he let this happen to Charmander? Ash took another look at the state machine, which was showing Charmander's heart rate. It has changed, still very weak. That can be both good and bad though. He may not be getting worse, but it also doesn't show him getting better. Taking a deep breath, it turned into a yawn. It has been a long night, but he can't leave. He left Charmander before, and look what happened. The little on a hospital bed, fighting for his life. Turning his attentions to Charmander's tail. The flame is so small, Fennekin has fired bigger embers whilst in battle, what can he do to help him? Blink. His tail flame is out. Panic. Looking towards the state machine. His heart has stopped. No. This can't happen. Out of desperation, Ash slammed his fist into the emergency alarm. He looks at Charmander's body, motionless on the bed. What can he do? More tears flow from his eyes, as Ash fully breaks down. It can't end like this. Out of pure agony, Ash let out an ear-bleeding screech. Unknown to him. A cloud of light blue air left his mouth. His watery eyes were too blurred to make it out. The cloud danced through the air, before it made its way into the lifeless corpse which was Charmander. In Charmander's mind, the little mon was lying down in a completely dark room. He slowly pushed himself up. He is no longer on the rock in which he promised to wait. Nor is he in the hospital, which those other people took him to. Where is he? Why is he here? What has happened? Greets child. A deep voice boomed as a bright light appeared above Charmander. Hello. Charmander gave a short wave, despite being completely scared. My chosen one has decided you worth of a second chance. The voice explained. He may not understand his power within, but his trigger was strong enough to perform his will. Charmander was staring at the light. What was he talking about? I see your confusion, child. The voice continued. Do not be wrong, this gift was only possible because of the chosen one's will and the fact it was only moments once you passed. If he left your side, like many wished, and only discovered you with the sunrise, then this gift would not be possible. Oh okay. Charmander replied. Now I must be clear. The voice spoke. My chosen one was able to pass on this gift and was willing to trade places. I expect you to treat both the gift and him with the utmost respect. And if I discover you have gone against thee who gave you life, then I will ensue that life is not worth living. Understood? Charmander could only nod. Good. Who is the chosen one? Charmander asked nervously. The face of the chosen one is the first one you'll spot up awaking. Child. The voice concluded. The light faded. Not knowing why, Charmander felt a need to lie down, and shut his eyes. His body also tensed up. Suddenly, the state machine stated registering a faster, stronger heartbeat. Charmander's tail was relight. Stronger, bigger, hotter than before. Charmander was alive. Thank you. Charmander, for the first time since the rain started, opened his eyes, filled with a new life. All he could see was Ash. The raven-haired boy blinked his eyes a few times, until he could properly see. Charmander was staring at him. Ash returned the smile, before falling on his knees and his head lying on the bed. He fainted. The next morning, Ash slowly blinked his eyes as he woke up. He remembered the previous night. Was it a dream? Is Charmander fine? Completely at a loss, Ash looked over towards the place Charmander should have been resting. To find Pikachu and Charmander chatting. Ash slowly got himself up, and stared at the two Pokémon. Pikachu was the first to notice Ash had woken up. Morning. Pikachu waved, which caused Charmander to turn and face him. Morning. Ash yawned, then he saw Charmander. How are you, Charmander? I'm good. Thank you. Charmander replied. You're welcome. Ash smiled, but then frowned. Charmander deserved to know the truth about Damien. Charmander. I need to tell you something. From that point, got to eye level with Charmander and explained his encounter with Damien. It was hard for the lizard Pokémon to take in, but he accepted it. Turns out, the reason Damien abandoned Charmander was because of his loss to a Parasect. Ash promised to stick by his side, since Charmander had nowhere else to go. Charmander accepted and Ash pulled out a spare Pokeball. High-fiving the center, Charmander was SCKED in and it immediately dinged. From that Ash had to wait for Nurse Joy to give the green light, then Ash went outside to introduce the whole team. After introduction, they started on a training session. Butterfree was trying to learn this new move, Psybeam. Bulbasaur and Pikachu were sparring, getting ready for the Vermilion Gym battle, and Pidgeotto was being used as a practice target for Charmander, who was having trouble hitting a Slowpoke. After half a day of encouragement and training, Charmander had pretty much solved his accuracy issues. Serena and Fennekin were happy to just sit back and watch their crushes work, after the previous hectic day. That was when Nurse gave her message, which brightened her mood, and she just had to let Ash know, so Serena and Fennekin made their way over. "Hey Ash!" Serena called out, causing the group to stop their training session. Fennekin went straight up and started flirting with Charmander, much to his discomfort, whilst Pidgeotto took her break perched on a branch. "I've just got given some great news." "What is it, Serena?" Ash asked, clearly interested in what has her so interested, but before she could answer, a snide, disgusting voice popped in. "There you are, Charmander." Damien spoke. "I've been looking all over for you." "You are? What do you want, Damien?" Ash asked with disgust. "I came to take my Charmander back." Damien answered with an arrogant smirk. "I thought you said he was weak and worthless. And you were happy for him to die." Ash replied, getting angier by the second. "I did. But after seeing that last training session, showed that you got him up to a decent level for me." Damien replied. "So you only want him as a tool for battle?" Ash asked. He was going to hit Damien, but Serena stopped him. "Stop, Ash, he's not worth it." Serena calmed Ash down. "Good, listen to your girlfriend." Damien laughed. Serena blushed while Ash just glared. Damien took out a Pokeball and threw it at Charmander. The red light engulfed Charmander, but before he could be SCKED in, the light was blasted off him. "What? Didn't you know? Charmander chose me as his trainer, since you abandoned and left him for dead." Ash explained with a triumphant tone. "Gee, I have a good mind to report you for stealing my Pokémon." Damien growled. "Go ahead, Officer Jenny is on her way right now." Serena smirked. After all, attempted Pokémon murder is a very serious offense. He, and what evidence do you got?" Damien asked with a confident smirk. "After all, my posse will back me up, all the way." "Well, if our 4 statement aren't enough, and neither is Charmander's statement." Here Serena was cut off. "What do you mean?" Damien asked with genuine confusion. Ash can understand and translate Pokémon speech. He's even worked with Professor Oak, so he's more than qualified. Damien dangerously growled in anger. "But if that's not enough, then we have Pokémon Center security footage from last night, where you admitted it." Serena's eyes widened with the sound of a police car arriving. "Sounds like she's here." Damien growled as he turned to see Officer Jenny walk into the Pokémon Center. His time is done. Or is it? In a desperate attempt to escape, Damien punched Ash in the eye. This caused all the Pokémon to gather around him, as well as Serena, as Damien made a run for it, into some woodland. He got away. Serena helped Ash into the center, and despite the Pokémon wanting to follow Damien to teach him a lesson, they knew Ash's safety came first. After Nurse Joy got Ash an ice pack, which he held against his eye. Officer Jenny went along and took everyone's statement, as well as the security footage. She was stood at the doors, and looked at the 4 kids. "Thank you all for what you did for Charmander." Officer Jenny thanked. "Don't worry, Damien is no on our system as there is a warrant out for his arrest. If he is spotted, or uses his trainer's license, or enters a PLA building, we will be alerted and we will get him. Officer Jenny gave them one last salute before leaving. The group spent the rest of the day at the Pokémon Center. Charmander was introduced to Serena, Misty, and Brock, as well as all their Pokémon. Ash was also able to finally scan Charmander with his Pokédex. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. His mother lights a flame on his tail at BRTH. If the flame goes out, this Pokémon dies. The strength of the flame is a sign of this Pokémon's health. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Hidden ability, Solar Power. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, Male. Nature, Naive. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Metal Claw, Smoke Screen, Dragon Rage. After Charmander joined the team, they set off on their journey again, the following day. Of course scum like Damien is still out there, but Officer Jenny has put an arrest warrant all over Kanto, so hopefully soon he will be caught. They would hate to run into him again. Chapter 15, The Squirtle Squad. It's been 2 weeks since Ash saved Charmander and the lizard Pokémon joined the team. When training, he was an extremely hard worker. Ash learned his Vermilion Gym battle, like the 2 before it, is a 2-on-2 battle. This upset Charmander, as he wanted to prove himself in a gym battle, so Ash promised to use Charmander in their 4th gym battle, which he accepted. When not training, Charmander also got on with pretty much anyone. Butterfree and Pikachu were friendly, as always. Pidgeotto is still a bit of a lone ranger, but they did form some sort of training bond. Bulbasaur and Charmander also became quite close, like brothers. Not only were they the 2 newest team members, but they also shared one other factor, each one had an admirer. Bulbasaur's friendship with Tangela was just that, friendship. Mainly because of Tangela's shyness and Bulbasaur not wanting to rush her, although he is open to the idea of a relationship. Charmander, on the other hand, is just simply wielded out by all of Fennekin's advances. The lizard Pokémon is still quite young, and isn't that thrilled about the idea of a relationship. Sure, Fennekin is a nice mon, but she is too forward. Maybe in the future it could work, but for now, no. Whilst walking past a small pond, the group decided to take a break for lunch. All the water types rested in the pond. Onyx and Geodude went and sunbathed in the dirt. Butterfree, Pidgeotto and Zubat went to roost on a nearby tree. Bulbasaur, Charmander and Pikachu, all gathered in a circle and started having a guy chat, whilst Fennekin and Tangela were admiring their crushes. Fennekin did try to grab Charmander's attention, although he was too interested in his boys, much to her dismay. It was riveting conversation about who will be Ash's next catch. Pikachu claimed a flying type, as that is the type he has most of. Bulbasaur thought logically, and chose Squirtle, since it is the only of the 3 normal starters left. Whilst Charmander guessed a powerful dragon, who will take Charmander under his wing and help the lizard Pokémon to evolve. Pikachu and Bulbasaur laughed, until Greygrow. A powerful Dragonite landed in the area, giving off an aura of power. It caught everyone's attention. Ah, cool, a Dragonite. Ash squealed in joy, as he, and his Pokémon, save for Pidgeotto, gathered around the dragon type, with stars in their eyes. This caused Dragonite to sweat drop. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon. Dragonite is capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokémon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land. It sure looks strong. Serena commented as she stared at the powerful dragon. But what's it doing here? Brock asked as he and Serena also approached. Good question. A male voice replied, followed by a tall man jumping off Dragonite's back. Ash instantly recognized him, Lance, of Kanto's Elite Four. You're. Ash stuttered, completely starstruck. Lance, of the Pokémon G-Men. Lance declared as she struck a pose. Say kid, you look familiar. Do I know you? As Lance inspected Ash, getting a close look at Ash, Pikachu also recognized Lance and jumped onto Ash's shoulder. So, what's the caped weirdo doing back? Pikachu asked. Pikachu. Ash snapped. Show some respect. Wait. You mean you've met Lance before? Ash asked, getting that from Pikachu's previous statement. Bingo. Pikachu shouted in a mocking tone. It was Dragon Man who saved me from my last trainer and gave me to Grandpa. Well. What do you know? Ash commented as he listened to Pikachu's story. Is he alright? Lance asked with a sweat drop. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they are talking. Well. They are. Ash can understand Pokémon. Serena replied, happily. Lance smiled. You know, that's a rare gift. I don't know too many people who can do it. Lance commented, as Ash and Pikachu finished their chat. Oh, thank you Lance. Ash thanked the G-Man. Oh, what for? Lance asked, as he raised an eyebrow. For saving Pikachu. He explained you saved him from his last trainer so. Thank you. Ash explained with a friendly smile, and scratched Pikachu behind the ear. So. You're the person Oak trusted Pikachu to. Lance commented as he examined Pikachu. I'm surprised, even after months of trying, this little guy wouldn't let me anywhere near him. But now, he's as open as book. How did you do it? That question caused Ash, Serena and Pikachu to sweat drop. They remembered all too well what it took to get Pikachu to open up. Well. It involved a blanket, a bike, and a bunch of Spearow. Ash explained. That combination caused Lance to also sweat drop. On second thought. I don't need to know. Lance replied with a sheepish grin. An awkward silence fell upon the group. So Lance, what are you doing here? Brock asked, then realized how that must have sounded. I mean. It's not that it isn't awesome meeting you and all be but. Don't sweat it. I'm actually here on official G-Men business. Lance replied. Have any of you seen a group of Squirtles around, usually wearing sunglasses? No we haven't sorry. Brock replied. Why do you ask, anyway? Misty asked. There's a group of 5 abandoned Squirtle, nicknamed the Squirtle Squad. They've been terrorizing several nearby towns, and I was sent to apprehend them. Lance explained. Why would they do that? Serena asked, worry evident in her voice. They were all abandoned. Lance explained. Since the closest gym to here is the Vermilion Gym, which specializes in electric types, the trainers who chose Squirtle would have a hard time, and blame their Pokémon. And some would just abandon them. At this Bulbasaur and Charmander growled, they both experienced the betrayal of a trainer abandoning them, and it was horrible. What's wrong with them? Lance asked noticing the hostility coming from the 2 Pokémon. Ash sighed. Both Bulbasaur and Charmander were also abandoned. Charmander was left for dead, and Bulbasaur was attacked and seriously injured. Ash explained. But neither of them has terrorized anyone. Charmander, well we was close by when he was abandoned and he joined up. Whilst Bulbasaur took it upon himself to help wild Pokémon near where he lived. Lance smiled, this was a good kid, maybe he could help him. After all, a translator would be useful. How would you kids like to help me out? Lance suggested. You mean it? Ash exclaimed with excitement. We get to work with one of the Elite Four. Sure, after all, many hands make light work. And you seem like a good bunch. Lance smiled. So what do you say? After agreeing to help Lance, the group returned all their Pokémon and made their way towards the nearest town. Based on the Squirtle Squad's previous actions, it is highly likely they would ransack the town tomorrow, so Lance set up a meeting with the local officer Jenny. Once they arrived, a crowd of people surrounded Lance, but his seemed to ooze power, and when he politely requested his space, the crowd died down. They made their way to the police station, where Officer Jenny was waiting outside. "Officer Jenny!" Brock exclaimed, shocking Lance, who looked bewildered. "My love for you will keep me forever by your..." "Yee-oh-oh." Misty sighed before dragging Brock away by the ear. "Well, my hand will keep forever by your ear," Misty mumbled as she dragged him away. Lance and Officer Jenny both had sweat drops. Whilst Ash, Pikachu and Serena all scratched behind their heads with nervous smiles and equally nervous laughs. "Does that happen often?" Lance finally asked after a couple silence. Oh, you have no idea," Ash sheepishly answered. Soon Brock and Misty returned, although Brock was able to control himself, and everyone decided it was best to just leave it there. With that, Officer Jenny let them into the station, and to an incident room, where they could plan the defense strategy. "Why don't we just catch the Squirtle, Lance?" Misty asked to start off the meeting. "If we simply catch them, then it is just cutting of the head of problem, the root is still present and can grow again," Lance explained. "What I'd really like to do is sit down and talk with the Squirtle, help them understand that they can't keep this up." "But you know that is near impossible, Lance," Officer Jenny retorted. "Pokémon translators are rare at the best of times, and we don't have the time, means or budget to get one. Actually, we already have one." Serena butted in, and Lance gave Ash a knowing smile. Ash can understand Pokémon and has translated for Professor Oak in the past. Now all eyes were on Ash, and Lance decided to ask the question. "So Ash, will you translate for us?" Lance asked. "Happy to." Ash smiled with his signature thumbs up. "Anything to help." "So, how will we get the Squirtle to talk?" Misty pointed out. "I'm pretty sure asking nicely won't cut it." "Misty's right." Lance sighed. "We need a secure way to move the Squirtle, with making them hostile or causing injury." "What about sleep powder?" Serena asked. Everyone looked at her and raised an eyebrow. She decided to explain. "Both of Ash's Bulbasaur and Butterfree can use sleep powder. If we put the Squirtle to sleep, that should relax them and make it easy to move them to where you have the talk." "Good idea, Serena." Ash commented, first giving her his signature thumbs up, causing Serena to blush and hid behind her hair. "Agreed. When they enter the town, we will corner them and hit them with sleep powder," Lance concluded. "Now all we need is a place to host the meeting." Officer Jenny changed the subject. "I'm sure one of the rooms at the station will be suitable." "Not a good idea." Brock butted in. "If you want a civil talk with the Squirtle, then it better be on neutral ground. That way, they won't feel threatened." "I agree with Brock." Lance added. "But where could that be?" "I saw a cave, a few miles back. That could work as neutral ground," Brock suggested. Lance nodded. "Good. Me and Brock will go and set up the cave ready for the meeting," Lance declared. "Officer Jenny, can you position everyone at one of the city exits? That way, we can stop any of the Squirtle that tries to escape. I'll stay airborne, along with Butterfree, then if one does try to escape, we can pursue and use sleep powder." "Good, I'll let Butterfree and Bulbasaur know they're part of the plan." Ash smiled. With that, the meeting ended and they split up to prepare for tomorrow. The rest of the day, Brock and Lance inspected the cave whilst Officer Jenny set everyone at exits. The entrance which the group entered the town, from the south, would be covered by Misty, who would have both Staryu and Tentacruel. The north exit towards Vermilion City was being covered by Serena, Fennekin, Abra and Tangela. Those are the only two exits. Ash would be paired with Officer Jenny in her motorbike with Bulbasaur, on the hunt to put the Squirtle asleep and carry them around. Lance would be in the sky with Butterfree and Dragonite, to provide support to both Misty and Serena as they need it. Finally, Brock would be stationed at the cave, along with Onyx, Geodude and Zubat. With the plan set, all roles given, everyone got an early night, ready for the plan. It was around 10 in the morning when a group of blue turtle Pokémon rushed into the small town. 4 of them had shades on and were small and circle. The 5th one is in the center and has black triangular shades, clearly the leader. The Squirtles charged into the town by the south exit. Misty watched as the turtle Pokémon ran in. As soon as they entered, a couple were firing water guns, with some serious power at the buildings. Smashing windows, breaking pottery, and just causing damage as a whole. While another couple went to the nearest market stall and started chomping down on several pieces of fruit left behind. Lucky Lance warned the citizens beforehand and no one was on the street. The head Squirtle went up to a wall and pulled out a spray can from its shell. He followed through and began his graffiti. Misty frowned. How damaged can the Squirtle be to cause all of this damage in an unprovoked attack? And this is just a start. It wasn't long until Officer Jenny arrived, with Ash, Pikachu and Bulbasaur in the passenger car. As soon as they heard the sirens, the 5 Squirtles stopped their activities and looked towards the police. In a panic they split up into 3 groups. The 2 Squirtles that were ransacking the market began using rapid spin and flew towards Officer Jenny. Luck they flew over their heads and didn't cause any serious damage in the risky move, although they did get away. Ash jumped out of the car along with his 2 Pokémon and ran towards the leader. It looked like Ash, Pikachu and Bulbasaur had him cornered, but the Squirtle had an arrogant smirk smeared on his face. "Alright Squirtle, we just wanna," Ash calmly explained, but was cut off by a water gun to the face. The attack only lasted a few seconds, but Squirtle quickly gave the 2 Pokémon the same treatment. As soon as the attack stopped, Ash shook his head dry. He was going to call out for Bulbasaur to use sleep powder, but Squirtle had an escape plan. The water type looked down, and fired a water gun at the floor. The force was enough to push Squirtle into the air and Squirtle escaped via the rooftops. He got away, and Ash could have sworn he heard a Squirtle-sized laugh. "Ash! Help!" Misty called out. Ash, Pikachu and Bulbasaur turned around to see Misty's Tentacruel with 2 of her tentacles occupied. Each hold a Squirtle. Looks like she was able to stop their escape. "Alright Bulbasaur, help restrain them with Vine WHP," Ash instructed. Bulbasaur nodded and released 2 vines, each one wrapping around a different Squirtle. Now with the 2 Pokémon working together, Ash saw his chance. "Use sleep powder." Bulbasaur nodded and his bulb opened up. Aiming his back properly, a cloud of green powder was fired. The 2 Squirtle took the brunt of the cloud and soon stopped struggling, as they fell asleep. Once they were out cold, Bulbasaur and Tentacruel let them go. "Good job, team," Officer Jenny told them, as she picked up the 2 Squirtle, as Ash and his Pokémon jumped back into the car. "That's 2 down, 3 to go." Officer Jenny walked over to the car, and saw Ash had took out a blanket from his backpack, for the Squirtles to rest on. Despite all the trouble they caused, he still wanted them to be comfy. Ash and Officer Jenny carefully positioned the 2 Squirtle, looking at them, as they sleep. They look so innocent and actually kind of sweet. "Air support to Pika Power. Air support to Pika Power. Pika Power, you there?" Lance called over the radio. "Go ahead Lance," Officer Jenny replied. "Yeah, we have 2 more Squirtle, asleep, who need collecting. We're at the north exit of town," Lance explained. "Received. On way," Officer Jenny replied, before putting her radio down and positioning properly on the bike. "Ready?" She looked at Ash for an answer and the raven-haired boy nodded with a happy smile. With that, they drove off. At the north exit, Serena was waiting, with Fennekin, Tangela and Abra. Beedrill opted to stay out, although she still had his Pokeball. Despite all his training, he would still lose control whenever he took an attack. It was much better than losing control as soon as the battle started, but he still has a long way to go. Serena was stood right in the center of the exit, and she wasn't going to let anyone get through. Fennekin stood confidently in front of Serena, ready for a head-on attack. Even though the idea is to put them to sleep without causing damage. Fennekin thinks self-defense might be necessary and she could hopefully impress Ash's Charmander with her skills. Tangela also stood in front of Serena, to Fennekin's side. Although she was a little closer to Serena than to Fennekin, and looked more ready to hide behind Serena's leg rather than fight. Despite taking part in many training sessions, even some special one-on-one grass training with Bulbasaur, Tangela still hasn't taken part in any real battle, and she isn't too sure she's ready to either. Abra was asleep, in Serena's arms. Serena was going to return the psychic type, but when she tried, Abra simply let himself out, despite still being asleep. Well, he proved he is a very competent battler at Cerulean's chateau, and hopefully the noise from when the Squirtle show up, will be enough to wake him up. It was around 10:15, in the morning when Serena spotted 2 spinning shells flying towards them. It was 2 of the Squirtle. Okay guys. Get ready. Fennekin instantly got into a battle position and prepared to fire a warning ember to stop the spinning shells. Tangela cowered behind Serena's leg. Just before Fennekin could unleash her attack, a water gun came from the roof and knocked Fennekin away. It was the leader. Fennekin didn't take too kindly to the sneak attack and angrily barked something at the turtle Pokémon. Whatever she said, seemed to hit a nerve, as the leader did a pretty impressive jump from the top of the building and landed in a battle position to fight Fennekin. Fennekin also took her own battle position. Weirdly enough, a tumbleweed rolled through the middle of them. With the position they were in and the old low-tech town, this was just like an old western movie. Fennekin! Serena shouted as she got ready to support her starter. Squirtle noticed this and shouted a taunt at her, as he removed his sunglasses and put them in his shell. Fennekin looked Serena in the eye, and nodded with a look of determination. Serena understood her starter had to do this on her own, it was for her pride. Okay Fennekin, prove who's the boss. Fennekin smirked with another nod then turned back to her opponent. Fennekin launched at Squirtle with a prepared scratch attack, whilst Squirtle charged at Fennekin with a tackle. Serena's attention was drawn back to the incoming Squirtle as she saw them close in from the corner of her eye. Before she had time to react, Abra opened one of his eyes and 2 hidden powers appeared behind him. He fired both of the spheres, one at each Squirtle and with perfect accuracy hit their targets, effectively stopping the 2 Squirtle. Abra then teleported in between the 2 Squirtle and silently floated in between them. The calm determiner aggravated the 2 Squirtle and both charged at Abra with a tackle attack. At the last second, Abra teleported away, causing the 2 Squirtle to crash into each other. Turning back to Fennekin's battle, Fennekin was shining brightly after using Flash, although it was ineffective as Squirtle hid in his shell for a rapid spin. Squirtle made direct contact and sent Fennekin flying back, landing hard on the ground and struggling to stand up, whilst Squirtle used the recoil to gain some air, and re-emerged from his shell. Taking quick aim, Squirtle took aim, and launched a powerful water gun at Fennekin. If it hit, the match was over. Look out Fennekin! Serena shouted, as Fennekin looked at the incoming attack. Fennekin was scared, sure she had been in battles before, but always with Serena by her side. This is a battle of pride, and she can't rely on her trainer's quick thinking to save her. What can she do? Suddenly, a new and strange power built up in Fennekin as the water gun inched closer. In the blink of an eye, Fennekin's eyes grew a light blue, like Butterfree's when using confusion. Then a beam seemed to fire out of them, blasting through the water gun, tearing it apart. And hitting Squirtle to the ground, trapped. Serena pulled out her Pokédex. Psybeam, the target is attacked with a peculiar ray. This may also leave the target confused. Awesome Fennekin, you learned Psybeam. Serena cheered. Although another crash quickly drew Serena's attention. Squirtle looked stuck under Fennekin's new attack. Looking back at Abra's battle, she was surprised to see Abra floating above the two Squirtle, who looked like they went 10 rounds. With Lance's Dragonite, in a no-hold-back battle. Whilst Abra didn't even have a scratch on him. Just how can a Pokémon with only 2 attacks, be so good? Free, free. Butterfree cheered happily as he flew into the scene. He was above Abra who, in turn was above the two Squirtle. Butterfree flapped his wings a couple of times as a green powder falling underneath him. Abra teleported out of the way and back into Serena's arms where he fell asleep again. The sleep powder fell on the two Squirtle and they fell asleep. Serena looked at Abra. Not only did he take on a 2-on-1 battle, but he did so without her help, and he didn't even get a scratch. With only 2 moves to boot. He may spend most of the day sleeping, and isn't one for taking part in proper training sessions, but he is arguably her best battler. The leader struggled under the Psybeam but was able to look up, to see his fallen allies. This isn't good. If he stays here, then he will fall into the same boat. With that, he mustered up all his power and fired a water gun at the ground. The sudden force was enough to push Squirtle out of Fennekin's grip, and escaped via the rooftop. Lance arrived on Dragonite's back. Good job, Serena. I'll call Officer Jenny to come and pick these 2 up. I'll fly off in search for the final Squirtle. Serena smiled and nodded. With that, Lance picked up his radio and called Officer Jenny. It wasn't long until Officer Jenny and Ash showed up and added the 2 sleeping Squirtle to the collection. Whilst waiting for any information from Lance, Ash and Serena decided to perform some medical assistance the 2 Squirtle Abra took on. Serena. I thought you said Beedrill voted to stay out. Ash told Serena as he looked at the damage and applied a couple of potions. Believe it or not, Abra did this. Serena replied as she gestured to the sleeping psychic type in her arms. Really? Ash asked as he raised an eyebrow. Serena nodded with a happy smile. I might need to challenge him to a battle or 2 for training. Serena blushed at Ash's impressed look with her psychic type. Air support to everyone. Air support to everyone. Lance called over the radio. Go ahead, Lance. Officer Jenny answered the radio. Squirtle spotted on top of Horsia Hotel, in the center of town. Sleep support requested before I engage. Lance explained. Received and on way. Officer Jenny replied, to look up and see, Ash, Serena and all their Pokémon running towards the location. A little bit away stood outside of the cave prepared yesterday, was Brock with his Geodude and Onix, guarding the cave to make sure no wild Pokémon intruded before the meeting, and heard the call over the radio. Sigh, why does no one need him? Boo-hoo. It wasn't long until Ash, Serena and the Pokémon arrived. Butterfree immediately jumped into action and flew above Squirtle, who reattached his sunglasses, and Butterfree dropped another load of sleep powder over him. Squirtle wasn't going down easy, and fired a water gun at Butterfree. The water attack was able to engulf the whole cloud of powder, and dissolve it, then it struck Butterfree and knocked him back. Buzz off, Bugsy. Squirtle told Butterfree, as the bug type tried to regain his flight. Squirtle then jumped down from the roof and faced off against Ash, who had Pikachu and Bulbasaur by his side. Easy Squirtle, we just wanna talk. Ash told Squirtle in a calming voice, as he held his hands up to show he meant no threat. Then why put my brothers to sleep? Squirtle asked. Can do much talking in your sleep. We didn't want to hurt any of you, Squirtle. Ash repeated. We chose to put you to sleep as a painless way calm you down. Yeah. Squirtle mumbled, completely brushing off Ash's words. This angered Pikachu. It reminded him of how he used to be. Squirtle fired a water gun at Ash's face. Pikachu intercepted it with Iron Tail, and stopped it. What's your problem? Squirtle asked. You are. Pikachu retorted. You wanna rumbled, Yellow? Squirtle asked as he got in a battle stance. The name's Chew. Pikachu. Pikachu angrily replied, as he also got in a battle stance. Ash, along with all the other Pokémon, had massive sweat drops. Pikachu. That line was so corny. Ash sheepishly told his starter Pokémon. Why? Serena asked. What did he say? You don't want to know. Ash replied with a deadpan expression. Ash vs Squirtle. Pikachu started with Shock Wave. Ash shouted. Pikachu tensed up before unleashing a powerful electric attack at Squirtle. The water type didn't flinch and entered his shell, spinning. He used Rapid Spin. At the electricity hit his shell, it simply deflected the shock wave. Shocking. Isn't it yellow? Squirtle mocked as he stopped his rapid spin. Pikachu growled in anger. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash shouted, and Pikachu got on all fours, before zooming off like a bullet. Squirtle withdrawn into his shell, raising his defense. Pikachu made contact and sent Squirtle flying. He was a little dazed by hitting the hard shell. Whilst in the air, Squirtle exited his shell. Despite being tired from all his running throughout the town, and his battle with Fennekin, Squirtle was still raring to go. He pulled his head back and fired a water gun at Pikachu. Ash had to think fast. Shock Wave is his strongest attack, but it also takes more time to charge. Thunder Shock. Pikachu jumped in the air, with sparks at his cheeks. Pikachu quickly unleashed a Thunder Shock. It was quicker than his previous Shock Wave, but also not as powerful. The two attacks collided and the water conducted the electricity. The energy's water exploded, with drops of water and sparks flying everywhere. Both Pikachu and Squirtle were caught in the blast and took some serious damage. Some of the loose sparks hit the wooden sign above the Horsia Hotel, which was advertising the business, and caused a small flame. Due to the sign being made out of wood, the flames spread and the building was soon on fire. This isn't good, they have one building on fire. Jenny, call the fire service. Lance instructed in a panic. We don't have one. Jenny replied. All the nearby town were deemed too small for our own fire service. So we share one. It is located at least a couple of hours away. Great. Lance mumbled with anger, stupid cutbacks. Butterfree, blow those flames away with gust. Ash instructed and Butterfree got in place to do so. No, don't. Lance stopped both, so Ash and Butterfree looked towards him. Lance decided to explain. The winds are more likely to spread the flames, not put them out. We need to get those people out before the flames take hold. Lance explained, trying to think of a plan. Abra heard that, and teleported away. Abra? Serena questioned as her psychic type disappeared. He then showed up with a couple people with him. He teleported the people out of there. Is there nothing you can't do? Abra looked at her with a blank expression, before teleporting away again. A few seconds later he showed up with more people. He was set on saving people. By this point, the flames had taken hold and were a raging blaze. They needed to contain it. Ash got an idea. Butterfree, use confusion and contain the flames. Ash shouted. Butterfree was flying above the flames and his eyes grew blue. A blue wave was surrounding the building and stopped the flames from spreading to another building, although the hotel was on fire, and Butterfree couldn't stop it. Butterfree won't last long with those flames underneath him. Lance explained. We need all the water types you have. Lance turned to Ash and Serena. Sorry, but only Misty has any water Pokémon. Serena replied, and Lance clenched his fist. Misty was too far away to make it on time. What about the Squirtle? Ash questioned as he gestured towards the Squirtle squad as they were all coming around. Do you really think they'll help us, after everything that has happened? Lance asked skeptical. Only one way to find out. Ash smiled as he jumped in front of the now sort of awake Squirtle squad. Squirtle! Ash exclaimed, grabbing their attention. We need your help. You have a really strong water gun and we need you to use it to put the fire out. Why should we? The leader asked, with aggravation. You can't want the people to get hurt. Ash pleaded. Squirtle shrugged his shoulders. Please Squirtle, what have these people done to you? It was people who left us. All because we couldn't win them a stupid little badge. Squirtle retorted, clearly angry. The trainers who abandoned you were wrong. They were stupid and wrong. Ash explained with desperation. But we aren't all like them. Most people do care and no one deserves any of this. Being left. Whether in wild or a fire. Squirtle looked at Ash, and the words clearly got through but he wasn't all there. If you don't believe me, then believe my Pokémon. Ash pleaded. What? Squirtle questioned, shocked. Pikachu, he had an abusive trainer before. Bulbasaur and Charmander, they were both abandoned and Charmander was even left for dead. Ash explained, literally begging. This seemed to get through as the Pokémon mentioned nodded in agreement. Please Squirtle. Without you, people will get hurt, if not worse. The whole town believes you're nothing but a menses. Prove them wrong. And put out that fire. The begging seemed to have paid off as Squirtle looked turned serious. Ash was sure, if he could see under those sunglasses, Squirtle would have a flame of determination behind his eye. All right brothers, we're going to show that fire who's really in charge here. The leader told his squad. The four other Squirtle looked at each other before nodded and jumped behind their leader. The leader took charge and directed the four other Squirtle, who followed their orders like a soldier in the army. Firing their water guns, the Squirtle quickly took advantage of the situation and after a few minutes, the flames were completely out. Butterfree could also stop and was extremely tired. Butterfree flew down to Ash's side. Good job Butterfree, take a nice long rest. Ash returned his first caught. He then walked over to the Squirtle squad. Thank you all. Without you, the whole town could have burned down. Good job Squirtle. The Squirtle all celebrated. So why do we do with them now? Officer Jenny asked Lance. What do we do, indeed? Lance smirked, he may have found a good way to help the Squirtle squad. Later that day, Officer Jenny was stood in front of the town, with the Squirtle squad. She had given them all medals for their help and bravery with the fire. Before the ceremony, Lance offered a job to the Squirtle squad, where they would act as firefighters for the towns which they have been terrorizing. The Squirtle did like the feeling of the adrenaline from fighting the fire, not to mention the warm fuzzy feeling they got from all the praise. After all of this, the squad agreed to the offer. Except for one member. As the group were walking away, they were stopped by the sound of a familiar cry. They turned around to see Squirtle with big black triangular shades. Ash got down on his knees and looked at the turtle Pokémon. Squirtle? Ash questioned. What are you doing here? He, nice weather we're having. Squirtle nervously laughed. Pikachu did not look amused. Serious Squirtle. I thought you were going to become a firefighter. Ash replied. Well. I would have but my skills go far beyond this little town. Squirtle replied nervously. Ash also didn't look impressed. It's a whole wide world out there. Just waiting for me. Ash sighed. What are you getting at Squirtle? Ash asked. I was thinking. You were pretty reckless. You need a big tough turtle to keep you in line. Squirtle replied arrogantly. Are you asking to join the team? Ash asked. Think of it. As me lending my services to you. Squirtle replied. 'Cause you can Squirtle. Ash replied as he brought out a spare Pokeball and held it out. Squirtle jumped at the Pokeball and high-fived the button, being SCKED in and it immediately dinging. All right. Ash shouted as he struck a pose. I just caught a Squirtle. Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his new team member. Squirtle, the turtle Pokémon. After BRTH, this Pokémon's back swells and hardens into a shell. If separated, then another shell will form. It can spray powerful jets of water from its mouth. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Hidden ability, rain dish. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, male. Nature, naughty. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, tackle, tail WHP, rapid spin, water gun, bubble, withdraw, bite. Held item, black glasses. Note, this item is in this Pokémon's possession and has the power to boost dark-type moves. Congratulations Ash. Now you have a full team. Serena commented. Ash replied with his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. Thanks Serena. Ash replied. Yeah Ash. Now you have the full Kanto starter set. Not too many people can get that. Brock added as he gave Ash a nuggie. He, yeah. Knock it off Brocco. Ash complained as he moved out of Brock's attack. With Squirtle now in the team, the group have set off for Vermilion City and Ash's next gym battle. On another part of Kanto, a trainer with 4 badges, Rainbow Badge, Soul Badge, Marsh Badge and the Thunder Badge. He was just leaving from the south exit of Rock Tunnel, after he finally caught the Machop he was searching for. This is Drake Ketchum. He has kept the fighting type out of his Pokeball. Any wild Pokemon that came up, he tested his strength against them. Drake has planned his whole journey out, down to which Pokemon he would catch. He currently has Chameleon, Victreebel, Jolteon, Machop and Scyther on hand. These are the Pokemon currently in training for his Boulder Badge and Cascade Badge. Even though he is calculated, and has every detail of his journey planned out, that doesn't make him a machine. Drake has bonded with each of his Pokemon. Although their relationship doesn't go much further than Pokemon and trainer. His hardened determiner is a result of his brother and father. For whatever reason, his twin brother was always the one to get their father's attention. Why? So he can understand Pokemon. So what? He clearly isn't cut out to be a trainer, all he does is play with Pokemon. What does he really know about being a trainer? As he was walking along, he spotted a purple-haired trainer with a Nidoking, Electabuzz and a Meowth. The Nidoking was firing earth powers at the Meowth and Electabuzz was firing thunderbolts. Meowth was taking a serious beating. It was like a torture scene. Drake and Machop went marching over. No Pokemon should be treated like that. The trainer saw Drake approached and smirked. He's kept tabs on this guy for last few days, he is just like him. Maybe he can provide a good challenge. First he should deal with this weakling. Enough. The purple-haired boy stopped his 2 Pokemon. The 2 powerhouses stopped their attacks and the trainer walked up to the injured Meowth. You're pathetic. I only caught you because you took down my Arcanine. I thought you had potential, but as your states showed, I was wrong. I've tried to help you, but you're pathetic. Now take a hike, I don't need you. The trainer stood up after permanently releasing Meowth and turned his back. He then returned his 2 Pokemon, just as Drake stopped near him. What was that? Drake asked angry, with a hint of disgust as Meowth lay injured behind him. Training. The boy replied coldly. That wasn't training, that was horrible. Drake replied. The purple-haired boy laughed. What's so funny? You. The boy replied. I've been watching you for the last few days. And you're just like me. What? Drake exclaimed, clearly angry. I'm nothing like you. The boy glanced down to Drake's Machop. You went into Rock Tunnel to find that Machop. How is that any different? You went in to find the perfect Pokemon. The strongest. The boy explained. Wrong! Drake shouted. Right! The other boy cut Drake off. There are hundreds of other Pokémon in there. Zubats, Geodudes. Won't even take too long to find them. A few steps. So why didn't you catch one of them? Drake was silent. How could he answer? Hit a nerve. The trainer asked with a confident smirk. If you're so sure, why not decide this with a battle? Best of 3. The purple-haired trainer gripped a Pokeball. The name's Paul, by the way. Paul introduced himself. Drake. Drake returned Machop. Sounds good to me. Drake also gripped a Pokeball. And if I win, then you take me out to the Pokémon Center. Both trainers threw their Pokeball. Their battle had begun. Chapter 16, Drake's Deed. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Paul shouted. Electabuzz had electricity run through his body and he fired a powered electric bolt at Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Metal Claw the ground. Drake shouted. Charmeleon's claws were covered in metal and he stuck them in the ground. The electricity hit Charmeleon although it all ran through his body then out into the ground harmless. Paul grunted. Focus Blast. Paul shouted. Electabuzz stopped the thunderbolt and held his arms facing each other, with his hands open. A mysterious brownish, yellowy, white ball formed in between his hands. Electabuzz pushed it forward and sent it flying. Dragon Rage. Drake retorted. Charmeleon fired a dark blue and yellow ball out of his mouth. The two attacks collided and caused an explosion. Both Pokémon were caught in the blast. The smoke cleared, and both Pokémon were on the ground with swirls in their eyes. Well, I guess that's that. Paul told Drake as he held up his Pokeball and returned Electabuzz. He looked at the Pokeball in disgust. I'll deal with you, later. Paul put his Pokeball away and started walking away. Wait! Drake shouted. He was down on his knees, tending to Charmeleon. What about Meowth? Humph, what about it? Paul asked, without turning around. The deal was as if won. It was a draw. With that, Paul stuck his hands in his pockets and walked away. Drake just stared at Paul with anger. How could he just leave a Pokémon in that state? Graw! Charmeleon cried in pain, drawing Drake's attention. Drake smiled sadly at his starter. Don't worry, bud, you'll be fixed up in no time. Drake told his starter before returning him to his Pokeball. He looked at the Pokeball in his hand. He isn't like Paul. Good job, Charmeleon, you've done good. After putting his Pokeball away, Drake stood up and sighed. He then turned around to face Meowth. He was out cold. Drake has no interest in catching him. He never planned to add one to his team. He plans on adding a Snorlax as a normal type. But he can't just leave Meowth here, especially with his injuries. With his mind made up, Drake walked over and picked Meowth up. Cradling him in his arms, and smiled sadly at the injured Pokémon. With that, he set off south towards Lavender Town. After an half-an-hour walk, Drake found his way to Lavender Town. He was silent the whole journey, and just made his way to the Pokémon Center. He walked into the medical center and made his way to the front desk. He showed Meowth to Nurse Joy. Oh my, Nurse Joy exclaimed. What happened? I found him after his trainer released him. Drake explained. Can you help him? Of course. Nurse Joy replied as Chansey appeared with a stretcher. Drake lay Meowth on the bed. He's in good hands. Can you take care of these, as well? Drake requested as he handed over 3 of his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, the 3 who he used to battle Paul, Charmeleon, Victreebel and Jolteon. Certainly. Nurse Joy replied with a smile. They'll be as good as new in no time. With that, Nurse Joy exited, following the Chansey who pushed the stretcher. With that, Drake stood and watched as the doors swung shut. He hoped that Meowth would be fine. With that, He let out a sad sigh and went outside. He still had Mach-Hop since he wasn't in the battle and made his way out to the battlefield. If he has to wait, then he won't fall behind on training. When outside, he had Scyther launch at Mach-Hop with wing attacks, and getting Mach-Hop to dodge by rolling out the way. This is to train his endurance, and once he evolves, he will use the same technique for SBMSN. They were at that for nearly an hour. "Excuse me." Nurse Joy spoke, catching Drake's attention. Seeing Nurse Joy waiting, Drake turned to his two Pokémon. "Take 5, guys." Drake told Mach-Hop and Scyther, and the two Pokémon nodded before sitting under a shaded tree. Drake turned and walked up to Nurse Joy. "What's up, Nurse Joy? Your Pokémon are fine, and are fully healed." Nurse Joy told Drake as she handed the 3 Pokeballs over. "Thank you, Nurse Joy." Drake bowed in respect as he took the Pokeballs and placed them on his belt. "And what about Meowth? He should also make a full recover. But he isn't ready or able to be released into the wild, and he can't stay here until he is. We just don't have enough space." Nurse Joy explained. "So what's going to happen to him?" Drake asked, concern evident in his voice. "Well, there is always Mr. Fuji's Pokémon orphanage." Nurse Joy replied. "But I don't have the time to take him there." "I could take him." Drake replied. "I need to get going, but it'll be good to know Meowth is in good hands." "Excellent." Nurse Joy smiled. "Meowth will be discharged in a few minutes, he will be at the front desk." With that, Nurse Joy smiled and entered the Pokémon Center. Drake sighed. When he first started he wouldn't have given this situation his time of day, but he also couldn't stand how Paul treated Meowth. With that, Drake returned his Mach-Hop and Scyther. He then went and waited by the front desk, and when Meowth came out, they left towards the orphanage. This was definitely not part of his planned journey. It wasn't a long walk, 15 minutes. Drake and Meowth walked side by side. It was a silent walk, mostly because Drake was deep in thought. About Paul. How can a person treat a Pokémon like that? How could he claim Drake was just like him? Sure, Drake has his entire journey planned out, but he would never treat a Pokémon like how Paul treated Meowth. It was sick. That wasn't training, it was horrible. Drake is not like that. Right? The conflict in Drake's head continued until they arrived at a small-ish, one-floor bungalow. On the garden was a sign which read, "Mr. Fuji's Pokémon Orphanage." Drake just stared at the place for a couple moments, then looked down to Meowth. With a deep breath, Drake started walking up to the front door, and Meowth followed by his side. When they came to a stop, Drake used the built-on knocker. After about a minute he finally got a response. "Who is it?" A weak female voice asked, quietly. "My name's Drake, I came to drop off a Meowth for Nurse Joy." Drake explained. Drake had to wait 20 more seconds, before he heard multiple door locks being unlocked. After he heard several different locks, the door was slowly opened, with an eerie creak. It was only open just a crack. Drake could make out the person who opened the door. She was about his age, maybe a bit younger. Her hair is auburn and split into 2 pigtails, one to either side, a baggy, short sleeve, bright pink shirt, a pure white skirt ending just above her knees, a pair of plain white flat shoes. Hello. I'm Reina. The girl introduced herself. Hello Reina. Drake smiled, before he noticed her pale complexion. Are you okay? You look a little under the weather. I am fine. Reina quickly dismissed his concerns. Would you like to come in? Reina reluctantly opened the door. Drake and Meowth walked inside. The place was light up, but it was extremely plain. The walls were cream, and without any posters or color, the only thing on the walls is a window. There were a few Pokémon, Oddish, Bellsprout, Nidoran, EXT. Although the only one not interacting was a little cub one who was sat in a dark corner, facing the wall, like he's sulking. "So Reyna." Drake spoke after getting a good look around the place. This Meowth was abandoned by his trainer, and was pretty hurt. Nurse Joy checked him over, and he should make a full recovery, but he has nowhere to go. As Drake explained, Reyna nodded in understanding. "Nurse Joy told me that Mr. Fuji would take Meowth in, and let him live here." Drake continued. "Why yes. Mr. Fuji is always happy to welcome another member to the family." Reyna replied as she forced a smile. "Great. Where is Mr. Fuji?" Drake asked. Since he arrived, other than himself and the Pokémon, Reyna was the only person here. Reyna's face darkened with the question. What is she hiding? Reyna? Mr. Fuji. He's gone. Reyna reluctantly replied with tears in her eyes. What do you mean? Drake asked affirmatively. 3 days ago. A group of weird people invaded the town. They entered the Pokémon Tower. Reyna explained. It was that night I found Cub1 wandering the streets, lost. Drake nodded to show he understood and encouraged her to continue. When I brought Cub1 here, Mr. Fuji. He had a gut feeling. Reyna explained. I don't know how, but he can usually understand what Pokémon's thinking. He said. Those people shot Cubone's mother. Then he left to confront them at the tower. Why is nobody doing anything? Drake asked. A signal has been transmitted over the whole town. We can call for help if we wanted to. Reyna explained. That is why the town is covered in fog. It has people too scared to leave their house. Drake had a fire light behind his eye. He hated bullies. Sure, he has always been horrible towards Ash. And to be fair, it was never really Ash's fault. He did it because of his father. But someone who would shoot a Pokémon is pure evil. Not to mention terrorizing a town. He has to do something. As much as he hates to admit it, he is a lot like Ash. A single tear ran down Reyna's face. Don't cry, Reyna. Drake told the girl, as he used his thumb to WHP tear away. I'm going to Pokémon Tower and I'll get Mr. Fuji back here. Reyna looked at Drake in awe. But there was still that nagging thought. But what if? You're too late. Reyna reluctantly asked. For their sake. I better not be. Drake declared. It's bad enough what will happen for the pain Cub1 went through. At the mention of his name, the lonely ground type turned to look at Drake. This boy is going to fight those bad people who hurt his mummy. With that, Drake turned to the door, whilst Meowth stood by Reyna's side. Reyna just stared at this boy, he was being so brave, to save her town. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. As Drake left, he made sure to close the door. Reyna continued watching the door for a couple of moments before the blush faded and she turned towards the Pokémon. To her surprise, Cub1 was gone. At Pokémon Tower, Drake was hiding in brush as he saw a man standing out front. The man had a baggy black cap on, which covered his eyes, a black long-sleeve sweatshirt on, with a giant red letter R on it. His trousers were also black, baggy and long, with black shoes on. Drake needed to deal with him first. Come on out, Jolteon. Drake called quietly. He released his electric-type evolution. His Jolteon appeared next to him. Alright, Jolteon. Some bad people have taken over this tower, and we're going to take it back. Are you with me? His Jolteon nodded with a look of determination, and an affirmative cry. Good. Now I need you to take out that guard fast and effective. Drake instructed as he pointed the guard out. Do you think you can do it? Jolteon again nodded affirmatively and Drake smiled. Alright, go and do it. With his instructions set, Jolteon stealthily moved around to the side of the building. He slowly walked around, making sure to face the grunt. When ready, he shot off into a quick attack, and knocked the guard out of the way. Jolteon landed on top of the guard, then unleashed an electric shock, knocking the grunt out cold. With his job done, Jolteon returned to Drake's side. Nicely done. Drake praised as he stood up, and with Jolteon by his side, he sprinted into the tower. He slowly walked around the bottom floor when he entered with Jolteon by his side. There were no more people on that floor, it was so barren. It was a little creepy. He soon located the stairs and made his way towards them. Before he could get too far away, a little cubone appeared entering the tower, after admiring Drake's and Jolteon's handiwork with the guard outside. Cubone likes his style. There was also another Pokémon. A purple ghost with 2 hands and big eyes. Haunter. She hates that these people have invaded her home, maybe this boy is going to help. Haunter flew up to the next level. On the next level, a thick layer of fog clouded their vision. Drake was tempted to have Charmeleon light the way with his tail, but decided against it, as it would take away his element of surprise. As they were walking along, Drake felt a tap on the shoulder. He turned around to find it was Haunter. He didn't flinch and simply narrowed his eyes. Shadow Ball Jolteon. Drake instructed. Jolteon, who continued walking as he didn't feel the tap on the shoulder, turned around with a Shadow Ball all ready to fire from his mouth. Once he saw his target, Jolteon unleashed the attack, and blasted Haunter a little bit away. I don't know what your deal is, but I'm currently trying to take down some bad people who shouldn't be here, so I recommend you stay out of my way. With that, Drake turned back around and started walking with Jolteon by his side. Haunter saw the trainer and Pokémon disappear into the fog with tears in her eyes. She only wanted to help, and maybe pull a joke on them. Was that so wrong? With that, Haunter sadly phased through the floor. Drake and Jolteon continued up the next few floors, and there was absolutely no one. At one point he even questioned if this was the right place. As he walked to the second to top floor, he noticed most of the fog was gone, but it was pretty dark, not to mention, he could see a couple of shadows. Drake deliberately coughed, which caught the people's attention. Prepare for trouble. A female voice announced. And make it double. A male voice continued. To infect the world with devastation. The female voice replied. To enlighten all people in every nation. The male voice replied. To denounce the goodness of truth and love. The female finally appeared and struck a pose. To extend our wrath to the stars above. The male finally appeared and struck a pose. Cassidy. Butch. We're Team Rocket, circling Earth each day and night. Cassidy struck a final pose. Surrender to us now, or you'll surely lose the fight. Butch struck a final pose. Raticate. Eradicate appeared and struck a pose. Drake and Jolteon had massive sweat drops. Were these guys for real? Sorry for interrupting. Whatever it is you was doing. Drake apologized. Humph, you will pay for infatuating the mighty Team Rocket. Cassidy exclaimed. Hey. I said I was sorry, Cassidy and Biff. Drake pleaded. The name is Butch. Butch shouted, angry. Whatever. Drake mumbled. Anyway, I was told there were some bad people in here, who are holding an old man named Mr. Fuji and killed the mother of a cubone. Cassidy and Butch began laughing evilly. Little boy. You just found who you're looking for. And now you'll regret it. Butch smirked evilly. As Cassidy pulled out a gun. CRP. Drake said under his breath as he looked down the hand pistol. Cassidy's finger on the trigger. He refused to close his eyes. If they wanted to kill him, then they would have to look him in the eye. A look which would haunt their dreams for the rest of the days. Drake saw Cassidy's finger twitch, near the trigger. This was it. When a bone came out of nowhere and hit the hand holding the gun, causing it to go flying towards the side and out of her hand. Jolteon jumped into action with a quick attack, and when near the gun, destroyed it with a thunderbolt. The bone was deflected of the gun and into a shadowed corner. Drake couldn't help but feel he has seen the bone before. But no time to worry about that. Jolteon then turned towards the trio. No one dares to try and hurt his trainer. Now you've done it, punk. Raticate, go. Butch shouted. Whatever you say, Boris. Jolteon, you're up. Drake replied with a smirk. The name is Butch. Drake vs Team Rocket. Hyper Fawn. Butch shouted. Raticate stuck his teeth out, which seemed to shine, and launched at Jolteon. Jump to dodge, then Thunder Wave. Drake shouted. Jolteon waited until Raticate was a couple of inches away, then Jolteon jumped with great agility and unleashed an electric shock. It didn't cause damage, but it did paralysis. Double kick. Jolteon landed facing Drake with his feet in front of Raticate's face. With an evil smirk, Jolteon repeatedly kicked the rat Pokémon in the face, with the final kick sending it flying at Team Rocket. The trio were knocked on the floor. Suddenly, a little cub one jumped over them and threw his bone at them. First it hit Cassidy's head, rendering her unconscious, and then the bone bounced off her skull and hit Butch in the head, also knocking him out. Then the bone flew in the air before landing in Cubone's hand. Needless to say, Drake was impressed cub one could pull that off. With the people unconscious and Raticate with swirls in its eyes, Drake, Jolteon and cub one all ran up the stairs. When they arrived, what they saw was horrible. An old man on his knees with a Marowak lying next to him. Blood covered the ground type's torso, although its chest was moving up and down, and its eyes were open. It was still alive, barely. When cub one saw his mother, it charged straight to her side with tears in his eyes. The two started talking to each other. Although Drake couldn't understand them, he knew it was them saying their final goodbyes. Whilst they did that, Drake walked up to the old man. Mr. Fuji? Drake asked as he stood in front of the old man. The man turned to face Drake, watery eyes, looking quite ill. The man nodded. Why yes, that's me. He replied. Who are you? My name is Drake. I was sent to your Pokémon orphanage by Nurse Joy to drop off a Meowth. Drake explained. When I arrived, I met Reina. She explained the situation, so I came here to help you. Thank you, son. But. Mr. Fuji replied, before turning back to the mother and son. I came here, of my own free will. I wanted to help Marowak. Guess it didn't work. At this point Marowak gestured for Drake to come closer. Drake did so, and Marowak started talking and making some weird hand gestures. Drake had no clue what she was talking about. She thanking you. Mr. Fuji translated. For reuniting her with her son one last time before her time ends. Drake smiled sadly at the dying ground type. Don't mention it. Drake replied, speaking directly to Marowak. Marowak went on to make several more hand gestures and say something else. Drake was just as confused, and Mr. Fuji let out a small chuckle. Drake looked at him, wanting an answer. She is asking if you will take care of cub one. Where she's going, she won't be able to, and after hearing of your story, she wishes to know he will be in safe hands. Mr. Fuji translated. Drake was shocked and looked back at Marowak, then a quick glance to cub one before focusing back on the dying Pokémon. He never planned to add a cub one to his team, and he had no intention in doing so. He has to follow his plan and become Kanto's next champion. Then his father will finally notice him, and... Drake continued to stare into the dying eyes, they were pleading with him. What is it that a champion is supposed to do? Protect the weak, his region, his people and his Pokémon. What kind of champion would refuse a mother's dying wish, to know her son is in good hands? Drake felt a small body wrap around his leg. Cub one was hugging his leg, with watery pleading eyes. To hell with the plan. No one could have predicted this, and a true champion would do what's right, morally. Not what a plan says. He isn't heartless, he can't just abandon a Pokémon, he can't be Paul. Of course I'll take care of Cub 1. Drake informed the Marowak. With that the ground type nodded her head once, before facing the ceiling. With letting out one last breath, the clock struck midnight. Marowak closed her eyes and her body became motionless. Mr. Fuji attempted to find her pulse, but to no avail. Cub 1 burst into tears and Drake did something he never thought he would do. He picked Cub 1 up and gave him a comforting hug as the ground type sobbed into his chest. In Team Rocket HQ, northwest of Viridian City. Giovanni was sat in a chair, looking out of the window, with Cassidy and Butch standing behind him. They had just finished their reports on how the Lavender Town mission went. Despite your incompetence, I have to agree you did a good job. Giovanni spat. Even though your time was cut short, by a child no less, you were able to accumulate a large number of ghost Pokémon as an insurance for Project Clone M.2. Thank you, sir. The two officers saluted the man. Cassidy and Barack. Giovanni addressed one last time. My name is But. Butch was cut off. I don't care. Giovanni cut him off. If I find out you fell to a child again, then I will find replacements for you. The two officers gulped. In Team Rocket, the only way to leave is in a body bag. You really don't want to be fired. Now get out of my sight. After Marowak's passing, like Drake promised, Cub 1 joined his team, although the ground type doesn't like his Pokeball. Despite Drake trying to not look soft, he couldn't force Cub 1 to stay in his Pokeball, and allowed him to stay out, which made Cub 1 happy. Drake also stayed put in Lavender Town for a few more days, so Cub 1 could attend his mother's funeral which Mr. Fuji organized. She was buried at the top of Pokémon Tower, with her tombstone in the same place where she took her last breath. It is now the day after the funeral. Drake and Cub 1 decided to go and bid farewell to Mr. Fuji and Reina. As they walked through the door of the orphanage he overheard Mr. Fuji. No, Reina, I must go right away. Mr. Fuji snapped. No, you just got back, you can't leave already. Reina snapped back. Drake made himself known. What seems to be the problem? Drake asked. Maybe I could help. Drake. Reina exclaimed with excitement. Over the last few days, Reina developed a bit of a crush on Drake, although like his brother, he is too dense to notice. Drake, my lad. No, you've done too much already, I couldn't possibly ask more of you. Mr. Fuji dismissed Drake's offer. Well, at least tell me what the problem is. Drake requested. Mr. Fuji sighed. Okay, there is a Snorlax blocking the road west to Celadon City, I've been asked to go with my poke flute to wake it up. Mr. Fuji explained. A Snorlax? Drake questioned. Yes. And I say he should stay here for a bit after what he's been through. Reina answered. Well, I've been meaning to add a Snorlax to my team. If you don't mind, I could use your poke flute and catch myself a new Pokémon all in one go. Drake suggested. No, I could ask you to do that. Mr. Fuji replied. You're not asking, I'm offering, and it would make my life easier, rather than searching the mountains for a Snorlax. Drake explained. Mr. Fuji thought this over. If what Drake is saying is true, then it's the old two birds one stone solution. Very well, my lad. I will entrust you with my poke flute. Mr. Fuji smiled. Chapter 17, Bye-bye Butterfree. It's been about 3 weeks since Ash caught Squirtle. The group has continued the trek towards Vermilion City and Ash's third gym battle. Training has been going incredibly well. Pikachu, like always, was getting along with most of the team, although he seemed to develop a weird rivalry with Squirtle. The water type has took it upon himself to be a prankster, while Pikachu felt his comic relief gig is being attacked. Pidgeotto, being the only female in the group, did feel a little left out, although she was more than happy to battle the 3 new members to show she is one of Ash's strongest team members. Bulbasaur has become very protective of the whole group. He also acts like a peacekeeper. It doesn't matter if which Pokémon are involved, although the only fights he can't seem to break up are those between Ash and Misty, but that's where Brock comes in. Charmander was a little disheartened he won't be competing in the Vermilion Gym battle, but understood that Ash already promised Bulbasaur and Pikachu the battle before he caught him, and the fact that Ash promised to use him for the 4th gym battle also helped. Butterfree was just happy to make some new friends and kept up his training as well. We joined the group just outside of Vermilion City, as Ash is finishing a battle against an old gentleman and his Raticate. Raticate was stuck to the ground with Butterfree's string shot. "Finish it, Butterfree, use tackle!" Ash shouted. Butterfree charged at the stuck rat Pokémon, and hit it with some great force. The force unstuck Raticate from the string shot and sent it flying, just in front of its trainer. "Come on Raticate, get up!" the trainer pleaded. Raticate struggled to his feet. Then Raticate took another load of poison damage and fell on its stomach, with swirls in its eyes. The match is over, with Ash and Butterfree as the victors. Brock declared, who was acting as the ref. Serena was watching the battle with Misty as Ash and Butterfree celebrated. Serena was staring in awe with a blush on her face. Misty saw this and smirked. Ash and Butterfree have really come far, since the new trainer in Viridian Forest with his little Caterpie. Misty whispered in Serena's ear. "Yeah." Serena replied dreamily. "He's amazing." Misty couldn't help but giggle at her female friend, although Serena didn't notice and continued to watch the pair. "You were awesome Butterfree." Ash praised as his first capture flew beside him. "You've really grown up." Butterfree blushed at the praise. "Thanks Ash, but I couldn't have done it without you." Butterfree replied. "Don't be modest Butterfree, you were the one doing all the battling." Ash nervously laughed as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Neither of them noticed their opponent approach them. They only noticed when they heard him clap. Ash and Butterfree turned to face him. "Well done, my boy." The trainer praised with a posh accent and giant smile. "You've really raised your Butterfree well." Yeah, Butterfree was the first Pokémon I ever caught, and I raised him from a Caterpie." Ash explained, as he accepted the trainer's hand. As the handshake ended the old man put some Pokédollars in his hand. "Oh no, I can't accept this." Ash tried to refuse the money. "Nonsense. I have so much money and all it does is sit in my wallet." The man laughed. "That was the most fun I've had in a long time. Take this as thanks." "But..." Ash tried to refuse again. "Please, spend it on something for your wonderful Pokémon." The man stopped Ash. Ash sighed in defeated and accepted the money. "Okay, I'll buy Butterfree and the rest of my team something special." Ash accepted. "Speaking of special, I'm guessing you came to Vermilion for the Butterfree mating season." The man suggested. "Butterfree mating season?" Ash questioned. "Yes. Is that not why you came?" The man asked. "No. We came for the Vermilion Gym." Ash replied. "What is the Butterfree mating season, anyway?" The Butterfree mating season is when Butterfree from all over, whether wild or trained, gather to find a partner they fly off to start a family. The man explained. "They gather on that cliff which overlooks the city, but they fly off, tonight." "The Butterfree mating season, huh?" Ash replied, thoughtfully. "Yes." The man replied as he looked at his Pokeball. "Well, I must be going. Raticate will be needing some help." With that, the trainer left. Ash looked up to see Butterfree flying around, still hyper about his victory. Ash walked by to the group, deep in thought. Did Butterfree want to go to this mating season? Would Butterfree be happier with another Butterfree rather than him? Would Butterfree want to leave to start a family? "Hey Ash, what you think about?" Brock asked as Ash rejoined the group, noticing Ash was lost in his own thoughts. "Oh, nothing really," Ash replied, although not too convincing. "Just the Butterfree mating season." "Butterfree mating season?" Serena questioned. "Yeah. Jeremy mentioned it before he left." Ash explained. "He thought that was why we were here." "Here it is," Brock announced as he flipped through the guild book. "Says here, the Butterfree mating season is when Butterfree from all over Kanto join together to find their life partner. It ends with the new couples flying off, over the sea to start their own families." "So romantic." Serena dreamily spoke as she stared at Ash. She was having an Ashantisy about her and Ash getting married and living together with their own family. Lucky Ash didn't notice. "So Ash, if you're thinking about it, does that mean you'll take Butterfree to take part?" Misty asked. "I don't know." Ash mumbled before he turned to his little yellow starter, who up to this point was snacking on a bottle of ketchup. "Hey Pikachu, if it was you, would you want to go to a Pika mating season?" "Ash, don't be so naive." Brock exploded, filled with passion. "When it comes to true love, everyone is different. Only Butterfree will know if he wants to find his soul mate." Ash had a massive sweat drop, although it did make sense. "Brock is right, Ash," Misty added. "A little over the top, but right. Only Butterfree will know what he wants." "Alright then. I'll let Butterfree decide," Ash replied before turning back to his excited bug type. Ash smiled before sticking his 2 index fingers in his mouth and whistling. When he heard his trainer, Butterfree calmed down and returned to Ash's side. "Hey buddy, the Butterfree mating season is taking place on that hill," Ash explained as he pointed out a nearby hill. Butterfree turned to face the hill. "I was wondering if you wanted to take a look." Butterfree was deep in thought. Did he want to go? What would happen? What if he found someone? Would he have to leave Ash? What if he met someone and they weren't interested? What if he makes a complete fool of himself? No. Remember what Ash says, don't give up until it's over. If he doesn't take part, he will spend the rest of his time thinking. What if? Yes Ash, I'd like to go and have a look. Butterfree replied after a minute of thinking. Great! Ash exclaimed as he turned back to everyone else. At this point Pikachu realized his bottle was empty and he threw it like a basketball and it landed in the bin. Yes! 3 points. Pikachu cheered, causing Ash to smile. Come on guys. Next stop. The Butterfree mating season. Ash declared, and all but Serena started to walking towards the hill. Serena was still in her Ashantisy, and sat on the bench. Hey Serena! Ash shouted. This snapped Serena back to reality. Serena blushed, turned from one of her crush to one of embarrassment. She quickly got up and sprinted to catch up, so the walk continued. What was you thinking about? Nothing. Let's go. Serena stuttered before walking ahead. Ash looked confused. What is that about? Ash asked, clearly confused. Seeing as no one was answering, Ash turned around and continued walking in silence. Pikachu was snickering, Misty was giggling, Brock let out a light chuckle and Butterfree was flying too high to notice, more excited about the adventure which awaits. When the group arrived at the top of the hill, the awkward tension from before had disappeared. The cliff overlooked the sea and there were loads of Butterfrees of all different sizes mingling in the air. Whilst a few people were on the hilltop, watching and a couple were battling. Not Butterfree, of course. Alright Butterfree. Go out there and show them what you're made of. Ash encouraged as he threw his fist in the air. Butterfree nodded before flying to the group of Butterfree. Misty sighed. This is a mating season Ash, not a gym battle. Misty explained with a deadpan expression. I know that. Ash retorted. But it doesn't matter what it is, as long as you give it your all. Serena giggled at Ash's enthusiasm, whilst Misty rolled her eyes. Ash looked back to the swam of Butterfree, although it was hard to make his out. After a couple of minutes at just staring, Ash's mind began to wonder. Will Butterfree find anyone? If he does, what will happen? Will he have to leave? When Ash realized the possibility, he got watery-eyed. If starting a family is what Butterfree wants, Ash won't stop him. He wouldn't stop any Pokémon from what they truly want. But he raised the bug type since he was a little Butterfree stuck on that branch. It will be hard. Serena noticed the water appear in Ash's eyes. That is a rare occurrence. Even when Ash broke his arm when Grace attempted to teach Ash about Rhyhorn racing and Ash was through to the ground, the only sign he gave of something being wrong was a grunt as he clutched his arm. Ash. Are you okay? Serena asked, concern evident in her voice. Ash quickly dried his eyes. Of course I am, Serena. Ash reassured with enthusiasm, although Serena could easily see through the charade. Come on Pikachu, we should get in some more training before our gym battle. Serena frowned as the two of them went into a clearing. Ash realized Bulbasaur as well, and soon the two Pokémon were in a practice battle. Serena was about to walk up to see why he quickly turned, when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see it was Brock. Let him be, Serena. Brock suggested. She was ready to protest before Brock continued. It's just his way of coping. Coping with what? Serena asked, confused. With what will happen, if Butterfree finds a mate. Brock explained. It took a moment before Serena understood what Brock was saying, then it hit her. If Butterfree found a mate then. Bye-bye Butterfree. After about 20 minutes Ash, Pikachu and Bulbasaur were taking a break, with each of their foreheads covered in sweat. Sure, they have been training hard whilst on their journey, but today was on a whole different level. As they were resting, Butterfree flew back. Ash saw his arrival and stood up. Pikachu and Bulbasaur were busy having a chat and didn't notice. Ash didn't want to disturb them. Ash walked over and met Butterfree with group. Hey Ash. Serena smiled sweetly, she felt bad for Ash. Ash looked at her before forcing a smile and putting his hand up. He then turned his attention to Butterfree. Hey Butterfree. Ash spoke with fake happiness. He then paused for a moment. Did you find someone? Yeah. There was this pink Butterfree. She is appealing. Butterfree happily replied, before he turned sad. But. When I approached her. She just turned around. Butterfree pointed his crush out. The group looked to see a pink Butterfree with several other dancing around her, although she wasn't interested. Don't worry buddy. I'm sure you can prove to her just how great you are. Ash encouraged with a thumbs up. Butterfree smiled and got a new look of determination. Right. I won't give up, until it's over. Butterfree declared. That's my Butterfree, now go out there and win her heart. Ash spoke with really enthusiasm. Although he was upset at the possibility of losing his friend, he still had to encourage him to follow his own path. It's just who Ash is. Butterfree nodded with lifted spirits. He was about to fly off, when Brock stopped him. Wait Butterfree. Brock called. Causing both Butterfree and Ash to turn to the Pokémon breeder. Brock was holding a yellow scarf. Why don't you wear this? It'll help you stand out. Butterfree nodded and flew in front of Brock. Brock put the scarf around Butterfree, then Butterfree flew off towards his crush. As Ash watched his friend fly off, he couldn't help but clench his fist. He doesn't want to say goodbye. They have been through so much together. But if a family is what Butterfree wants, then. Ash turned around back to Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Walking towards them. Come on guys. We're burning daylight. Ash shouted towards Pikachu and Bulbasaur. The two Pokémon jumped and got into battle stance, ready for more training, completely unaware of what just transpired. After a while of training, Bulbasaur and Pikachu were ready to collapse. Ash sighed, he has pushed his Pokémon a little hard today, they need a rest before the gym battle. Okay guys, call it a day and rest up. Ash told his Pokémon. Both Pikachu and Bulbasaur nodded and went and rested under a shaded tree, quickly falling asleep. Graveler now, rock blast on the pink one. A snide voice spoke. Ash turned around to a trainer with a Graveler, who was firing a rock towards Butterfree's crush. All the Butterfree around her, quickly flew away, leaving her defenseless. Suddenly, the rock was surrounded by a blue light and brought to a stop. Then returned to Graveler at twice the speed. The impact knocked Graveler back, dazed. A Butterfree with a yellow scarf flew in front of the pink Butterfree, protective. What are you doing? Ash angrily asked, as Serena pulled out her Pokédex. Graveler, the rock Pokémon. The evolved form of Geodude. Rolls down slopes to move. It rolls over any obstacle without slowing or changing its direction. Catch a Pokémon. And that pink Butterfree will bring me a nice profit. The trainer replied as he pulled out a Pokeball and threw it at Ash's Butterfree. This should deal with that pest. The Pokeball tried to SCK in Ash's Butterfree but the light stopped. If we can't catch that thing, put it down for getting in the way. The trainer declared. Ash was about to call an attack, when a hand appeared on his shoulder. It was Brock. Ash, let Butterfree handle this one. You've trained him well. Brock suggested. Ash looked back to his first caught, and Butterfree had a glare of determination. Okay Brock. Ash replied. He then turned back to Butterfree. Butterfree, show them what they get for messing with you. Butterfree nodded and used confusion to remove his scarf and hand it to Ash. He doesn't want it getting dirty. The pink Butterfree flew away and turned to watch the battle, and to watch the Butterfree who's fighting on her behalf. Butterfree vs Graveler. Graveler rock throw. The trainer shouted. Butterfree used iron defense as a giant rock charged towards him. With his hardened body, Butterfree swooped underneath it and tackled Graveler. Due to his tinted lens the force was quite impressive. Knock it back. The trainer spat. Graveler raised its arm and knocked Butterfree to the ground, before he could fly away. Roll out. Graveler jumped up and turned into a ball, rolling at a fast speed. Butterfree was trying to get up, and Graveler knocked Butterfree away. Butterfree heard cries of fear, including his crush, and quickly regained his flight. Graveler continued its rollout and used a nearby boulder to launch itself into the air. Butterfree saw his chance and unleashed both Stun Spore and Poison Powder. He then used Gust to blow the two powders toward Graveler. There was no way for Graveler to dodge. Graveler was pushed back down to earth, canceling its rollout. Gr. The trainer growled. Graveler had been poisoned and took damage. Butterfree was feeling weak and tensed up, time to see if his training with Bulbasaur has paid off. Bulbasaur was teaching Butterfree to control and use grass-type energy. Small green spheres flew out of Graveler and onto Butterfree. Graveler took heavy damage and Butterfree looked energized. Ash used his Pokédex. Giga Drain. Giga Drain will inflict damage on the target and 1/2 of the damage dealt will be restored to the user as HP. Graveler. Rock Blast. The trainer shouted in anger. Graveler shot 4 rocks at Butterfree, rapid fire. He was able to dodge them all, although he realized to win, he would have to get creative. What would Ash do? The last rock splashed in the sea, and Butterfree had a good idea. Butterfree smirked as his eyes grew blue. Ball of water, created from the sea floated up, next to him. One by one, Butterfree launched the water ball at Graveler, at high speeds. Each one was faster and more powerful than the last. Graveler was on his last legs as he took more poison damage. Butterfree knew this was the end move, and shot off towards Graveler with a tackle. The impact was powerful, and Graveler rolled back from the impact. When it came to a stop, it was on its back with swirls in its eyes, unable to battle. Ayer. Graveler return. The trainer recalled his fallen rock type. Now you're gonna get it. The trainer tried to grab another Pokeball, but he was covered in a light blue glow. Butterfree was using confusion. Bye-bye. Butterfree told the trainer. Before unleashing his power and pushing the trainer far away. After a few moments, the attack stopped and Butterfree turned around. When Butterfree turned around, a bunch of female Butterfree swarmed him. Although Butterfree wasn't interested. He quickly flew over to Ash, shrugging those girls off. Hey Butterfree, you did great out there. Ash told his bug type as he put the scarf back around him. Thanks Ash, but I think I'm done here. Butterfree told him sadly. I guess she was scared of by that guy. Ash nodded in understanding before pulling out Butterfree's Pokeball. He was going to return Butterfree, when he spotted a pink Butterfree behind his own. Butterfree. I wouldn't give up just yet. Ash smiled as he put the Pokeball away. Butterfree was going to ask why, but Ash simply pointed behind him. Butterfree took the hint and turned around. To Butterfree's surprise, the pink one he likes was waiting for him. Butterfree slowly flew over to the pink Butterfree, with a faint blush. The pink Butterfree started to do a flight dance around Butterfree, and it took Butterfree by surprise. After about 30 seconds, Butterfree continued to do his own dance in sync with hers. Aw, that's so sweet. Misty commented. Yeah, Butterfree has found himself a partner. Serena commented. It's so appealing. Brock commented in floods of tears. Now if only I could find true love. He, don't worry Brock. I'm sure your time will come. Ash lightly laughed as he looked at the Pokeball in his hand. The two Butterfree stopped their dance and looked at the other couples. It was time. The pink Butterfree was over the water. Serena, Misty, Brock and Pikachu were back a bit. Butterfree has said goodbye to all the other Pokémon, and they were now resting in their Pokeballs. Ash and Butterfree were face to face. The trainer and Pokémon were silent, just staring at each other. Having flashbacks of their memories. Memory 1, when they first met. Help. Help, ... Ash heard a scared voice shout out. He stood up, setting both containers down on the floor, before looking around. Help. Help. With that, Ash looked towards a tree to see a little bug stuck on a branch. Although the branch was breaking, Ash knew if he waited, then the branch would fall and the little bug would be squished. Ash, being Ash, jumped into action and climbed the tree. As he got to the branch, he reached out and gently grabbed the little bug. He placed it on his shoulder and climbed down again. During the whole event, the little bug was too scared to even move, and was on the verge of tears. Once back on solid ground, Ash held the bug in his and just rubbed its back, until it settled down. Hey there. Ash spoke as he placed the bug on the ground, and sat down next to it. I'm Ash. Hi. The little bug replied, nervously. Thank you. 4. Saving me. The little bug was so quiet, it was nearly inaudible. No problem. Ash shrugged the thanks off. He did appreciate it, but he didn't do it for thanks. After all, I couldn't just leave you, could I? This brought tears to the little bug's eyes. Hey, what's the matter? Ash asked, concerned because he's crying. You're not hurt, are you? The little bug continued to let the tears fall, and tackled Ash in the stomach, but rather than hurting Ash, it barely hit him, and snuggled into his stomach. Ash had used his hand to support the little bug. It took a couple of minutes, but the little bug finally stopped. Ash was about to say something, when the little bug's stomach rumbled. Guess you're hungry. Right? Ash asked as he walked over to his bag. The little bug was too nervous to answer. He already saved the little guy, he isn't going to feed him too, is he? The little bug's question was answered when he pulled out a can of Pokémon food. Ash opened it, and sprinkled a few pellets onto his hand. Walking back to the silent bug, who was just staring at him, Ash sat down, and offered the hand with the food. Go on. Eat up. Ash instructed. Hesitantly, the little bug crawled up to Ash's hand, and looked at Ash one more time. Go on, I'm not gonna bite. Ash gave the little guy a reassuring smile, and the bug slowly ate one of the pellets. It didn't taste of much, probably because it is just plain Pokémon food, but the little bug hasn't eaten in days, and even when he has, it's only a couple of leaves, at most, so he isn't complaining. After the first pellet was gone, the little bug picked up some speed and just got to work, eating even faster. Feeling the bug eating so fast, tickled Ash's hand, causing him to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Slow down, buddy. Ash laughed. It isn't going anywhere. The little bug didn't stop until it was all gone. Before he could say his thanks, Ash had lifted him up to eye level. Thank you, Ash. The little bug nervously. Memory 2, Caterpie evolved into Metapod. Well done, Cater. I mean Metapod. Ash congratulated as he made his way over to him. You're one step closer to being a Butterfree. Ash picked his newly evolved Pokémon up and hugged him. Metapod was silent. He spent months training by himself, but he was too shy to even try to battle. He spends one day with Ash, and he saves his life, and helps him evolve. He owes Ash so much. What's up, Metapod, not up to talking? Ash asked, although Metapod had tears in his eyes. He owes Ash so much, and he buried his head in Ash's chest. Don't cry, Metapod. You were awesome. We all were. Memory 3, Metapod evolved into Butterfree. Hey Ash, I have that wired feeling again. Metapod told his trainer, before glowing white. Hey Ash, is that? Serena asked, as she got her Pokédex ready. Yeah, Metapod's evolving. Ash replied, as he took out his Pokédex. The glowing stopped and in Metapod's place was a Butterfree. Congrats buddy, you're finally a Butterfree. Pikachu shouted, as the newly evolved Butterfree took to the air for the first time. Yeah, Butterfree, congratulations. How do you feel about continuing this for your first battle as a Butterfree? Ash asked, as Butterfree stopped in front of Ash. Great. I owe this all to you, Ash, and I promise I will stay by your side. Thank you. Butterfree replied. You don't need to thank me, Butterfree, you did all the hard work. Ash replied with a thumbs up. Memory 4, Butterfree defeats Brock's Onix. Butterfree. I have a plan. But I need you to trust me. Ash shouted. This caused everyone to look at Ash. Do you trust me? Yes. Butterfree replied after a moment's hesitation. Alright, stop and let him bind you. Ash instructed, with a serious glare. Butterfree followed his instructions and came to a complete stop. Onix also followed Brock's instructions and held Butterfree in a bind. What's your plan? Giving up? Brock asked with a confident smirk. Ash returned with his own smirk. No. Getting the two of you to let your guard down. Ash replied confidently, taking everyone by surprise. Poison powder, Butterfree. Butterfree didn't even bother struggling and released a purple poisonous powder over Onix. Onix tried to let go, but was too slow, and was poisoned. Ash's smirk turned to a happy smile as he's got the upper hand. Butterfree. Let's end this. Ash declared and Butterfree nodded. With that, Ash turned his hat backwards. Brock started to panic as Onix took poison damage. Tackle Onix. Brock shouted. Onix threw himself at Butterfree. Butterfree could hardly hold back Geodude, so Ash couldn't try a match of power. Stop him with confusion. Ash instructed. Butterfree's eyes grew blue again, and the wave of psychic energy Butterfree sent out, surrounded Onyx and brought him to a complete stop. Ash smirked as Onyx took more poison damage and struggled but failed to break free. Ash, what should I do with him? Butterfree asked. He is still tired from his encounter with Geodude, and can't hold him much longer. Ash smiled. Bye-bye. Ash mocked as he waved to Onyx. Butterfree took the hint and sent Onyx hurtling in the opposite direction, slamming into the wall. Butterfree's eyes returned to normal. Come on, buddy. Can you still fight? Brock pleaded. Onyx slowly made his way out of the crater he was in, and slow made his way back to the battlefield. Brock smiled, thinking the battle is still going, until Onyx took more poison damage. The rock snake Pokémon fell with swirls in his eyes. He wouldn't get back up. Onyx is unable to battle. Forrest hesitantly declared as he raised his flag to signal Ash as the victor. Since both of Brock's Pokémon have been defeated, the winner of this match is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Memory 5, Butterfree's power-up at Empty Moon. Serena. Ash shouted in fear. Then he narrowed his eyes. No one hurts his friends like that. There was a hint of blue in his pupils. The look he shot at Team Rocket was enough to send shivers down their spines. Butterfree, help me out. Butterfree appeared, and his eyes also grew blue for a brief moment before stopping, almost like he tried a confusion attack, although no one saw it. Ash. I feel stronger. Butterfree explained, sounding scared. Where was this power boost coming from? Good. Ash smirked, although it didn't feel like it was Ash speaking. Memory 6, Butterfree helped catch Bulbasaur. That stun spore. Blow it back with gust. Ash instructed. Butterfree nodded and flapped his wings. The gust blew the stun spore back in Bulbasaur's face, paralysing him. Now ended with Bug Buzz. Butterfree raised his antennas and a loud buzzing noise was released. Bulbasaur cried out in pain. Alright, go Pokeball. Ash shouted as he turned his hat backwards and launched a Pokeball at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was SCKED in and the Pokeball fell on the ground. It began wiggling back and forth. Violent shaking. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the end result. Come on, Bulba. Ash thought desperately. After about 2 minutes, the shaking stopped and the Pokeball dinged. Bulbasaur had been caught. Alright, I just caught a Bulbasaur. Ash and Butterfree struck their pose, before Ash ran at the Pokeball. With the trip down memory lane finished, the pink Butterfree waiting, and the sun setting, it was time to say goodbye. Ash took a deep breath, before stepping forward. Well, Butterfree. This is it. Ash spoke, finally biting the bullet. Butterfree couldn't find his voice, and could only nod with a frown. Hey, don't worry, Butterfree. We'll see each other again. I'm sure of it. And by that time, I'll be a Pokemon MSTR, and you'll be a Daddy Free. Ash's name for him caused Butterfree to laugh, which in turn caused Ash to laugh. The laughter soon died down. Thank you, Ash. For everything. You saved me from certain death. You took the time and care and helped me to evolve. Now, because of you, I can start a family. Butterfree finally found his voice. You don't need to thank me, Butterfree. Ash replied with a grateful smile. Just go out there and be the best dad you can be. Who knows, I might have my own family when we meet again. Ha ha ha, yeah. Butterfree laughed. Make you take care of Serena. And the others. Butterfree's sly smirk at the mention of his female friend caused Ash to blush. WHWH what? What do you mean? Ash stuttered, scared to look back. Butterfree chuckled, before letting out a satisfied sigh. You'll understand when you're older, Ash. Butterfree informed him. The two stared at each other in silence for a couple more moments, neither one really wanting to say goodbye. Well, I best be off. With that, Butterfree turned around and flew to his partner. The couple flew off into the sunset. Ash stared at his first caught for as long as he could, but tears filled his eyes and blurred his vision. Using his arm, Ash quickly tried to dry his eyes, but the tears were soon replaced. Ash knew this may be his last time seeing Butterfree, and quickly dried his eyes. He looked out to see the two silhouettes disappeared. Ash forced his eyes shut and pictured the bug type. Bye-bye, Butterfree, Ash whispered. Chapter 18, Ash vs. Surge, p. Sparks Fly. After Butterfree's departure, the group made their way to Vermilion City and its Pokémon Center. Throughout the whole night, Ash was silent. Apart from a few words, like when handing over his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, to make sure they were ready for the gym battle. Even at dinner, Ash was hardly eating, just swirling his fork around on the plate, whilst staring out window. It was so bad, Pikachu was able to steal some fries and Ash either didn't notice or didn't care. This was completely unlike Ash. He was depressed. Ash went bed, at 7 p.m., which is quite early since Ash and his Pokémon would usually stay up until late, normally around 10:30 p.m., training with his team. With his unnatural depression, Brock, Serena and Misty stayed up to discuss it. Poor Ash. Serena mumbled as she saw him walk around the corner towards their rented room, with his head down and silent. I know he's upset about Butterfree. But this is just not like him. Misty commented. Yeah. But it is understandable, Butterfree was his first caught. Of course every Pokémon a trainer has is special, but the first capture is like your first step as a trainer. Brock explained. You can't really compare it to getting a starter, since they were given but. You need to work for a capture, whether through a battle or befriending. And to have a connection like that just go. It's got to hurt. Yeah, but this isn't the first time Ash has parted ways with someone he's close to. Serena replied. When we left on our journey, we split up from our friends, family. And he wasn't depressed then. Brock shook his head. No Serena, it's different. Ash has known for a long time he would go on a journey. So he had more time to prepare, years actually. As for saying goodbye to his friends, it wasn't an unknown goodbye, you have Leaf's number and can call her whenever you want. Brock explained. As for his family, Ash knows where his mother is and can visit her any time. But the bond between Pokémon and trainer is different. Whether training, traveling or battling. A trainer and Pokémon work together, no other relationship can compare. Brock's right Serena. Just give Ash some time and I'm sure he'll be your energized Prince Charming in no time. Misty joked. Serena turned bright red. Majesty. Serena shouted in embarrassment. This caused Brock, Misty, and all the Pokémon there to burst into laughter. The next morning, Ash was outside with all his Pokémon. Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle were all stood in a line in front of Ash. Whilst Serena, Misty, and Brock were stood off to the side. To any onlooker, Ash looked excited and energized, although Serena could see it was all just an act. Okay guys. Today we take on the Vermilion Gym. Pikachu and Bulbasaur, like I promised, you get to crack this one. Ash explained. Don't worry the rest of you, we still have 5 other gyms after this one, so you'll all get some action. All the Pokémon cheered. Alright guys. Return. Ash recalled, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, Charmander and Squirtle. Holding 2 Pokeballs in each hand. Once they were returned, he placed them on his belt. Pikachu jumped up onto Ash's shoulder. You ready buddy? Ash asked as he scratched his starter under the chin. You bet. Pikachu declared as he slammed a fist onto an open paw. Great. Ash replied with a genuine smile, as he finished Pikachu's scratch. He then walked over to the rest of the group. "You guys ready to go?" As the group walked to the gym, Ash was in the lead with Pikachu. Ash told Pikachu he would save him until Bulbasaur was down, so Pikachu could observe the gym leader's style, plus Pikachu has been with him longer and technically stronger. Brock and Misty were following behind, happy that Ash seemed in good spirits. Serena, on the other hand, could tell Ash was just masking his pain, and was still upset about Butterfree's departure. It wasn't long until they arrived at the gym. As they walked up to the door, a trainer about Ash's age ran out, cradling a Pidgey in his arms. The Pidgey was out cold and looked burnt to a crisp. "Don't worry, Pidgey," the trainer told his injured Pokémon. "We'll get you set up in no time." The group frowned when they saw this. But they quickly pushed it aside and turned to face the gym. Ash walked up and the automatic doors opened. A man and women were standing in the way. "I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town," Ash informed, a little intimidated by the two adults in his way. "I came here for a gym battle and to win a Thunder badge." The two adults laughed. "Hey boss. We've got another victim for the emergency room," the women shouted into the gym. This made the group glare. Why be so rude? Suddenly, a large man walked out of the shadow and behind the two people. The man was giant. He took one look at Serena and Misty and smiled. He pulled Serena and Misty into a giant hug. "Well, my next challengers are certainly cute ones. Don't think I'll take it easy on you though," Serge declared. We're not the challengers," Serena timidly replied as she and Misty tried to escape the hug. Serge let go and looked at them confused. "You're not?" Serge questioned. "Then who is the challenger?" "I am," Ash answered. "Oh, you?" Serge replied as he eyed Ash. "Well, I guess we should get started." "Baby." "Hey. I'm not a baby," Ash shouted. "Sounds like it," Misty whispered with a deadpan expression. Although only the group could hear it. Ash, Serena and Pikachu all glared at her. Misty had a sweat drop. Anyway. An annoyed Ash changed the subject. "I came here for my third badge, so can we have a gym battle?" "Of course, baby," Serge replied. Why are you calling Ash's baby?" Serena asked. "Simple, really," Serge replied, matter-of-fact like. "I call everyone who loses to me, baby." "Well, I ain't gonna lose," Ash declared. As Pikachu copied his actions. The women saw this and looked perplexed. "Hey boss, doesn't the kid look familiar?" the women asked. "Now that you mention it, I do think I've seen the baby before," Serge thoughtfully replied as he eyed Ash again. "I know, he looks like that Drake kid." "Drake was here?" Ash exclaimed. "Aye baby. He was a true challenger, going for his third badge and a fully evolved Victory Bell," Serge replied, as he looked down on Pikachu. "Speaking of, are you using that baby in the battle?" "What if I am?" Ash asked, with offense taken. Pikachu also growled something at them as he sparked his cheeks. "A little baby Pokemon like that won't stand a chance against my buds," Serge declared. "After all, my Pokemon saved me multiple times during the war." Serge struck a pose, which caused the whole group to sweat drop. Oh, okay," Misty replied. "The point is, you should evolve your Pokemon as soon as, if you want them to stand a chance in battle," Serge explained. "You don't know that," Ash retorted. "We will prove our strength in battle. If that's what you want, baby." Serge laughed. Nothing better than a good old-fashioned beatdown. Serge walked slowly into the trainer's box, whilst Ash and Pikachu waited in their trainer's box. Serena, Misty, and Brock all walked to the side, behind the ref to watch the battle. Soon both trainers and the ref were in position. The man from the entrance is playing the role of the ref. This is a gym battle between Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader, and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The ref declared. Both trainers can use 2 Pokémon, although only the challenger can make substitutions. There is no time limit, and if the challenger can somehow win, then he will get the Thunder Badge. The ref continued. As an added bonus, the gym leader will select his Pokémon first. Voltorb, front and center. Lieutenant Surge called as he threw his Pokeball, releasing a Pokeball with eyes. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Voltorb, the ball Pokémon. Usually found in power plants. In some instances, they have been seen drawing power from the trolleys of electric trains. Voltorbs have been known to disguise themselves as Pokeballs, and if angered will explode. Alright Bulbasaur, I choose you. Ash shouted as he threw the Pokeball and released Bulbasaur. Ha ha ha, look. The baby is also using a baby bulb. Surge laughed. Ash frowned while Bulbasaur growled. I'll show you who's a baby. Bob. Bulbasaur declared as he got in a battle position. Let the battle begin. The ref declared. Ash vs Surge, P.I. Voltorb, rollout. Surge instructed. Voltorb did a small jump before spinning, rolling at Bulbasaur at a fast speed. Vine WHP to jump. Ash instructed. Bulbasaur released 2 vines and pushed them against the floor, allowing Bulbasaur to jump, completely avoiding the rollout. Don't be a coward, baby. Take it like a man. Surge taunted. Roll out again, Voltorb. Voltorb used rollout again. Bulbasaur, you know what to do. Ash retorted. Bulbasaur again used Vine WHP to jump. Thought so. Surge mumbled. Sonic boom. Voltorb turned from rolling to spinning on the spot. 3 sound waves were fired from the spinning ball Pokémon and made contact with a flying Bulbasaur. Who couldn't dodge? The sonic boom hit Bulbasaur dead on and Bulbasaur fell to the ground again. Roll out Voltorb. Voltorb turned the spinning into another rollout. Slow him down with Razor Leaf. Ash panicked as Bulbasaur tried to push himself up. Bulbasaur fired several Razor Leafs at Voltorb. The Razor Leafs hit Voltorb, and caused some damage, but didn't stop Voltorb. Voltorb hit Bulbasaur and sent him flying. Bulbasaur landed hard on the ground. Ha ha ha, nothing like a good old-fashioned beatdown. Surge laughed. Roll out again. Voltorb rolled at Bulbasaur even faster and Ash knew he was in trouble. Stop him with Vine WHP Bulbasaur, like how you trained against Quick Attack. Ash shouted. Bulbasaur shot out 2 vines and lay them in front of Voltorb. And a little brown seed appeared on top of his bulb. Voltorb continued rolling at Bulbasaur and as soon as it went over the vine, Bulbasaur sent a shock wave throw them, and it sent Bulbasaur flying. Voltorb stopped spinning, and as soon as he was over Bulbasaur, Ash saw his next move. Leech Seed! Ash shouted. Bulbasaur shot the seed out of its bulb and Voltorb couldn't dodge. The seed landed in between Voltorb's eyes, and then it cracked open. A bunch of vines shot out of the seed and rooted around Voltorb. A red light covered it and Voltorb took some damage from the leech seed. Bulbasaur grew a light blue and recovered some health. Not bad, baby. Not bad. Surge spoke, sounding impressed. But not good enough. Shock wave Voltorb. Voltorb began spinning on the spot, and a bolt of electricity shot out of Voltorb, and towards Bulbasaur. Dodge it Bulbasaur. Like you do in training. Ash instructed. Bulbasaur nodded before extending one of his vines, and forcing it into the ground. The electricity hit Bulbasaur but it harmlessly flowed through the seed Pokémon, and out through his vines, without causing damage. Voltorb took more leech seed damage and Bulbasaur recovered more health. Surge growled. Poison powder! Ash shouted. Bulbasaur launched a cloud of purple powder out of his bulb and uncovered Voltorb. Voltorb took more leech seed damage, then took poison damage. Ash smiled triumphantly. Voltorb was in a bind, and Ash was winning. Great job, Bulbasaur. Hey Ash. How about I try out this new move? Bulbasaur asked. Sure Bulbasaur, go right ahead. Ash replied, and Bulbasaur charged at Voltorb at a high speed. Ash was confident that he had won this first battle. Ash pulled out his Pokédex to check Bulbasaur's new move. Takedown. Takedown does damage, and the user receives recoil damage equal to 25% of the damage done to the opponent. The Pokémon charges at the opponent with high power. Surge smirked as Bulbasaur closed in. Bulbasaur was an inch away when self-destruct. Voltorb glue white and Bulbasaur couldn't escape. Suddenly a loud bang could be heard. The battlefield was covered in smoke. Bulbasaur! Ash shouted, fear and panic evident in his voice. Whilst the rest of the group gasped. Surge smirked at the scene. Whilst Ash and Pikachu had to cover their eyes, Surge stood strong against the thick smoke. It took a couple of minutes but soon the smoke cleared. Both Bulbasaur and Voltorb were on the ground, covered in black soot, and swirls where their eyes were. The ref had to make his call. Both Pokémon are unable to continue. Voltorb return. Surge returned his fallen Pokémon. Surge looked at the Pokeball, and burst into laughter as he attached it to his belt. Ash paid no mind and walked over to Bulbasaur. Ash picked his seed Pokémon and smiled as he came to. Good job Bulbasaur. You were awesome out there. Now take a good rest. Ash returned his grass type and stood up. Just before he could return to his trainer's box, Surge spoke to him. I must say baby. Your bulb was stronger than I expected. It's that type of battle that gets the blood pumping. Surge spoke. Now it's time for you to meet my old war buddy, baby. Raichu. To the front line. Surge threw his Pokeball and Pikachu's evolved form appeared next to Surge. Raichu had his arms crossed and an arrogant smirk wiped across his face. Raichu did walk on to the field. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Raichu, the mouse Pokémon. The evolved form of Pikachu. Its long tail serves as a ground to protect itself from its own high voltage power. Its electrical attacks may reach 10,000 volts. It discharges electricity from its tail, so it is not harmed by its own power. Ash frowned as he returned down back to his trainer's box. As he did, he looked at Pikachu. Pikachu was definitely at a disadvantage. Maybe he should use Charmander or Pidgeotto instead. Pikachu looked up at Ash, annoyed. Hey Ash. Are you gonna do the whole, Pikachu, I choose you, or have you lost your voice? Pikachu asked. Oh right. Ash returned from his thoughts. Are you sure you want a battle, Pikachu? Of course. Pikachu replied like. There was no other answer. Alright then. Ash smiled at his starter. Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu smirked before jumping out onto the field. Ash vs Surge, P2. Alright baby, you can have the first move. Surge suggested. You're gonna need it. You might regret that. Ash declared with determination. Quick attack Pikachu, and get close. Pikachu nodded before getting on all fours and shooting off at Raichu, with impressive speed, although Surge was smirking. Stop the baby with an iron tail. Surge instructed. Raichu's tail was coated in steel, and swung at Pikachu, knocking Pikachu to the ground, cancelling the quick attack. Pikachu grunted in pain. Pikachu. Ash shouted in fear. Pikachu struggled, but got up. The baby's got spirit. Surge smiled. Now Raichu, time for a good old-fashioned beatdown. Raichu nodded with an evil smirk. He then unleashed a series of Mega Punch, Iron Tail, and Brick Break. After a few minutes of the assault, one last Mega Punch sent Pikachu flying over the field, brutally injured. Although Pikachu still struggled to his feet. "Pikachu, can you continue?" Ash asked. Pikachu turned and nodded with a look of determination. That is the same look Butterfree had in yesterday's battle. Ash thought sadly. His mind was brought back with Surge's next move. "Finish this Raichu." Surge instructed. Body Slam. Ash was brought back in time to see Raichu, who had been launched in the air, land on Pikachu and squash him to the ground. Pikachu cried in pain. After about 10 seconds, it went silent. "All right Raichu. Get of him." Surge instructed. Raichu pushed himself up and Pikachu was lying flat on his stomach, unconscious. Pikachu is unable to battle, the winner is the gym leader Lieutenant Surge. The ref declared. Ash was devastated. He has lost his gym battle. Not just lost, but also absolutely destroyed. Despite the lead Bulbasaur held, he let his guard down and it ended in a draw. Then, Ash's mind was focused on Butterfree, and Pikachu was left alone in the heat of battle. To make matters worse, Pikachu didn't even land a hit, and before the battle started, he even doubted that Pikachu could manage it. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided beatdown. And it was all Ash's fault. Ash quickly ran to Pikachu's side and kneed down by his fallen starter. Slowly, Ash picked Pikachu up and cradled him like a baby in his arms. Tears formed in Ash's eyes as he looks at the unconscious electric type. "Sorry Pikachu." Ash whispered as he slowly stood up. He could see the group of Serena, Misty, and Brock standing there. "Ash." Serena whispered, as she tried to step forward and she put her hand on Ash's shoulder with a sympathetic smile. Ash shrugged Serena's hand. "He doesn't deserve sympathy, he is the reason Pikachu is like this." Serena jumped when Ash just shrugged her off. What did she do to deserve that? Ash decided to avoid what just happened. "Don't worry Pikachu." Ash told his starter. "You'll be better in no time." With that, Ash ran out, with tears falling down his cheek, and holding Pikachu close to his chest. As Ash ran into the Pokémon Center, he showed Pikachu to Nurse Joy, and a stretcher was brought out. Ash lay Pikachu gently on it and watched sadly as Pikachu was pushed away. Ash also handed over Bulbasaur's Pokeball and then sat down by a window and sadly remembered the gym battle. The group arrived at the Pokémon Center and saw Ash staring out the window. Serena was going to walk up but Misty put her hand on Serena's shoulder. Serena turned to see Misty shaking her head. "Don't Serena." Misty instructed with a calm tone. Serena was going to fight back, so Brock jumped in. "Misty's right." Brock added. "Just give Ash time to process this." Serena was going to fight back, but decided they were ultimately right. "All right." Serena sadly pouted. "I'm going to do some training." With that Serena left to the outside battle room. Misty and Brock sighed, before following after her. This was something Ash would do, when needing to let off steam. Another boy around Ash's age saw what transpired, and looked at Ash. He finished his drink before standing up and walking over to Ash. His shadow caught Ash's attention and the raven-haired boy turned to face this new person. He was shocked to see. "Hey Ashy boy, long time no see." Gary spoke. Chapter 19, Recollection aboard the Saint Anne. Another boy around Ash's age saw what transpired, and looked at Ash. He finished his drink before standing up and walking over to Ash. His shadow caught Ash's attention and the raven-haired boy turned to face this new person. He was shocked to see. "Hey Ashy boy, long time no see." Gary spoke. Ash instantly frowned, he didn't need Gary right now. "What do you want Gary?" An irritated Ash asked. "Oh. Come on Ashy, boy." Gary whined, in a mocking way. Is that any way to treat an old friend? Ash couldn't help but roll his eyes and turn to look out the window. Gary frowned. He was about to say something else when Nurse Joy showed up. "Excuse me." Nurse Joy spoke, causing both Ash and Gary to turn towards him. "Your Bulbasaur will be just fine, he just needs rest. No battling for a couple of days. Your Pikachu is in the recovery bay." "Thank you." Ash thanked with gratitude as he took back Bulbasaur's Pokeball. "Can I see Pikachu?" "Certainly." Nurse Joy smiled. "Follow me." Nurse Joy started walking off, and Ash quickly got up, to follow, ignoring Gary. "Humph, what's his problem?" Gary asked no one in particular as he watched Ash walk away. Ash spent the rest of the night in Pikachu's room, although his little electric type never woke up. Despite confirmation from Nurse Joy, Ash couldn't help but worry. Gary, Serena, Brock and Misty all visited. Serena and Gary even caught up. Gary offered 2 tickets to Serena for a trainer's party on the SS for the next day. Oh no, what happened? Ash asked himself as he watched over his starter. Pikachu was overpowered. Simple as that. Gary replied, making his appearance known. Ash turned to see his rival walk in, whilst the rest of the group followed. "What would you know about it, Gary?" Ash asked, angry. "I've faced that Raichu as well," Gary stated. "Difference is, my Pokémon have evolved and could match that power." "I don't think so." Brock spoke up. Ash. Just as Pikachu's battle started, it looked like you zoned out. Ash could only lower his head. "Ash?" Serena questioned, concern evident in her voice. "You did zone out, didn't you?" Brock clarified. "Yeah." Ash muttered. "Something reminded me of Butterfree. I only came to when Raichu attacked." "Ha ha ha. What's your mind doing on Butterfree, Ashy boy?" Gary taunted. Serena frowned and slapped Gary's arm. "Stop it, Gary," Serena ordered. Butterfree was Ash's first caught, but Ash let him go after visiting the Butterfree mating season. Gary frowned, he never considered letting one of his Pokémon go. "Sorry Ashy boy, I didn't." Gary tried to apologize, but was cut off. "Don't Gary." Ash cut him off. "Just don't. Come on Ash, it isn't your fault," Serena told Ash. "Then whose is it?" Ash snapped. Serena jumped at the harsh tone. "Sorry Serena. My mind wasn't focused. I let Bulbasaur let his guard down and rush in, then I was more focused on Butterfree and left Pikachu, alone, to take a beating. You also got Bulbasaur to trust in people again and saved me from a flock of Spearow after I was in butt to you." Pikachu spoke up as he struggled to stand out. Everyone turned to the injured electric type. Pikachu. Ash cried as he stood up quickly and moved to the Pokémon's aid. You should be resting. And you shouldn't be mopping," Pikachu retorted. "You're supposed to be the determined hero who fights back and wins. Rocky style. So when are we doing the inspirational training montage, with an awesome song, like Rocky Balboa and his Primeape? First. You've watched too many movies," Ash clarified. "And second, I'm sorry I got you into this mess." First, there's no such thing as too many movies," Pikachu replied, with a smirk. "And second, don't apologize. It was the Raichu that did this, not you. And I want to take him down." "Are you sure, Pikachu?" Ash asked, shocked. "You want to take Raichu on, again?" "Of course. I want to knock him down a peg or two," Pikachu replied confidently, followed by a sharp pain in his back. "In 5 minutes. Don't worry Pikachu, if you want a rematch, then that's what you'll get," Ash replied. "Just rest for now, none of us are ready for another battle." Right. We all should get some rest. Brock added, and everyone left, except Ash. You guys go ahead, I'm going to stay with Pikachu for a while. Ash instructed, and everyone did so. Ash ended up falling asleep in the room with Pikachu. Early morning in the morning, the group met up in Pikachu's room. Pikachu was slowly coming around, although Ash was still asleep, sat in the armchair by the bedside, with his upper body resting on the body. Serena couldn't help but giggle, and find kind of cute, seeing Ash in that state. It was also really sweet, knowing he spent the whole night by Pikachu's side. This caused an annoyed eye roll from Gary and a mischievous smirk from Misty. Brock, on the other hand, squatted down to Ash's side and gently shook him to wake him up, calmly. Come on. Wakey wakey. Brock soothing spoke. Ash slowly opened his eyes and had to blink a few times before he registered what was happening. Once it did, he slowly sat up, stretching. Yawn, morning guys. Ash spoke. He, sleep much? Ashy boy? Gary asked with an arrogant smirk. What now, Gary? Ash asked, irritated. Just making sure you're going to the Saint and party, today. Gary replied. Sigh, I don't know. Ash replied sadly. Bulbasaur can't battle, and Pikachu is still stuck here. He's going. Pikachu butted in. Everyone looked at Pikachu. Pikachu. Are you sure? Ash asked. Yes. They're playing the film, Saving Private Ryan, and I don't want you sorry mug mopping throughout it. Pikachu reasoned. Alright Pikachu, if you're sure. Ash replied. I am. But you could leave Bulbasaur here. Pikachu suggested. I'm sure watching the film will be better than sitting in a Pokeball whilst the others battle. Ash saw logic in Pikachu's idea and released Bulbasaur. Hey Bulbasaur, I'm going with Serena and Gary to a battle party on this boat. Ash explained. Since Nurse Joy said you shouldn't battle until tomorrow, at the earliest, maybe you'd prefer to stay and keep Pikachu company. Sure, that would be fine. Bulbasaur replied before turning to Pikachu. So Bud, what we doing? Pikachu went on to explain what they could do, and Ash left to get ready, whilst the others waited in the lobby of the Pokémon Center. It wasn't long until Ash came down. Ash, Serena and Gary all left to go to the St. Anne. Misty decided to spend the day at the beach and left as well. Brock was still in the lobby, deciding what to do, when he heard. Oh no, not again. Nurse Joy exclaimed as she took Eradicate from a young trainer. Please Nurse Joy. The boy pleaded. You just have to help him. Don't worry. Nurse replied with a friendly smile. He'll be good as new, in no time. The trainer nodded and walked to sit down in a booth. Brock saw Nurse Joy sigh sadly, and jump into action. My love. Nurse Joy, you are down like a dig attack. I can't bear to see you so sad. Please, tell me what ails you, and I shall travel to the ends of. Brock spoke with passion down on one knee. What? Sorry. I don't have time for this. Nurse Joy replied, a little startled. Another Pokémon, after a battle with the gym leader. The league should do something about him. What's the problem? Brock asked in a more serious tone. I'm an aspiring Pokémon breeder, maybe I could help. Nurse Joy studied Brock a little, before sighing and nodding, she could use all the help she can get. Fine. Nurse Joy replied with a sad sigh, she then led Brock into a giant bay filled with injured Pokémon, of all different species. All of these Pokémon have took on the Vermilion Gym. We're running out medical supply. That's terrible. Brock replied, with disgust. We do another shipment of supplies in a couple of days, but right now we need to collect some medical herbs from the nearby mountain. Nurse Joy explained as she showed Brock a picture of the herb. Do you think you could go and collect some herbs? Normally I would do it myself, but as you can see, I ran off my feet. Of course. Brock replied with a confident smile. Leave it to Brock. With that, Brock took the image of the herb and ran out of the center. He ran to the southeastern exit, onto the mountain where the herb grows. At the port, Ash, Serena and Gary all boarded the Saint and for the battle party. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay for the cruise, but the party should be fine. Pushing that thought aside, the 3 pallet natives began taking on challengers. To make it fair, every battle had to be one-on-one, mainly so the Pokémon wouldn't get too tired out, but also so no battle took up too much time, or caused too much damage to a single battlefield. During these battles, Serena did very good, winning around 80% of her battles with both her Abra and Beedrill held flawless records, whilst Fennekin did lose a couple but won most of hers, whilst Tangela lost most of hers, although thanks to her special training with Ash's Bulbasaur Tangela put up some good fights and even won a couple. Gary won all his battles, using a combination of Wartortle, Nidoking and Growlithe, using a main tactic of pushing and not giving his opponent a chance to counter. Ash was on a losing streak. He couldn't get his mind straight, too focused on the pain he put Pikachu and Bulbasaur through, not to mention his recent departure of Butterfree. Whilst taking a break, Ash stood at the front of the open deck, looking out across the ocean. But no matter what happened, wherever he looked, all he could see was Butterfree, slowly getting further and further away, waving goodbye. More tears formed in his eyes. Until he couldn't take it anymore. Ash fell to the ground and curled up in a ball. Sobbing. Serena saw this and frowned. She quietly moved to Ash's side and sat next to him. Taking a deep breath, she put her hand against Ash's back and slowly rubbed his back. Come on, Ash. Come on. Serena comforted. Ash couldn't stop his sobs. Let it out. Come on, Ash, let it all out. Suddenly Ash stopped. Stop. Ash mumbled as he dried his eyes. What? Serena asked as she couldn't make out what he said. Stop, Serena. Just stop. Ash stood up and stormed off. Serena was shocked and a little hurt at the sudden outburst. Gary saw this and frowned. He could accept it if Ash had an outburst at him. Or Drake. To be fair, they deserve it. But Serena doesn't. This isn't the Ash he grew up with, the one who would go to help anyone, people or Pokémon, the one who worked with his gramps and took his family's attention. The one he considers a friend. With that, Gary stuck his hands in his pockets and walked off in Ash's direction. On the beach, Misty was relaxing, enjoying the sun. In total bliss, when a beach ball hit her. With her excellent reflexes, Misty was able to catch the ball before it bounced away. "Arr!" Misty screamed as she shot up in fear, clutching the ball. "Sorry about that, Mississippi." A little girl apologized. Misty looked up to see a little girl, probably 6. She has dark, medium-length, red hair, a plain, cream sleeveless dress, black shorts underneath, and bright red shoes. "I'm Mari. It's all right. Here's your ball." Misty replied as she handed the ball back over. "I'm Misty. Mari, I've told you to be careful." A boy, around 16 stated as he approached the 2 girls. The boy stood in front of Misty. "Sorry about my sister. I'm Rudy." "What your name, appealing lady?" Misty blushed. Did a boy just call her appealing? No one ever did that. She was always annoying, tomboy, violent. To be fair, they were accurate, but being called appealing is a nice chance. "Oh, thank you." Misty thanked with an intense blush. "I'm Misty. Misty Waterflower." Waterflower? Like the Cerulean City's sensational sisters. Mari excited jumped about. "Yes. They're my sister." Misty replied. "Why?" "Sorry. We're not from Kanto, we came here on a holiday." Mari has always loved watching your sister's shows, so we decided to go and see one of their shows. Rudy explained. We arrived earlier today, and decided to spend today at the beach before setting off, for Cerulean. Well, if you're not from Kanto, where are you from? Misty asked. We're from the Orange Islands. Rudy replied with a charming smile. Trovita Island, to be precise. And what is a appealing lady like yourself doing here? Well, my friend came for a gym battle, and we decided to split up for the day. Misty explained. I came to the beach for a little TLC. Misty. If you're here on your own, why don't we play together? Mari jumped around. It'll be so much fun. We can build sand castles, eat ice cream, and play all day. I don't know. Misty muttered shyly. Please do, Misty. It would be an honor, not only as the most sensational of the Cerulean sisters, but as the most appealing women in Kanto. Rudy added with charm. Misty blushed even more with that declaration. I guess I could, after all that. Misty shyly replied, with an innocent giggle. Yeah. Mari jumped around. With that, Misty packed her stuff up and walked with Rudy and Mari over to the beach spot. Brock was on top a mountain just outside of Vermilion City. He had Zubat, scouting the area for this medical herb, whilst his Onyx and Geodude were using their ground typing to try and determine the best place to search. You see, guys. Due to the plant's dark coloring, it is likely to grow in very moist soil, so the wetter the ground the better chance we have of finding it. Brock explained to his two rock-type Pokémon. Both Onyx and Geodude nodded and went back to search, which Brock joined in. It wasn't long until Zubat returned. Hey Zubat, did you find the herbs? Brock asked. He knew Zubat would struggle to pull said herb up, due to his lack of arms, but he could have found the area where they grow. To Brock's surprise, Zubat shook his head. It's alright buddy, do you mind doing another search? Brock asked. Zubat simply pointed his wing in the direction he came from, then tried to push Brock in the same direction. Wow, calm down buddy. Brock pleaded as he found his footing. Is there something down that way you want me to see? Zubat nodded and flew a little away in that direction. But it isn't the herb. After receiving confirmation from Zubat, Brock along with his two rock types, ran after him. After running for a few minutes, Zubat stopped and pointed his wing into a nearby cave. Listening carefully, Brock could hear what sounded like crying. Brock guessed it was either a Pokémon or young child since it wasn't any proper talking. Slowly, Brock made his way into the cave, and signaled all three of his Pokémon to wait outside. Inside the cave, Brock found a small little Pokémon, hid in the corner against a rock wall. He quickly identified the Pokémon as a Diglett. He remembered reading an article about a nearby cave called Diglett's Cave. Due to travelers getting injured by wild Dugtrio protecting their territory, the PLA blocked the cave off. Lucky the only Pokémon native to the area are Diglett and Dugtrio, so they can easily escape through Dig. Based on the image in the article, Brock guessed this was the southern entrance to the cave. Using his mind, Brock guessed, Diglett was still young based on its size, and it is well known that young Pokémon struggle with dig attacks and finding their way through the ground. Leaving Brock to the conclusion that this little Diglett was caught on the wrong side of the cave when it was sealed off. With his conclusion in mind, Brock slowly approached the scared ground type. He sat down next to it. He slowly and curiously reached his hand out and calmly stroked its head. Diglett noticeably flinched under his hand, but after a few seconds, relaxed under his touch. There you go buddy. Brock told the Diglett, after it stemmed his tears. Feeling better now? Diglett looked up at Brock. He was shocked. His Papa Trio always told him stories about humans and how dangerous they are. Then that caped weirdo blocked of the cave and his Papa Trio was caught by that purple-haired guy. Since then he has been hiding in the cave, feeding of minerals in the ground, but since Papa Trio was the only family he has, in the cave, no one came to let him back in. Diglett, after his shock passed, nodded, with tears in his eyes. Don't cry, buddy. I won't hurt you. Diglett also followed by blinking to dry its eyes. With Diglett calmed down, Brock decided to continue. I'm guessing you're all alone, blocked out of Diglett Cave. Hesitantly, Diglett replied with a swift nod of the head. How have you been coping, Diglett? It can't be easy, living all by yourself, especially at a young. Brock reasoned. Diglett looked at Brock exactingly. Brock hit the nail on the head. Brock took the look Diglett gave him as confirmation. You know, you don't need to suffer. If you want, you could join me, and I'll take care of you. Diglett was shocked. After everything Papa Trio told him about people, why would he ever agree to go with one? Although, this Brock guy is nothing like what people were described as. At that moment, Brock's Geodude jumped into the cave, with a herb in his hand. Hey buddy, what you got there? Geodude handed the herb over and Brock inspected it. Good job Geodude, this is the exact plant, is there many more? Geodude smiled and bounced up and down. Brock took that as a yes. Geodude then noticed the little ground type and started talking with him. Turns out, Diglett really doesn't want to be put into Pokémon battles after seeing the pain the Pokémon are put through. Geodude listened and explained what Brock is like. This surprised Diglett and he stared at Brock, reconsidering his offer. Geodude saw this and smiled, then he turned to Brock as well. Geodude. Geodude caught Brock's attention. What's up Geodude? Brock asked. Geodude pointed at Diglett then made several punching motions. Then he shook his head. You saying Diglett refused my offer because he doesn't want to battle? Brock guessed. Geodude nodded then turned to Diglett. Hey Diglett, just so you know, I would never force any of my Pokémon to do something they don't want to. I'm not even a battling trainer. I am training as a Pokémon breeder, and as such only want to make as many Pokémon as possible, happy and healthy. Just so you know. The offer still stands. Back on the boat, Ash was in the male toilets walking around in a circle, angry. Angry that he can't focus, every thought he has, everywhere he looks, his mind is completely stuck on Butterfree. Why can't he focus? What is wrong with him? Ayer. Ash shouted out of frustration. What's up Ashy, boy? Trying to learn a rage attack? Gary asked as he walked around the corner with an arrogant smirk. What now Gary? Ash asked clearly angry. What is your problem? Gary asked, now angry himself. What are you on about? Ash asked, as he shrugged Gary off. You've been off all day. I can handle it, towards me, hell, I might even deserve some of it. Gary replied. But Serena doesn't. All she did was try and comfort you, and you just snapped at her. Shut up Gary. Ash snapped as he tried to walk past, but Gary blocked his way and pushed him back in. No Ash. You are angry and have been since before I showed up. Gary retorted. Now I don't much about this Butterfree season or whatever, but I do know that is what is causing your problem. Of course you wouldn't know anything about my Butterfree. Ash snapped. Maybe, but I do know you. Gary replied, seriously. You care for each Pokémon that they are like your kids, and you are always happy and full of energy. I can guess you showed this Butterfree the same love you showed to all the Mons at Gramps' lab. Then he just left. I bet you feel betrayed. That hit the nail on the head, betrayal was exactly what he feels like. But you shouldn't feel like that. Gary continued in a softer tone. From the sounds of it, your Butterfree grew up a lot. Thanks to you. And he wanted to start a family. You and I both know he can't do that with you. That doesn't mean he's betrayed you, if anything, it shows how well you've raised it. Ash thought over what Gary said, maybe his longtime rival is right. Okay Gary, guess you're right. Ash replied. And think about it, would your Butterfree want you to be hung up over him leaving? Gary asked. Or would he want you to take every battle seriously and work towards your dream? You helped him reach where he is now, and he would want you to continue on your dream. How would he feel if you gave up because of his departure? Ash was silent. This was the final straw. Gary made a good point. A very good point. Ashes shouldn't be upset or distracted in the heat of battle. He shouldn't feel angry or betrayed, if for no other reason than for Butterfree. With that, Ash grew a friendly smile. Thanks, Gary. I need that. Ash thanked gratefully. Don't mention it, Ashy, boy. Gary arrogantly replied. Now. This is how you will make it up to Serena. After a brief, but detailed, chat about what Ash will do to make it up to Serena. Ash left the toilets into the main hall, where a dance was going on. Just like Gary said, the song turned to a slow one. If Gary is pulling his leg and this goes pear-shaped, then Ash will give Gary it, in the Pokeball. Ash started looking around and found Serena stood in the corner, alone, looking down. Ash took a deep breath. Why is he doing this? Ash, slowly and reluctantly walked up to his friend. Excuse me. May I have this dance? Ash asked as he held out his hand. Serena looked up, shocked and surprised. She also quickly blushed and lost her voice. But she can't let this moment pass by. She slowly and carefully placed her hand in Ash's as confirmation. Ash shot her a happy and thankful smile, and pulled her close. Looking at other couples on the dance floor, Ash placed his hand on Serena's back, whilst interlocking the fingers on the other hand. The 10 years began moving back and forth across the dance floor, although never separating. For about a minute, both were silent. Ash was very nervous. He has never slow danced with anyone. He also experienced his chest tightening around his heart. Last time this happened was at the Cerulean Chateau, when he first saw Serena in her elegant outfit. What was it? A heart attack? No, he's too young for one of those, but also would he have passed out? It is getting hot. Maybe he will pass out. What are these weird feelings? Serena was on cloud 9, in absolute bliss. Sure, she has danced with Ash before, at various parties in Palette, although Leaf was normally involved and never to a slow song. Despite him being a little clumsy, Ash was holding up fairly well. Hey! Serena! Ash spoke after his internal debate. Yeah. Serena replied dreamily as she enjoyed every moment of their dance together. Sorry. About earlier. Ash apologized. I was hung up over Butterfree, but I'm better. Really? Serena questioned, raising an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Believe it or not, Gary had a chat with me. Ash replied with a light chuckle. He made me realize something, and I'm better, honest. That's great. Serena smiled cheerfully, her Ash is back. She then did something which shocked both of them. She ended the dance early and tackled Ash into a hug, even nuzzling her head into his chest, causing both of them to blush immensely. I'm glad you're back, Ash. I really am. Chapter 20, Ash vs Surge, P2 A shocking rematch. After the dance concluded, the trio of Ash, Serena and Gary walked back to the Pokémon Center. In the whole journey, Serena very clingy towards Ash, which gave him more of those weird feelings. Gary couldn't help but tease his old friend. This resulted in Ash being bright red on the whole way. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center, a convertible filled with cheerleaders were waiting. That's my ride, Gary declared as he stopped. So. Guess this is goodbye, Gary. Ash replied, in a sad tone. Gary actually did something nice for him today, and their time is just about over. Don't get all sappy on me now, Ashy, boy. Gary arrogantly smirked. Ash rolled his eyes. Guess it is still the same old Gary. Catch. What's this? Ash asked as he looks at a strange stone Gary tossed him. It was green with what looks like a lightning bolt in the center. It's a thunder stone. Gary pointed out. It's what will evolve a Pikachu into a Raichu. But why? Ash asked. If you want to win at the Vermilion Gym, you'll need all the power you can get. Gary replied. Besides, you're my rival. I want to at least make sure you get to the Indigo League. Gee, thanks Gary. Ash thanked gratefully. That way I can embarrass you, all by myself. Gary arrogantly. Gary. Ash raged, maybe Gary didn't change so much, after all. Ha ha ha. Smell you later. Ashy, boy. Gary arrogantly laughed as he jumped in the car and drove. Ash sighed as he looked at the stone in his hand. He could evolve Pikachu, if he wanted. But is that what Pikachu would want? Ash turned his attention to Serena, who has been unusually quiet. She was still standing extremely close to him, like on the walk home, with her looking to the sky, with her eyes closed and a giant blush on her face. Unknown to Ash, she was replaying their slow dance over in her head. Serena. Serena. Ash waved his hand in front of her face. After a while Serena finally replied. Yeah. Serena spoke in thoughtless dreamy tone. I'm gonna check on Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Ash explained. You coming? Serena could only reply with a nod and the two walked off to the two Pokémon. After checking the room, Ash saw his two Pokémon through the window. Both Pikachu and Bulbasaur were outside on the training field. Ash and Serena left to go and meet them. Hey guys. What you doing? Ash asked as he approached them. Training. Bulbasaur replied as Pikachu continued to concentrate. Ash didn't notice two blades of grass tied together in front of his feet, and it went on to trip Ash up. Ow, what was that? Ash asked as he moved into a sitting position and checked his ankle. Pikachu broke his concentration. My new move. Bulbasaur has been teaching to control grass energy. Pikachu explained as the two Pokémon moved to his side. That's great buddy. I'm sure we can use it in the rematch against Surge. Ash cheerfully replied. Right. Tomorrow I will show that old-timer a thing or two about Pika power. Tomorrow, are you sure you're ready? Ash asked a little concerned. Of course. Pikachu replied, matter-of-fact like. Okay then. Tomorrow we will go back to the Vermilion Gym, and win our Thunder Badge. Ash declared, and the two Pokémon cheered along. Then Ash remembered what Gary gave him. Hey Pikachu. I've got this. Ash pulled the Thunder Stone out and showed Pikachu. It's a Thunder Stone. It will evolve you into Raichu. If you want. Pikachu looked at the stone. Why you're letting me decide? Pikachu questioned. Of course. It is completely your decision on whether or not you want to evolve. Ash told Pikachu and placed the stone on the ground. Pikachu looked at the stone. He could become a Raichu. Flashback start. Deep in a forest, a female Pikachu was sat with two eggs. Both eggs began to crack, slowly, and when the tops were completely broken off, two little Piku climbed out. It wasn't long, until a male Pikachu arrived with a load of berries. The family had quite a feast and they all cuddled together for warmth that night. This is how most of the days went, and eventually the two Piku evolved into two Pikachu. But the family of Pikachu were still happy and strong. Then one day, a couple of trainers were passing through. The two kids and the mother Pikachu stayed and hid in a hollowed-out tree, whilst the father led the trainers away. None of the trio know what happened, but a Raichu returned. It was obviously the Pikachu who led the trainers away, but he had evolved. That night, Raichu went nuts, attacking the female Pikachu. She had to protect her kids and tried to fend her partner off. ordering her kids to run whilst they could. Reluctantly both of the male Pikachu ran, but were separated. One of the Pikachu was caught by a trainer, who turned out to be abusive, then a man with a cape and a dragon saved him and handed over to a researcher. The rest is history. Flashback end. Angry with the memory, Pikachu unleashed a massive electric shock at the Thunder Stone and blasted it apart. It was a lot stronger than his Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave or even Shock Wave. It was a thunderbolt. I will never turn into one of those monsters. Okay Pikachu, whatever you want. Ash smiled happily at his electric type. Wanna tell me about that memory you had? Pikachu thought it over. Maybe another time. Pikachu replied, sadly. Ash nodded in understanding. He knew how hard it is to tell others about hard times. But he will be here for his little yellow partner, just like all of his Pokémon. Then a new Pokémon popped up in front of him. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Diglett, the mole Pokémon. Its head pokes up approximately 8 inches out of the ground. However, its real size remains a mystery to this day. Just then Ash looked up to see Brock return. The boys continued chatting until Misty returned, who, like Serena, was in a dream state remembering their day. Deciding to leave the girls to their own thoughts, Brock and Ash returned to the Pokémon Center. Ash left his team for a quick checkup, whilst Brock handed over the herbs he and his Pokémon collected. The rest of the night was uneventful, as Ash planned his strategy for his rematch. The next morning, after making sure everyone was fighting fit, the group set off for the gym, once more. It wasn't long until they arrived at the gym and Ash proudly marched inside. Well, would you look at that? The baby returned. Surge laughed as he approached the group, with the 2 other adults. We came to challenge you to a rematch. Ash declared, and Pikachu sparked his checks. I already told you, no way you can win if you don't evolve your runts. Surge arrogantly explained. But as gym leader, I don't have any other choice. That means we can battle? Ash questioned. Right, but to save time, since your baby bulb struck even with Voltorb last time, let's make this a one-on-one battle. Surge suggested. I don't want to waste too much of my time. Fine with me. Ash declared, and with that, everyone moved to their positions in the gym. This is a rematch gym battle between Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader, and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The ref declared. Both trainers have agreed to a one-on-one elimination, meaning no side can make substitutions. There is no time limit, and if the challenger can somehow win, then he will get the Thunder Badge. The ref continued. I hope you're ready, baby. 'Cause Raichu is starving for another good old-fashioned beatdown. Surge declared as Raichu pounded his fist into an open paw and sparked his cheeks. Go and get him. Pikachu and me are more than ready. Ash declared. Ready to show em, buddy. Pikachu shouted a battle cry filled with determination and jumped onto the field. Let the battle begin. The ref declared. Ash vs Surge, P.I. Raichu, give em a thunderbolt. Surge smirked. Raichu tensed up before unleashing a powerful electric bolt directly at Pikachu. Ash made no comment to dodge, and Pikachu didn't even flinch. Once the attack hit, it was drawn to Pikachu's cheeks. Ash and Pikachu both burst out in laughter. What's so funny, baby? The thunderbolt stopped and Pikachu only looked energized. With his cheeks sparking, full of juice. Guess your old war buddy is lacking the volts to do any real damage. Ash mocked. Pikachu looked Raichu in the eye. Come and get me, old timer. Pikachu dared. Raichu growled in anger. Lightning Rod, well I'll be. Surge spoke, shocked. Guess we'll have to deal with them like it's the old days. Raichu, Mega Punch. Raichu wound his fist back as it grew white. Raichu then set off towards Pikachu, at a fairly slow speed. Grass Knot. Ash whispered. Pikachu was the only one to hear him, and closed his eyes, concentrating like Bulbasaur taught him. Two small blades of grass rose on the battlefield and tied together in a knot. Raichu didn't notice and his foot was caught in it, tripping the fully evolved electric type over, and canceling his Mega Punch. Raichu skidded along the floor to just in front of Pikachu. "Why you little?" Surge raged. "Pikachu, grab some air with Iron Tail," Ash instructed. As Raichu pushed himself up, the top of his head was met with an Iron Tail, courtesy of Pikachu, thus Raichu was forced back to the ground while Pikachu used the same force and became airborne. "Ha, he's stuck now. Raichu, prepare an Iron Tail for when he comes back down." Surge laughed. "No way, quick attack into Dig." "Pikachu." Ash retorted. Pikachu turned to face the ground as he reached the ceiling, then pushing off to the ceiling, Pikachu entered a quick attack, straight down. As he collided with the floor, Raichu's Iron Tail was pushed out of the way, and Pikachu disappeared underground. "That was a smart move," Brock commented as he watched the battle unfold. "What do you mean, Brock?" Serena asked. "Aerodynamics. Due to Pikachu's small size, the air moves around him much more effectively than it would a larger Pokémon. Whilst using Quick Attack, the speed combined with terminal velocity meant a wind barrier formed around Pikachu, protecting him from any of Raichu's attacks. Brock explained. "It's something that Raichu couldn't perform, due to their size difference." "Wow," Serena commented as she turned back to the battle. "Yeah, Ash is actually using his head," Misty added. Ash vs Surge, P2. "Behind you," Surge shouted as he saw the ground behind Raichu shake. The evolved electric type just had time to turn around as Pikachu shot out of the ground and hit Raichu in the side as he flew past. "Dig again," Ash shouted. The same process went through a few times until the battlefield was covered holes. "Come on baby. I thought this was a Pokémon battle." "Not." "Dig dug," Surge shouted. "Alright Pikachu, there's no room left to dig, so let's hide in the holes." Ash shouted and Pikachu jumped into one of the many connecting holes. "Prepare an Iron Tail," Surge shouted and Raichu's tail was coated in metal. "Pikachu. How about a game of whack-a-mole?" Ash suggested. The mischievous smirk Pikachu flashed Ash, was all the confirmation the raven-haired boy needed. Pikachu went on jumping up in front of Raichu and diving into another hole behind Raichu. As he showed himself, Pikachu shouted. "Marco." Pikachu popped his head up in a third hole, to the side of Raichu. "Come and get me, old-timer." Raichu turned to Pikachu and dived at its pre-evolved form. Pikachu used his quick reflexes and scurried back into the hole. Unlucky for Surge, Raichu wasn't big enough to fit into the hole and got his upper body stuck. Miss me, please don't kiss me," Pikachu sang in a mocking tone, as he popped out of another hole, from behind the stuck Raichu. "Okay Pikachu, let's get Raichu out of there with Iron Tail," Ash instructed. Pikachu smirked evilly as he leaped into the air and coated his tail in metal. Pikachu did a few spins before striking the Iron Tail on Raichu's behind. The power was enough to collapse a third of the field, with the dig tunnels caving in. Did Pikachu just kick his butt? Literally? Serena asked a little bewildered at the turn of events. Ash's style is definitely unique, Brock commented in a similar tone. "You said it," Misty added, also in the same tone. All three also had sweat drops. Ash vs Surge, P3. "Come on Raichu, time for a good old-fashioned beatdown," Surge shouted. Mega Punch. Raichu wound his fist back and it glue white. Raichu started charging at Pikachu again. "Grass knot," Ash whispered. Pikachu closed his eyes and focused. Another two blades of grass sprouted and tied together in a knot. It tripped Raichu up again. Let's end this Pikachu, Thunderbolt on the field. Ash shout. Raichu was stuck under a pile of rubble. Hasta la vista. Pikachu shouted before covering the creator Raichu was in, with electricity. The power sent the rubble into the air after he stopped the rocks began falling. What followed was Raichu being pelted and damaged by the different rocks. Quick attack. Ash shouted as he threw his fist in the air, and Pikachu shot off. As the last rock hit Raichu, Pikachu shot past and hit Raichu. Pikachu stopped a little past Raichu in front of Surge. Baby. Pikachu finished the tag line and Raichu fell to the ground, with swirls in his eyes. Raichu is unable to battle. Meaning the winner is the challenger and his Pikachu. The ref declared. Yes. Ash cheered as he sprinted out onto the field. He slipped down into the creator and was tackled by Pikachu. The Pokémon and trainer celebrated. Soon Serena joined them down in the creator, congratulating them, while Brock and Misty stood on the edge of the battlefield looking somewhat proud. He's really maturing. Brock commented before turning to Misty. Don't you think? Yeah. Hopefully that means Serena have to wait too much longer. Misty replied. Yeah. I'll have a talk with him. Brock reassured. And I thought you wanted to help Serena. Misty mumbled. Brock looked at her with a questioning stare. Misty had a massive sweat drop. Nothing. Surge sighed sadly, before returning Raichu to his. He took a long look at the Pokeball. Guess he was wrong. Evolution is not everything. With that, Surge made his way across the battlefield, as Ash and the others made their way out of the creator. Congratulations Bab. I mean Ash. You proved yourself worth of the Vermilion City Thunder Badge. Surge told the Pallet native as he handed over a badge. It is in the shape of an 8-pointed gold star with an orange octagon in the center. Ash happily took the badge. All right. We just won. The Thunder Badge. Ash shouted, as Pikachu struck a pose. Bulbasaur also let himself out and struck a pose along with them. With that, they said goodbye to everyone and left for the Pokémon Center. After Pikachu had a checkup, they decided to spend one more night at the Pokémon Center and were having tea, whilst discussing their travel plans. Okay, so where to next? Ash asked. Maybe somewhere with both a gym and battle chateau. Well, from here we can either go to Saffron or Celadon. Brock pointed out. It's roughly the same distance, and both cities have a gym and a chateau. I would suggest Celadon. The Saffron gym hasn't long opened so it is more likely to be crowded. Misty pointed out. I'm happy with Celadon. Serena replied, happily. That's fine with me. To Celadon City, it is. Ash declared. With that, they finished their tea and got an early night, as they would have an early start on their journey to Celadon City. Whilst everyone was lying in bed, Ash's mind was running through all the things that happened in Vermilion. To begin with, Ash said goodbye to Butterfree. That was certainly not expected, but it was for the best. Then, Ash entered his flunk and even lost his first gym battle. Not just lost, but lost badly. And out of all the people to show up, Gary made an appearance. Despite Ash's initial thoughts about his long-time rival showing up, he must admit, it was for the best. Then he was able to work with Pikachu, and ended up winning his third badge. Brock even caught a new Pokémon whilst here, and Misty was acting strange since her day at the beach. Just what happened there? Then there is Serena. She didn't have a Chateau challenge, like in Cerulean, but she helped him get over Butterfree like Gary. But what is up with that weird feel Ash felt whilst they were dancing together? Well, it's all over now. And Ash will hopefully figure everything out, whilst on his journey, to be a Pokémon MSTR.